Chapter 43 of Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Rhodey. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 43. Mrs. Marsham. But Lady Glencora was not brought to repentance by her husband's last words. It seemed to her to be so intolerably cruel, this demand of his, that she should be made to pass the whole of her first evening in town with an old woman for whom it was impossible that she should entertain the slightest regard, that she resolved upon rebellion. Had he positively ordered Mrs. Marsham, she would have sent for that lady, and have contented herself with enduring her presence in disdainful silence. But Mr. Palliser had not given any order. He had made a request, and a request from its very nature admits of no obedience. The compliance with a request must be voluntary, and she would not send for Mrs. Marsham except upon compulsion. Had not she also made a request to him, and had not he refused it? It was his prerogative undoubtedly to command, but in that matter of requests she had a right to expect that her voice should be as potent as his own. She wrote a line therefore to Alice before she went to bed, begging her cousin to come to her early on the following day, so that they might go out together, and then afterwards dine in company with Mr. Bott. "I know that will be an inducement to you," Lady Glencora said, "because your generous heart will feel of what service you may be to me. Nobody else will be here, unless indeed Mrs. Marsham should be asked, unknown to myself." Then she sat herself down to think especially about the cruelty of husbands. She had been told over and over again, in the days before her marriage, that Burgo would ill use her if he became her husband. The Marquis of Auld Reekie had gone so far as to suggest that Burgo might probably beat her. But what hard treatment, even what beating, could be so unendurable as this total want of sympathy, as this deadness in life which her present lot entailed upon her? As for that matter of beating, she ridiculed the idea in her very soul. She sat smiling at the absurdity of the thing as she thought of the beauty of Burgo's eyes, of the softness of his touch, of the loving, almost worshipping tones of his voice. Would it not even be better to be beaten by him than to have politics explained to her at 1 o'clock at night by such a husband as Plantagenet Palliser? The British Constitution, indeed! Had she married Burgo, they would have been in sunny Italy, and he would have told her some other tale than that as they sat together under the pale moonlight. She had a little water-coloured drawing called Raphael and Fornarina, and she was infantine enough to tell herself that the so-called Raphael was like her Burgo. No, not her Burgo, but the Burgo that was not hers. At any rate, all the romance of the picture she might have enjoyed had they allowed her to dispose as she wished of her own hand. She might have sat in marble balconies, while the vines clustered over her head, and he would have been at her knee, hardly speaking to her, but making his presence felt by the halo of its divinity. He would have called upon her for no hard replies. With him near her she would have enjoyed the soft air, and would have sat happy, without trouble, lapped in the delight of loving. It was thus that Fornarina sat. And why should not such a lot have been hers? Her Raphael would have loved her, let them say what they would about his cruelty. Poor, wretched, overburdened child, to whom the commonest lessons of life had not yet been taught, and who had now fallen into the hands of one who was so ill-fitted to teach them. Who would not pity her? Who could say that the fault was hers? The world had laden her with wealth till she had had no limb free for its ordinary uses, and then had turned her loose to run her race. "Have you written to your cousin?" her husband asked her the next morning. His voice, as he spoke, clearly showed that his anger was either over or suppressed. "Yes, I have asked her to come and drive, and then to stay for dinner. I shall send the carriage for her if she can come. The man is to wait for an answer." "Very well," said Mr. Palliser, mildly; and then, after a short pause, he added, "As that is settled, perhaps you would have no objection to ask Mrs. Marsham also." "Won't she probably be engaged?" "No, I think not," said Mr. Palliser. And then he added, being ashamed of the tinge of falsehood of which he would otherwise have been guilty, "I know she is not engaged." "She expects to come, then?" said Lady Glencora. "I have not asked her, if you mean that, Glencora. Had I done so, I should have said so. I told her that I did not know what your engagements were." "I will write to her, if you please," said the wife, who felt that she could hardly refuse any longer. "Do, my dear," said the husband. So Lady Glencora did write to Mrs. Marsham, who promised to come, as did also Alice Vavasor. Lady Glencora would, at any rate, have Alice to herself for some hours before dinner. At first she took comfort in that reflection, but after a while she bethought herself that she would not know what to tell Alice, or what not to tell. Did she mean to show that letter to her cousin? If she did show it, then, so she argued with herself, she must bring herself to endure the wretchedness of her present lot, and must give up for ever all her dreams about Raphael and Fornarina. If she did not show it, or at any rate tell of it, then it would come to pass that she would leave her husband under the protection of another man, and she would become what she did not dare to name even to herself. She declared that so it must be. She knew that she would go with Burgo, should he ever come to her with the means of going at his and her instant command. But should she bring herself to let Alice know that such a letter had been conveyed to her, Burgo would never have such power. I remember the story of a case of abduction in which a man was tried for his life, and was acquitted because the lady had acquiesced in the carrying away while it was in progress. She had, as she herself declared, armed herself with a sure and certain charm or talisman against such dangers, which she kept suspended round her neck. But while she was in the post chaise she opened the window and threw the charm from her, no longer desiring, as the learned counsel for the defence efficiently alleged, to be kept under the bonds of such protection. Lady Glencora's state of mind was, in its nature, nearly the same as that of the lady in the post chaise. Whether or no she would use her charm, she had not yet decided, but the power of doing so was still hers. Alice came, and the greeting between the cousins was very affectionate. Lady Glencora received her as though they had been playmates from early childhood; and Alice, though such impulsive love was not natural to her as to the other, could not bring herself to be cold to one who was so warm to her. Indeed, had she not promised her love in that meeting at Matching Priory, in which her cousin had told her of all her wretchedness? "I will love you," Alice had said; and though there was much in Lady Glencora that she could not approve, much even that she could not bring herself to like, still she would not allow her heart to contradict her words. They sat so long over the fire in the drawing room that at last they agreed that the driving should be abandoned. "What's the use of it?" said Lady Glencora. "There's nothing to see, and the wind is as cold as charity. We are much more comfortable here, are we not?" Alice quite acquiesced in this, having no great desire to be driven through the parks in the gloom of a February afternoon. "If I had Dandy and Flirt up here, there would be some fun in it. But Mr. Palliser doesn't wish me to drive in London." "I suppose it would be dangerous?" "Not in the least. I don't think it's that he minds, but he has an idea that it looks fast." "So it does. If I were a man, I'm sure I shouldn't like my wife to drive horses about London." "And why not? Just because you'd be a tyrant like other husbands? What's the harm of looking fast if one doesn't do anything improper? Poor Dandy and dear Flirt, I'm sure they'd like it." "Perhaps Mr. Palliser doesn't care for that." "I can tell you something else he doesn't care for. He doesn't care whether Dandy's mistress likes it." "Don't say that, Glencora." "Why not say it, to you?" "Don't teach yourself to think it. That's what I mean. I believe he would consent to anything that he didn't think wrong." "Such as lectures about the British Constitution. But never mind about that, Alice. Of course the British Constitution is everything to him, and I wish I knew more about it. That's all. But I haven't told you who you are to meet at dinner." "Yes, you have. Mr. Bott." "But there's another guest, a Mrs. Marsham. I thought I'd got rid of her for to day when I wrote to you, but I hadn't. She's coming." "She won't hurt me at all," said Alice. "She will hurt me very much. She'll destroy the pleasure of our whole evening." "I do believe that she hates you, and that she thinks you instigate me to all manner of iniquity. What fools they all are!" "Who are they all, Glencora?" "She, and that man, and Never mind. It makes me sick when I think that they should be so blind. Alice, I hardly know how much I owe to you. I don't indeed. Everything, I believe." Lady Glencora, as she spoke, put her hand into her pocket and grasped the letter which lay there. "That's nonsense," said Alice. "No, it's not nonsense. Who do you think came to Matching when I was there?" "What, to the house?" said Alice, feeling almost certain that Mr. Fitzgerald was the person to whom Lady Glencora was alluding. "No, not to the house." "If it is the person of whom I am thinking," said Alice solemnly, "let me implore you not to speak of him." "And why should I not speak of him? Did I not speak of him before to you, and was it not for good? How are you to be my friend if I may not speak to you of everything?" "But you should not think of him." "What nonsense you talk, Alice! Not think of him! How is one to help one's thoughts? Look here." Her hand was on the letter, and it would have been out in a moment, and thrown upon Alice's lap, had not the servant opened the door and announced Mrs. Marsham. "Oh, how I do wish we had gone to drive," said Lady Glencora, in a voice which the servant certainly heard, and which Mrs. Marsham would have heard, had she not been a little hard of hearing in her bonnet. "How do, my dear?" said Mrs. Marsham. "I thought I'd just come across from Norfolk Street and see you, though I am coming to dinner in the evening. It's only just a step, you know. How d'ye do, Miss Vavasor?" And she made a salutation to Alice, which was nearly as cold as it could be. Mrs. Marsham was a woman who had many good points. She was poor, and bore her poverty without complaint. She was connected by blood and friendship with people rich and titled, but she paid to none of them egregious respect on account of their wealth or titles. She was staunch in her friendships, and staunch in her enmities. She was no fool, and knew well what was going on in the world. She could talk about the last novel, or, if need be, about the Constitution. She had been a true wife, though sometimes too strong-minded, and a painstaking mother, whose children, however, had never loved her as most mothers like to be loved. The catalogue of her faults must be quite as long as that of her virtues. She was one of those women who are ambitious of power, and not very scrupulous as to the manner in which they obtain it. She was hard-hearted, and capable of pursuing an object without much regard to the injury she might do. She would not flatter wealth, or fawn before a title, but she was not above any artifice by which she might ingratiate herself with those whom it suited her purpose to conciliate. She thought evil rather than good. She was herself untrue in action, if not absolutely in word. I do not say that she would coin lies, but she would willingly leave false impressions. She had been the bosom friend, and in many things the guide in life, of Mr. Palliser's mother, and she took a special interest in Mr. Palliser's welfare. When he married, she heard the story of the loves of Burgo and Lady Glencora, and though she thought well of the money, she was not disposed to think very well of the bride. She made up her mind that the young lady would want watching, and she was of opinion that no one would be so well able to watch Lady Glencora as herself. She had not plainly opened her mind on this matter to Mr. Palliser. She had not made any distinct suggestion to him that she would act as Argus to his wife. Mr. Palliser would have rejected any such suggestion, and Mrs. Marsham knew that he would do so. But she had let a word or two drop, hinting that Lady Glencora was very young, hinting that Lady Glencora's manners were charming in their childlike simplicity, but hinting also that precaution was, for that reason, the more necessary. Mr. Palliser, who suspected nothing as to Burgo or as to any other special peril, whose whole disposition was void of suspicion, whose dry nature realized neither the delights nor the dangers of love, acknowledged that Glencora was young. He especially wished that she should be discreet and matronly. He feared no lovers, but he feared that she might do silly things, that she would catch cold, and not know how to live a life becoming the wife of a Chancellor of the Exchequer. Therefore he submitted Glencora, and to a certain extent himself, into the hands of Mrs. Marsham. Lady Glencora had not been 24 hours in the house with this lady before she recognized in her a duenna. In all such matters no one could be quicker than Lady Glencora. She might be very ignorant about the British Constitution, and, alas, very ignorant also as to the real elements of right and wrong in a woman's conduct, but she was no fool. She had an eye that could see, and an ear that could understand, and an abundance of that feminine instinct which teaches a woman to know her friend or her enemy at a glance, at a touch, at a word. In many things Lady Glencora was much quicker, much more clever than her husband, though he was to be Chancellor of the Exchequer, and though she did know nothing of the Constitution. She knew, too, that he was easily to be deceived, that though his intelligence was keen, his instincts were dull, that he was gifted with no fineness of touch, with no subtle appreciation of the characters of men and women. And to a certain extent she looked down upon him for his obtusity. He should have been aware that Burgo was a danger to be avoided, and he should have been aware also that Mrs. Marsham was a duenna not to be employed. When a woman knows that she is guarded by a watchdog, she is bound to deceive her Cerberus, if it be possible, and is usually not ill disposed to deceive also the owner of Cerberus. Lady Glencora felt that Mrs. Marsham was her Cerberus, and she was heartily resolved that if she was to be kept in the proper line at all, she would not be so kept by Mrs. Marsham. Alice rose and accepted Mrs. Marsham's salutation quite as coldly as it had been given, and from that time forward those two ladies were enemies. Mrs. Marsham, groping quite in the dark, partly guessed that Alice had in some way interfered to prevent Lady Glencora's visit to Monkshade, and though such prevention was no doubt good in that lady's eyes, she resented the interference. She had made up her mind that Alice was not the sort of friend that Lady Glencora should have about her. Alice recognized and accepted the feud. "I thought I might find you at home," said Mrs. Marsham, "as I know you are lazy about going out in the cold, unless it be for a foolish midnight ramble." And Mrs. Marsham shook her head. She was a little woman, with sharp small eyes, with a permanent colour in her face, and two short crisp grey curls at each side of her face, always well dressed, always in good health, and, as Lady Glencora believed, altogether incapable of fatigue. "The ramble you speak of was very wise, I think," said Lady Glencora, "but I never could see the use of driving about in London in the middle of winter." "One ought to go out of the house every day," said Mrs. Marsham. "I hate all those rules. Don't you, Alice?" Alice did not hate them, therefore she said nothing. "My dear Glencora, one must live by rules in this life. You might as well say that you hated sitting down to dinner." "So I do, very often. Almost always when there's company." "You'll get over that feeling after another season in town," said Mrs. Marsham, pretending to suppose that Lady Glencora alluded to some remaining timidity in receiving her own guests. "Upon my word, I don't think I shall. It's a thing that seems always to be getting more grievous instead of less so. Mr. Bott is coming to dine here to night." There was no mistaking the meaning of this. There was no pretending even to mistake it. Now Mrs. Marsham had accepted the right hand of fellowship from Mr. Bott, not because she especially liked him, but in compliance with the apparent necessities of Mr. Palliser's position. Mr. Bott had made good his ground about Mr. Palliser, and Mrs. Marsham, as she was not strong enough to turn him off from it, had given him the right hand of fellowship. "Mr. Bott is a member of Parliament, and a very serviceable friend of Mr. Palliser's," said Mrs. Marsham. "All the same, we do not like Mr. Bott, do we, Alice? He is Dr. Fell to us, only I think we could tell why." "I certainly do not like him," said Alice. "It can be but of small matter to you, Miss Vavasor," said Mrs. Marsham, "as you will not probably have to see much of him." "Of the very smallest moment," said Alice. "He did annoy me once, but will never, I dare say, have an opportunity of doing so again." "I don't know what the annoyance may have been." "Of course you don't, Mrs. Marsham. But I shouldn't have thought it likely that a person so fully employed as Mr. Bott, and employed, too, on matters of such vast importance, would have gone out of his way to annoy a young lady whom he chanced to meet for a day or two in a country house." "I don't think that Alice means that he attempted to flirt with her," said Lady Glencora, laughing. "Fancy Mr. Bott flirtation!" "Perhaps he did not attempt," said Mrs. Marsham, and the words, the tone, and the innuendo together were more than Alice was able to bear with equanimity. "Glencora," said she, rising from her chair, "I think I'll leave you alone with Mrs. Marsham. I'm not disposed to discuss Mr. Bott's character, and certainly not to hear his name mentioned in disagreeable connection with my own." But Lady Glencora would not let her go. "Nonsense, Alice," she said. "If you and I can't fight our little battles against Mr. Bott and Mrs. Marsham without running away, it is odd. There is a warfare in which they who run away never live to fight another day." "I hope, Glencora, you do not count me as your enemy," said Mrs. Marsham, drawing herself up. "But I shall, certainly, if you attack Alice. Love me, love my dog. I beg your pardon, Alice, but what I mean was this, Mrs. Marsham. Love me, love the best friend I have in the world." "I did not mean to offend Miss Vavasor," said Mrs. Marsham, looking at her very grimly. Alice merely bowed her head. She had been offended, and she would not deny it. After that Mrs. Marsham took herself off, saying that she would be back to dinner. She was angry, but not unhappy. She thought that she could put down Miss Vavasor, and she was prepared to bear a good deal from Lady Glencora, for Mr. Palliser's sake, as she said to herself, with some attempt at a sentimental remembrance of her old friend. "She's a nasty old cat," said Lady Glencora, as soon as the door was closed; and she said these words with so droll a voice, with such a childlike shaking of her head, with so much comedy in her grimace, that Alice could not but laugh. "She is," said Lady Glencora. "I know her, and you'll have to know her too before you've done with her. It won't at all do for you to run away when she spits at you. You must hold your ground, and show your claws, and make her know that if she spits you can scratch." "But I don't want to be a cat myself." "She'll find I'm of the genus, but of the tiger kind, if she persecutes me. Alice, there's one thing I have made up my mind about. I will not be persecuted. If my husband tells me to do anything, as long as he is my husband, I'll do it, but I won't be persecuted." "You should remember that she was a very old friend of Mr. Palliser's mother." "I do remember, and that may be a very good reason why she should come here occasionally, or go to Matching, or to any place in which we may be living. It's a bore, of course, but it's a natural bore, and one that ought to be borne. And that will be the beginning and the end of it." "I'm afraid not, my dear. It may perhaps be the end of it, but I fear it won't be the beginning. I won't be persecuted. If she gives me advice, I shall tell her to her face that it's not wanted; and if she insults any friend of mine, as she did you, I shall tell her that she had better stay away. She'll go and tell him, of course, but I can't help that. I've made up my mind that I won't be persecuted." After that Lady Glencora felt no further inclination to show Burgo's letter to Alice on that occasion. They sat over the drawing room fire, talking chiefly of Alice's affairs, till it was time for them to dress. But Alice, though she spoke much of Mr. Grey, said no word as to her engagement with George Vavasor. How could she speak of it, inasmuch as she had already almost resolved, that that engagement also should be broken? Alice, when she came down to the drawing room before dinner, found Mr. Bott there alone. She had dressed more quickly than her friend, and Mr. Palliser had not yet made his appearance. "I did not expect the pleasure of meeting Miss Vavasor to day," he said, as he came up, offering his hand. She gave him her hand, and then sat down, merely muttering some word of reply. "We spent a very pleasant month down at Matching together. Didn't you think so?" "I spent a pleasant month there, certainly." "You left, if I remember, the morning after that late walk out among the ruins. That was unfortunate, was it not? Poor Lady Glencora! It made her very ill; so much so that she could not go to Monkshade as she particularly wished. It was very sad. Lady Glencora is very delicate indeed. We who have the privilege of being near her ought always to remember that." "I don't think she is at all delicate." "Oh, don't you? I'm afraid that's your mistake, Miss Vavasor." "I believe she has very good health, which is the greatest blessing in the world. By delicate, I suppose you mean weak and infirm." "Oh dear, no; not in the least. Not infirm, certainly. I should be very sorry to be supposed to have said that Lady Glencora is infirm. What I mean is, not robust, Miss Vavasor. Her general organization, if you understand me, is exquisitely delicate. One can see that, I think, in every glance of her eye." Alice was going to protest that she had never seen it at all, when Mr. Palliser entered the room along with Mrs. Marsham. The two gentlemen shook hands, and then Mr. Palliser turned to Alice. She perceived at once by his face that she was unwelcome, and wished herself away from his house. It might be all very well for Lady Glencora to fight with Mrs. Marsham, and with her husband too, in regard to the Marsham persecution, but there could be no reason why she should do so. He just touched her hand, barely closing his thumb upon her fingers, and asked her how she was. Then he turned away from her side of the fire, and began talking to Mrs. Marsham on the other. There was that in his face and in his manner which was positively offensive to her. He made no allusion to his former acquaintance with her, spoke no word about Matching, no word about his wife, as he would naturally have done to his wife's friend. Alice felt the blood mount into her face, and regretted greatly that she had ever come among these people. Had she not long since made up her mind that she would avoid her great relations, and did not all this prove that it would have been well for her to have clung to that resolution? What was Lady Glencora to her that she should submit herself to be treated as though she were a poor companion, a dependent who received a salary for her attendance, an indigent cousin hanging on to the bounty of her rich connection? Alice was proud to a fault. She had nursed her pride till it was very faulty. All her troubles and sorrows in life had come from an overfed craving for independence. Why, then, should she submit to be treated with open want of courtesy by any man? But, of all men, why should she submit to it from such a one as Mr. Palliser, the heir of a ducal house, rolling in wealth, and magnificent with all the magnificence of British pomp and pride? No, she would make Lady Glencora understand that the close intimacies of daily life were not possible to them. "I declare I'm very much ashamed," said Lady Glencora, as she entered the room. "I shan't apologize to you, Alice, for it was you who kept me talking, but I do beg Mrs. Marsham's pardon." Mrs. Marsham was all smiles and forgiveness, and hoped that Lady Glencora would not make a stranger of her. Then dinner was announced, and Alice had to walk downstairs by herself. She did not care a doit for that, but there had been a disagreeable little contest when the moment came. Lady Glencora had wished to give up Mr. Bott to her cousin, but Mr. Bott had stuck manfully to Lady Glencora's side. He hoped to take Lady Glencora down to dinner very often, and was not at all disposed to abate his privilege. During dinner time Alice said very little, nor was there given to her opportunity of saying much. She could not but think of the day of her first arrival at Matching Priory, when she had sat between the Duke of St. Bungay and Geoffrey Palliser, and when everybody had been so civil to her. She now occupied one side of the table by herself, away from the fire, where she felt cold and desolate in the gloom of the large half-lighted room. Mr. Palliser occupied himself with Mrs. Marsham, who talked politics to him, and Mr. Bott never lost a moment in his endeavours to say some civil word to Lady Glencora. Lady Glencora gave him no encouragement, but she hardly dared to snub him openly in her husband's immediate presence. 20 times during dinner she said some little word to Alice, attempting at first to make the time pleasant, and then, when the matter was too far gone for that, attempting to give some relief. But it was of no avail. There are moments in which conversation seems to be impossible, in which the very gods interfere to put a seal upon the lips of the unfortunate one. It was such a moment now with Alice. She had never as yet been used to snubbing. Whatever position she had hitherto held, in that she had always stood foremost, much more so than had been good for her. When she had gone to Matching she had trembled for her position, but there all had gone well with her. There Lady Glencora's kindness had at first been able to secure for her a reception that had been flattering, and almost better than flattering. Geoffrey Palliser had been her friend, and would, had she so willed it, have been more than her friend. But now she felt that the halls of the Pallisers were too cold for her, and that the sooner she escaped from their gloom and hard discourtesy, the better for her. Mrs. Marsham, when the three ladies had returned to the drawing-room together, was a little triumphant. She felt that she had put Alice down, and with the energetic prudence of a good general who knows that he should follow up a victory, let the cost of doing so be what it may, she determined to keep her down. Alice had resolved that she would come as seldom as might be to Mr. Palliser's house in Park Lane. That resolution on her part was in close accordance with Mrs. Marsham's own views. "Is Miss Vavasor going to walk home?" she asked. "Walk home! All along Oxford Street? Good gracious, no! Why should she walk? The carriage will take her." "Or a cab," said Alice. "I am quite used to go about London in a cab by myself." "I don't think they are nice for young ladies after dark," said Mrs. Marsham. "I was going to offer my servant to walk with her. She is an elderly woman, and would not mind it." "I'm sure Alice is very much obliged," said Lady Glencora, "but she will have the carriage." "You are very good natured," said Mrs. Marsham, "but gentlemen do so dislike having their horses out at night." "No gentlemen's horses will be out," said Lady Glencora savagely; "and as for mine, it's what they're there for." It was not often that Lady Glencora made any allusion to her own property, or allowed any one near her to suppose that she remembered the fact that her husband's great wealth was, in truth, her wealth. As to many matters, her mind was wrong. In some things her taste was not delicate as should be that of a woman; but as regarded her money, no woman could have behaved with greater reticence, or a purer delicacy. But now, when she was twitted by her husband's special friend with ill usage to her husband's horses, because she chose to send her own friend home in her own carriage, she did find it hard to bear. "I dare say it's all right," said Mrs. Marsham. "It is all right," said Lady Glencora. "Mr. Palliser has given me my horses for my own use, to do as I like with them; and if he thinks I take them out when they ought to be left at home, he can tell me so. Nobody else has a right to do it." Lady Glencora by this time was almost in a passion, and showed that she was so. "My dear Lady Glencora, you have mistaken me," said Mrs. Marsham. "I did not mean anything of that kind." "I am so sorry," said Alice; "and it is such a pity, as I am quite used to going about in cabs." "Of course you are," said Lady Glencora. "Why shouldn't you? I'd go home in a wheelbarrow if I couldn't walk, and had no other conveyance. That's not the question. Mrs. Marsham understands that." "Upon my word, I don't understand anything," said that lady. "I understand this," said Lady Glencora, "that in all such matters as that I intend to follow my own pleasure. Come, Alice, let us have some coffee." And she rang the bell. "What a fuss we have made about a stupid old carriage!" The gentlemen did not return to the drawing room that evening, having, no doubt, joint work to do in arranging the great financial calculations of the nation, and at an early hour Alice was taken home in Lady Glencora's brougham, leaving her cousins still in the hands of Mrs. Marsham. Chapter 43. Reading by Mary Rody in Willow, Alaska. Chapter 44 of Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Rody. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 44. The Election for the Chelsea Districts. March came, and still the Chancellor of the Exchequer held his position. In the early days of March there was given in the House a certain parliamentary explanation on the subject, which, however, did not explain very much to any person. A statement was made which was declared by the persons making it to be altogether satisfactory, but nobody else seemed to find any satisfaction in it. The big wigs of the Cabinet had made an arrangement, which, from the language used by them on this occasion, they must be supposed to have regarded as hardly less permanent than the stars; but everybody else protested that the Government was going to pieces, and Mr. Bott was heard to declare in clubs and lobbies, and wherever he could get a semi-public political hearing, that this kind of thing wouldn't do. Lord Brock must either blow hot or cold. If he chose to lean upon Mr. Palliser, he might lean upon him, and Mr. Palliser would not be found wanting. In such case no opposition could touch Lord Brock or the Government. That was Mr. Bott's opinion. But if Lord Brock did not so choose, why, in that case, he must expect that Mr. Palliser and Mr. Palliser's friends would. Mr. Bott did not say what they would do, but he was supposed by those who understood the matter to hint at an opposition lobby and adverse divisions, and to threaten Lord Brock with the open enmity of Mr. Palliser and of Mr. Palliser's great follower. "This kind of thing won't do long, you know," repeated Mr. Bott for the second or third time, as he stood upon the rug before the fire at his club, with one or two of his young friends around him. "I suppose not," said Calder Jones, the hunting member of Parliament whom we once met at Roebury. "Pall won't stand it, I should say." "But what can he do?" asked another, an unfledged member, who was not, as yet, quite settled as to the leadership under which he intended to work. "What can he do?" said Mr. Bott, who on such an occasion as this could be very great, who, for a moment, could almost feel that he might become a leader of a party for himself, and some day institute a Bott ministry. "What can he do? You will very shortly see what he can do. He can make himself the master of the occasion. If Lord Brock doesn't look about him, he'll find that Mr. Palliser will be in the Cabinet without his help." "You don't mean to say that the Queen will send for Pall?" said the young member. "I mean to say that the Queen will send for any one that the House of Commons may direct her to call upon," said Mr. Bott, who conceived himself to have gauged the very depths of our glorious Constitution. "How hard is it to make any one understand that the Queen has really nothing to do with it?" "Come, Bott, draw it mild," said Calder Jones, whose loyalty was shocked by the utter Manchesterialism of his political friend. "Not if I know it," said Mr. Bott, with something of grandeur in his tone and countenance. "I never drew it mild yet, and I shan't begin now. All our political offences against civilization have come from men drawing it mild, as you call it. Why is it that Englishmen can't read and write as Americans do? Why can't they vote as they do even in Imperial France? Why are they serfs, less free than those whose chains were broken the other day in Russia? Why is the Spaniard more happy, and the Italian more contented? Because men in power have been drawing it mild." And Mr. Bott made an action with his hand as though he were drawing up beer from a patent tap. "But you can't set aside Her Majesty like that, you know," said the young member, who had been presented, and whose mother's old world notions about the throne still clung to him. "I should be very sorry," said Mr. Bott. "I'm no Republican." With all his constitutional love, Mr. Bott did not know what the word Republican meant. "I mean no disrespect to the throne. The throne in its place is very well. But the power of governing this great nation does not rest with the throne. It is contained within the four walls of the House of Commons. That is the great truth which all young members should learn, and take to their hearts." "And you think Pall will become Prime Minister?" said Calder Jones. "I haven't said that, but there are more unlikely things. Among young men I know no man more likely. But I certainly think this, that if Lord Brock doesn't take him into the Cabinet, Lord Brock won't long remain there himself." In the meantime the election came on in the Chelsea districts, and the whole of the south western part of the metropolis was covered with posters bearing George Vavasor's name. "Vote for Vavasor and the River Bank." That was the cry with which he went to the electors; and though it must be presumed that it was understood by some portion of the Chelsea electors, it was perfectly unintelligible to the majority of those who read it. His special acquaintances and his general enemies called him Viscount Riverbank, and he was pestered on all sides by questions as to Father Thames. It was Mr. Scruby who invented the legend, and who gave George Vavasor an infinity of trouble by the invention. There was a question in those days as to embanking the river from the Houses of Parliament up to the remote desolations of Further Pimlico, and Mr. Scruby recommended the coming member to pledge himself that he would have the work carried on even to Battersea Bridge. "You must have a subject," pleaded Mr. Scruby. "No young member can do anything without a subject, and it should be local. That is to say, if you have anything of a constituency. Such a subject as that, if it's well worked, may save you thousands of pounds at future elections." "It won't save me anything at this one, I take it." "But it may secure the seat, Mr. Vavasor, and afterwards make you the most popular metropolitan member in the House, that is, with your own constituency. Only look at the money that would be spent in the districts if that were done. It would come to millions, sir." "But it never will be done." "What matters that?" And Mr. Scruby almost became eloquent as he explained the nature of a good parliamentary subject. "You should work it up, so as to be able to discuss it at all points, get the figures by heart, and then, as nobody else will do so, nobody can put you down. Of course it won't be done. If it were done, that would be an end of it, and your bread would be taken out of your mouth. But you can always promise it at the hustings, and can always demand it in the House. I've known men who walked into as much as 2,000 a year, permanent place, on the strength of a worse subject than that." Vavasor allowed Mr. Scruby to manage the matter for him, and took up the subject of the River Bank. Vavasor and the River Bank was carried about by an army of men with iron shoulder straps, and huge pasteboard placards 6 feet high on the top of them. You would think, as you saw the long rows, that the men were being marshalled to their several routes, but they always kept together, 4 and 20 at the heels of each other. "One placard at a time would strike the eye," said Mr. Vavasor, counting the expense up to himself. "There's no doubt of it," said Mr. Scruby in reply. "One placard will do that, if it's big enough, but it takes 4 and 20 to touch the imagination." And then sides of houses were covered with that shibboleth, "Vavasor and the River Bank," the same words repeated in columns down the whole sides of houses. Vavasor himself declared that he was ashamed to walk among his future constituents, so conspicuous had his name become. Grimes saw it, and was dismayed. At first Grimes ridiculed the cry with all his publican's wit. "Unless he mean to drown hisself in the reach, it's hard to say what he do mean by all that gammon about the River Bank," said Grimes, as he canvassed for the other Liberal candidate. But after a while Grimes was driven to confess that Mr. Scruby knew what he was about. "He is a sharp un, that he is," said Grimes in the inside bar of the Handsome Man; and he almost regretted that he had left the leadership of Mr. Scruby, although he knew that on this occasion he would not have gotten his odd money. George Vavasor, with much labour, actually did get up the subject of the River Bank. He got himself introduced to men belonging to the Metropolitan Board, and went manfully into the matter of pounds, shillings, and pence. He was able even to work himself into an apparent heat when he was told that the thing was out of the question, and soon found that he had disciples who really believed in him. If he could have brought himself to believe in the thing, if he could have been induced himself to care whether Chelsea was to be embanked or no, the work would not have been so difficult to him. In that case it would have done good to him, if to no one else. But such belief was beyond him. He had gone too far in life to be capable of believing in, or of caring for such things. He was ambitious of having a hand in the government of his country, but he was not capable of caring even for that. But he worked hard, and spoke vehemently, and promised the men of Chelsea, Pimlico, and Brompton that the path of London westwards had hardly commenced as yet. Sloane Street should be the new Cheapside. Squares should arise around the Chelsea barracks, with sides open to the water, for which Belgravia would be deserted. There should be palaces there for the rich, because the rich spend their riches. But no rich man's palace should interfere with the poor man's right to the river bank. 3 millions and a half should be spent on the noble street to be constructed, the grandest pathway that the world should ever yet have seen. 3 millions and a half to be drawn from anywhere except from Chelsea. From the bloated money bags of the City Corporation, Vavasor once ventured to declare, amidst the encouraging shouts of the men of Chelsea. Mr. Scruby was forced to own that his pupil worked the subject well. "Upon my word, that was uncommon good," he said, almost patting Vavasor on the back, after a speech in which he had vehemently asserted that his ambition to represent the Chelsea districts had all come of his long fixed idea that the glory of future London would be brought about by the embankment of the river at Chelsea. But armies of men carrying big boards, and public houses open at every corner, and placards in which the letters are 3 feet long, cost money. Those few modest hundreds which Mr. Scruby had already received before the work began had been paid on the supposition that the election would not take place till September. Mr. Scruby made an early request, a very early request, that a further sum of £1,500 should be placed in his hands, and he did this in a tone which clearly signified that not a man would be sent about through the streets, or a poster put upon a wall, till this request had been conceded. Mr. Scruby was in possession of 2 very distinct manners of address. In his jovial moods, when he was instigating his clients to fight their battles well, it might almost be thought that he was doing it really for the love of the thing; and some clients, so thinking, had believed for a few hours that Scruby, in his jolly passionate eagerness, would pour out his own money like dust, trusting implicitly to future days for its return. But such clients had soon encountered Mr. Scruby's other manner, and had perceived that they were mistaken. The thing had come so suddenly upon George Vavasor that there was not time for him to carry on his further operations through his sister. Had he written to Kate, let him have written in what language he would, she would have first rejoined by a negative, and there would have been a correspondence before he had induced her to comply. He thought of sending for her by telegram, but even in that there would have been too much delay. He resolved, therefore, to make his application to Alice himself, and he wrote to her, explaining his condition. The election had come upon him quite suddenly, as she knew, he said. He wanted £2,000 instantly, and felt little scruple in asking her for it, as he was aware that the old Squire would be only too glad to saddle the property with a legacy to Alice for the repayment of this money, though he would not have advanced a shilling himself for the purpose of the election. Then he said a word or two as to his prolonged absence from Queen Anne Street. He had not been there because he had felt, from her manner when they last met, that she would for a while prefer to be left free from the unavoidable excitement of such interviews. But should he be triumphant in his present contest, he should go to her to share his triumph with her, or should he fail, he should go to her to console him in his failure. Within 3 days he heard from her, saying that the money would be at once placed to his credit. She sent him also her candid good wishes for success in his enterprise, but beyond this her letter said nothing. There was no word of love, no word of welcome, no expression of a desire to see him. Vavasor, as he perceived all this in the reading of her note, felt a triumph in the possession of her money. She was ill-using him by her coldness, and there was comfort in revenge. "It serves her right," he said to himself. "She should have married me at once when she said she would do so, and then it would have been my own." When Mr. Tombe had communicated with John Grey on the matter of this increased demand, this demand which Mr. Tombe began to regard as carrying a love affair rather too far, Grey had telegraphed back that Vavasor's demand for money, if made through Mr. John Vavasor, was to be honoured to the extent of £5,000. Mr. Tombe raised his eyebrows, and reflected that some men were very foolish. But John Grey's money matters were of such a nature as to make Mr. Tombe know that he must do as he was bidden, and the money was paid to George Vavasor's account. He told Kate nothing of this. Why should he trouble himself to do so? Indeed, at this time he wrote no letters to his sister, though she twice sent to him, knowing what his exigencies would be, and made further tenders of her own money. He could not reply to these offers without telling her that money had been forthcoming from that other quarter, and so he left them unanswered. In the meantime the battle went on gloriously. Mr. Travers, the other Liberal candidate, spent his money freely, or else some other person did so on his behalf. When Mr. Scruby mentioned this last alternative to George Vavasor, George cursed his own luck in that he had never found such backers. "I don't call a man half a member when he's brought in like that," said Mr. Scruby, comforting him. "He can't do what he likes with his vote. He ain't independent. You never hear of those fellows getting anything good. Pay for the article yourself, Mr. Vavasor, and then it's your own. That's what I always say." Mr. Grimes went to work strenuously, almost fiercely, in the opposite interest, telling all that he knew, and perhaps more than he knew, of Vavasor's circumstances. He was at work morning, noon, and night, not only in his own neighbourhood, but among those men on the river bank of whom he had spoken so much in his interview with Vavasor in Cecil Street. The entire Vavasorian army, with its placards, was entirely upset on more than one occasion, and was once absolutely driven ignominiously into the river mud. And all this was done under the direction of Mr. Grimes. Vavasor himself was pelted with offal from the sinking tide, so that the very name of the river bank became odious to him. He was a man who did not like to have his person touched, and when they hustled him he became angry. "Lord love you, Mr. Vavasor," said Scruby, "that's nothing. I've had a candidate so mauled, it was in the Hamlets, I think, that there wasn't a spot on him that wasn't painted with rotten eggs. The smell was something quite awful. But I brought him in through it all." And Mr. Scruby at last did as much for George Vavasor as he had done for the hero of the Hamlets. At the close of the poll, Vavasor's name stood at the head by a considerable majority, and Scruby comforted him by saying that Travers certainly wouldn't stand the expense of a petition, as the seat was to be held only for a few months. "And you've done it very cheap, Mr. Vavasor," said Scruby. "Considering that the seat is metropolitan, I do say that you have done it cheap. Another 1,000 or 1,200 will cover everything. Say 13 perhaps at the outside, and when you shall have fought the battle once again, you'll have paid your footing, and the fellows will let you in almost for nothing after that." A further sum of £1,300 was wanted at once, and then the whole thing was to be repeated over again in 6 months' time. This was not consolatory, but nevertheless there was a triumph in the thing itself which George Vavasor was man enough to enjoy. It would be something to have sat in the House of Commons, though it should only have been for half a session. End of Chapter 44. Reading by Mary Rody in Willow, Alaska. Chapter 45 of Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Rhodey. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 45. George Vavasor Takes His Seat. George Vavasor's feeling of triumph was not unjustifiable. It is something to have sat in the House of Commons, though it has been but for one session. There is on the left-hand side of our great National Hall, on the left-hand side as one enters it, and opposite to the doors leading to the law courts, a pair of gilded lamps, with a door between them, near to which a privileged old dame sells her apples and oranges solely, as I presume, for the accommodation of the members of the House and of the great policeman who guards the pass. Between those lamps is the entrance to the House of Commons, and none but members may go that way. It is the only gate before which I have ever stood filled with envy, sorrowing to think that my steps might never pass under it. There are many portals forbidden to me, as there are many forbidden to all men, and forbidden fruit, they say, is sweet. But my lips have watered after no other fruit but that which grows so high within the sweep of that great policeman's truncheon. Ah, my male friend and reader, who earnest thy bread perhaps as a country vicar, or sittest maybe at some weary desk in Somerset House, or who perhaps rulest the yard behind the Cheapside counter, hast thou never stood there and longed, hast thou never confessed, when standing there, that fate has been unkind to thee in denying thee the one thing that thou hast wanted? I have done so, and as my slow steps have led me up that more than royal staircase, to those passages and halls which require the hallowing breath of centuries to give them the glory in British eyes which they shall one day possess, I have told myself, in anger and in grief, that to die and not to have won that right away, though but for a session, not to have passed by the narrow entrance through those lamps, is to die and not to have done that which it most becomes an Englishman to have achieved. There are doubtless some who come out by that road, the loss of whose society is not to be regretted. England does not choose her 654 best men. One comforts oneself sometimes with remembering that. The George Vavasors, the Calder Joneses, and the Botts are admitted. Dishonesty, ignorance, and vulgarity do not close the gate of that heaven against aspirants. And it is a consolation to the ambition of the poor to know that the ambition of the rich can attain that glory by the strength of its riches alone. But though England does not send thither none but her best men, the best of her commoners do find their way there. It is the highest and most legitimate pride of an Englishman to have the letters M.P. written after his name. No selection from the alphabet, no doctorship, no fellowship, be it of ever so learned or royal a society, no knightship, not though it be of the Garter, confers so fair an honour. Mr. Bott was right when he declared that this country is governed from between the walls of that House, though the truth was almost defiled by the lips which uttered it. He might have added that from thence flow the waters of the world's progress, the fullest fountain of advancing civilization. George Vavasor, as he went in by the lamps and the apple stall, under the guardianship of Mr. Bott, felt all the pride of which I have been speaking. He was a man quite capable of feeling such pride as it should be felt, capable, in certain dreamy moments, of looking at the thing with pure and almost noble eyes, of understanding the ambition of serving with truth so great a nation as that which fate had made his own. Nature, I think, has so fashioned George Vavasor that he might have been a good, and perhaps a great man, whereas Mr. Bott had been born small, Vavasor had educated himself to badness with his eyes open. He had known what was wrong, and had done it, having taught himself to think that bad things were best. But poor Mr. Bott had meant to do well, and thought that he had done very well indeed. He was a tuft hunter and a toady, but he did not know that he was doing amiss in seeking to rise by tuft hunting and toadying. He was both mean and vain, both a bully and a coward, and in politics, I fear, quite unscrupulous in spite of his grand dogmas. But he believed that he was progressing in public life by the proper and usual means, and was troubled by no idea that he did wrong. Vavasor, in those dreamy moments of which I have spoken, would sometimes feel tempted to cut his throat and put an end to himself, because he knew that he had taught himself amiss. Again he would sadly ask himself whether it was yet too late, always, however, answering himself that it was too late. Even now, at this moment, as he went in between the lamps, and felt much of the honest pride of which I have spoken, he told himself that it was too late. What could he do now, hampered by such a debt as that which he owed to his cousin, and with the knowledge that it must be almost indefinitely increased, unless he meant to give up the seat in Parliament, which had cost him so dearly, almost before he had begun to enjoy it? But his courage was good, and he was able to resolve that he would go on with the business that he had in hand, and play out his game to the end. He had achieved his seat in the House of Commons, and was so far successful. Men who had ever been gracious to him were now more gracious than ever, and they who had not hitherto treated him with courtesy now began to smile and to be very civil. It was no doubt a great thing to have the privilege of that entrance between the lamps. Mr. Bott had the new member now in hand, not because there had been any old friendship between them, but Mr. Bott was on the look out for followers, and Vavasor was on the look out for a party. A man gets no great thanks for attaching himself to existing power. Our friend might have enrolled himself among the general supporters of the Government without attracting much attention. He would in such case have been at the bottom of a long list. But Mr. Palliser was a rising man, round whom, almost without wish of his own, a party was forming itself. If he came into power, as come he must, according to Mr. Bott and many others, then they who had acknowledged the new light before its brightness had been declared might expect their reward. Vavasor, as he passed through the lobby to the door of the House, leaning on Mr. Bott's arm, was very silent. He had spoken but little since they had left their cab in Palace Yard, and was not very well pleased by the garrulity of his companion. He was going to sit among the first men of his nation, and to take his chance of making himself one of them. He believed in his own ability. He believed thoroughly in his own courage. But he did not believe in his own conduct. He feared that he had done, feared still more strongly that he would be driven to do, that which would shut men's ears against his words, and would banish him from high places. No man believes in himself who knows himself to be a rascal, however great may be his talent, or however high his pluck. "Of course you have heard a debate?" said Mr. Bott. "Yes," answered Vavasor, who wished to remain silent. "Many, probably?" "No." "But you have heard debates from the gallery. Now you'll hear them from the body of the House, and you'll find how very different it is. There's no man can know what Parliament is who has never had a seat. Indeed, no one can thoroughly understand the British Constitution without it. I felt very early in life that should be my line, and though it's hard work and no pay, I mean to stick to it. How do, Thompson? You know Vavasor? He's just returned from the Chelsea districts, and I'm taking him up. We shan't divide to night, shall we? Look, there's Farringcourt just coming out. He's listened to better than any man in the house now, but he'll borrow half a crown from you if you'll lend him one. How d'ye do, my lord? I hope I have the pleasure of seeing you well." And Bott bowed low to a lord who was hurrying through the lobby as fast as his shuffling feet would carry him. "Of course you know him." Vavasor, however, did not know the lord in question, and was obliged to say so. "I thought you were up to all these things," said Bott. "Taking the peerage generally, I am not up to it," said Vavasor, with a curl on his lip. "But you ought to have known him. That was Viscount Middlesex. He has got something on to night about the Irish Church. His father is past 90, and he's over 60. We'll go in now. But let me give you one bit of advice, my dear fellow. Don't think of speaking this session. A member can do no good at that work till he has learned something of the forms of the House. The forms of the House are everything. Upon my word they are. This is Mr. Vavasor, the new member for the Chelsea districts." Our friend was thus introduced to the doorkeeper, who smiled familiarly and seemed to wink his eye. Then George Vavasor passed through into the house itself, under the wing of Mr. Bott. Vavasor, as he walked up the house to the clerk's table and took the oath and then walked down again, felt himself to be almost taken aback by the little notice which was accorded to him. It was not that he had expected to create a sensation, or that he had for a moment thought on the subject, but the thing which he was doing was so great to him that the total indifference of those around him was a surprise to him. After he had taken his seat, a few men came up by degrees and shook hands with him, but it seemed, as they did so, merely because they were passing that way. He was anxious not to sit next to Mr. Bott, but he found himself unable to avoid this contiguity. That gentleman stuck to him pertinaciously, giving him directions which, at the spur of the moment, he hardly knew how not to obey. So he found himself sitting behind Mr. Palliser, a little to the right, while Mr. Bott occupied the ear of the rising man. There was a debate in progress, but it seemed to Vavasor, as soon as he was able to become critical, to be but a dull affair. And yet the Chancellor of the Exchequer was on his legs, and Mr. Palliser was watching him as a cat watches a mouse. The Speaker was full of figures, as becomes a Chancellor of the Exchequer, and as every new budget of them fell from him, Mr. Bott, with audible whispers, poured into the ear of his chief certain calculations of his own, most of which went to prove that the financier in office was altogether wrong. Vavasor thought that he could see that Mr. Palliser was receiving more of his assistance than was palatable to him. He would listen, if he did listen, without making any sign that he heard, and would occasionally shake his head with symptoms of impatience. But Mr. Bott was a man not to be repressed by a trifle. When Mr. Palliser shook his head, he became more assiduous than ever, and when Mr. Palliser slightly moved himself to the left, he boldly followed him. No general debate arose on the subject which the Minister had in hand, and when he sat down, Mr. Palliser would not get up, though Mr. Bott counselled him to do so. The matter was over for the night, and the time had arrived for Lord Middlesex. That nobleman got upon his feet, with a roll of papers in his hand, and was proceeding to address the House on certain matters of church reform with great energy. But alas for him and for his feelings! Before his energy had got itself into full swing, the members were swarming away through the doors like a flock of sheep. Mr. Palliser got up and went, and was followed at once by Mr. Bott, who succeeded in getting hold of his arm in the lobby. Had not Mr. Palliser been an even-tempered, calculating man, with a mind and spirit well under his command, he must have learnt to hate Mr. Bott before this time. Away streamed the members, but still the noble lord went on speaking, struggling hard to keep up his fire as though no such exodus were in process. There was but little to console him. He knew that the papers would not report one sentence in 20 of those he uttered. He knew that no one would listen to him willingly. He knew that he had worked for weeks and months to get up his facts, and he was beginning to know that he had worked in vain. As he summoned courage to look around, he began to fear that some enemy would count the house, and that all would be over. He had given heart and soul to this affair. His cry was not as Vavasor's cry about the river bank. He believed in his own subject with a great faith, thinking that he could make men happier and better, and bring them nearer to their God. I said that he had worked for weeks and months. I might have said that he had been all his life at this work. Though he shuffled with his feet when he walked, and knocked his words together when he talked, he was an earnest man, meaning to do well, seeking no other reward for his work than the appreciation of those whom he desired to serve. But this was never to be his. For him there was in store nothing but disappointment. And yet he will work on to the end, either in this house or in the other, labouring wearily, without visible wages of any kind, and, one may say, very sadly. But when he has been taken to his long rest, men will acknowledge that he has done something, and there will be left on the minds of those who shall remember him a conviction that he served a good cause diligently, and not altogether inefficiently. Invisible are his wages, yet in some coin are they paid. Invisible is the thing he does, and yet it is done. Let us hope that some sense of this tardy appreciation may soothe his spirit beyond the grave. On the present occasion there was nothing to soothe his spirit. The speaker sat, urbane and courteous, with his eyes turned towards the unfortunate orator, but no other ears in the House seemed to listen to him. The corps of reporters had dwindled down to 2, and they used their pens very listlessly, taking down here a sentence and there a sentence, knowing that their work was naught. Vavasor sat it out to the last, as it taught him a lesson in those forms of the House which Mr. Bott had truly told him it would be well that he should learn. And at last he did learn the form of a count out. Some one from the back seat muttered something, which the Speaker understood, and that high officer, having had his attention called to a fact of which he would never have taken cognizance without such calling, did count the House, and finding that it contained but 23 members, he put an end to his own labours and to those of poor Lord Middlesex. With what feelings that noble lord must have taken himself home, and sat himself down in his study, vainly opening a book before his eyes, can we not all imagine? A man he was with ample means, with children who would do honour to his name, one whose wife believed in him, if no one else would do so, a man, let us say, with a clear conscience, to whom all good things had been given. But of whom now was he thinking with envy? Early on that same day Farringcourt had spoken in the House, a man to whom no one would lend a shilling, whom the privilege of that House kept out of gaol, whose word no man believed, who was wifeless, childless, and unloved. But 300 men had hung listening upon his words. When he laughed in his speech, they laughed. When he was indignant against the minister, they sat breathless, as the Spaniard sits in the critical moment of the bull killing. Whichever way he turned himself, he carried them with him. Crowds of members flocked into the House from libraries and smoking rooms when it was known that this ne'er-do-well was on his legs. The strangers' gallery was filled to overflowing. The reporters turned their rapid pages, working their fingers wearily till the sweat drops stood upon their brows. And as the Premier was attacked with some special impetus of redoubled irony, men declared that he would be driven to enrol the Speaker among his colleagues, in spite of dishonoured bills and evil reports. A man who could shake the thunderbolts like that must be paid to shake them on the right side. It was of this man, and of his success, that Lord Middlesex was envious, as he sat, wretched and respectable, in his solitary study. Mr. Bott had left the house with Mr. Palliser, and Vavasor, after the count out, was able to walk home by himself, and think of the position which he had achieved. He told himself over and over again that he had done a great thing in obtaining that which he now possessed, and he endeavoured to teach himself that the price he was paying for it was not too dear. But already there had come upon him something of that feeling, that terribly human feeling, which deprives every prize that is gained of half its value. The mere having it robs the diamond of its purity, and mixes vile alloy with the gold. Lord Middlesex, as he had floundered on into terrible disaster, had not been a subject to envy. There had been nothing of brilliance in the debate, and the members had loomed no larger than ordinary men at ordinary clubs. The very doorkeepers had hardly treated them with respect. The great men with whose names the papers are filled had sat silent, gloomy, and apparently idle. As soon as a fair opportunity was given them, they escaped out of the House as boys might escape from school. Everybody had rejoiced in the break-up of the evening, except that one poor old lord who had worked so hard. Vavasor had spent everything that he had to become a member of that House, and now, as he went alone to his lodgings, he could not but ask himself whether the thing purchased was worth the purchase money. But his courage was still high. Though he was gloomy, almost sad, he knew that he could trust himself to fight out the battle to the last. On the morrow he would go to Queen Anne Street, and would demand sympathy there from her who had professed to sympathize with him so strongly in his political desires. With her, at any rate, the glory of his membership would not be dimmed by any untoward knowledge of the realities. She had only seen the play acted from the boxes, and to her eyes the dresses would still be of silk velvet, and the swords of bright steel. End of chapter 45. Reading by Mary Rhodey in Willow, Alaska.
Chapter 46. Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 46. A Love Gift. When Alice heard of her cousin's success, and understood that he was actually Member of Parliament for the Chelsea districts, she resolved that she would be triumphant. She had sacrificed nearly everything to her desire for his success in public life, and now that he had achieved the first great step towards that success, it would have been madness on her part to decline her share in the ovation. If she could not rejoice in that, what source of joy would then be left for her? She had promised to be his wife, and at present she was under the bonds of that promise. She had so promised because she had desired to identify her interests with his, because she wished to share his risks, to assist his struggles, and to aid him in his public career. She had done all this, and he had been successful. She strove therefore to be triumphant on his behalf, but she knew that she was striving ineffectually. She had made a mistake, and the days were coming in which she would have to own to herself that she had done so in sackcloth, and to repent with ashes. But yet she struggled to be triumphant. The tidings were first brought to her by her servant, and then she at once sat down to write him a word or two of congratulations. But she found the task more difficult than she had expected, and she gave it up. She had written no word to him since the day on which he had left her almost in anger, and now she did not know how she was to address him. "I will wait till he comes," she said, putting away from her the paper and pens. "It will be easier to speak than to write." But she wrote to Kate, and contrived to put some note of triumph into her letter. Kate had written to her at length, filling her sheet with a loud paean of sincere rejoicing. To Kate, down in Westmoreland, it had seemed that her brother had already done everything. He had already tied fortune to his chariot wheels. He had made the great leap, and had overcome the only obstacle that fate had placed in his way. In her great joy she almost forgot whence had come the money with which the contest had been won. She was not enthusiastic in many things. About herself she was never so. But now she was elated with an enthusiasm which seemed to know no bounds. "I am proud," she said in her letter to Alice. "No other thing that he could have done would have made me so proud of him. Had the Queen sent for him and made him an earl, it would have been as nothing to this. When I think that he has forced his way into Parliament without any great friend, with nothing to back him but his own wit." She had in truth forgotten Alice's money as she wrote. "That he has achieved his triumph in the metropolis, among the most wealthy and most fastidious of the richest city in the world, I do feel proud of my brother. And, Alice, I hope that you are proud of your lover. Poor girl! One cannot but like her pride, nay, almost love her for it, though it was so sorely misplaced. It must be remembered that she had known nothing of Messrs. Grimes and Scruby and the river bank, and that the means had been wanting to her of learning the principles upon which some metropolitan elections are conducted. And, Alice, I hope that you are proud of your lover." "He is not my lover," Alice said to herself. "He knows that he is not. He understands it, though she may not." "And if not your lover, Alice Vavasor, what is he then to you? And what are you to him, if not his love?" She was beginning to understand that she had put herself in the way of utter destruction, that she had walked to the brink of a precipice, and that she must now topple over it. "He is not my lover," she said, and then she sat silent and moody, and it took her hours to get her answer written to Kate. On the same afternoon she saw her father for a moment or two. "So George has got himself returned," he said, raising his eyebrows. "Yes, he has been successful. I'm sure you must be glad, papa." "Upon my word, I'm not. He has sought a seat for 3 months, and with whose money has he purchased it?" "Don't let us always speak of money, papa." "When you discuss the value of a thing just purchased, you must mention the price before you know whether the purchaser has done well or badly. They have let him in for his money because there are only a few months left before the general election. £2,000 he has had, I believe. And if as much more is wanted for the next election, he shall have it." "Very well, my dear, very well. If you choose to make a beggar of yourself, I cannot help it. Indeed, I shall not complain though he should spend all your money, if you do not marry him at last." In answer to this, Alice said nothing. On that point her father's wishes were fast growing to be identical with her own. "I tell you fairly what are my feelings and my wishes," he continued. "Nothing, in my opinion, would be so deplorable and ruinous as such a marriage. You tell me that you have made up your mind to take him, and I know well that nothing that I can say will turn you. But I believe that when he has spent all your money he will not take you, and that thus you will be saved. Thinking as I do about him, you can hardly expect that I should triumph because he has got himself into Parliament with your money." Then he left her, and it seemed to Alice that he had been very cruel. There had been little, she thought, nay, nothing of a father's loving tenderness in his words to her. If he had spoken to her differently, might she not even now have confessed everything to him? But herein Alice accused him wrongfully. Tenderness from him on this subject had, we may say, become impossible. She had made it impossible. nor could he tell her the extent of his wishes without damaging his own cause. He could not let her know that all that was done was so done with the view of driving her into John Grey's arms. But what words were those for a father to speak to a daughter? Had she brought herself to such a state that her own father desired to see her deserted and thrown aside? And was it probable that this wish of his should come to pass? As to that, Alice had already made up her mind. She thought that she had made up her mind that she would never become her cousin's wife. It needed not her father's wish to accomplish her salvation, if her salvation lay in being separated from him. On the next morning George went to her. The reader will perhaps remember their last interview. He had come to her after her letter to him from Westmoreland, and had asked her to seal their reconciliation with a kiss, but she had refused him. He had offered to embrace her, and she had shuddered before him, fearing his touch, telling him by signs much more clear than any words that she felt for him none of the love of a woman. Then he had turned from her in anger, declaring to her honestly that he was angry. Since that he had borrowed her money, had made 2 separate assaults upon her purse, and was now come to tell her of the results. How was he to address her? I beg that it may also be remembered that he was not a man to forget the treatment he had received. When he entered the room, Alice looked at him, at first almost furtively. She was afraid of him. It must be confessed that she already feared him. Had there been in the man anything of lofty principle, he might still have made her his slave, though I doubt whether he could ever again have forced her to love him. She looked at him furtively, and perceived that the gash on his face was nearly closed. The mark of existing anger was not there. He had come to her intending to be gentle, if it might be possible. He had been careful in his dress, as though he wished to try once again if the role of lover might be within his reach. Alice was the first to speak. "George, I am so glad that you have succeeded. I wish you joy with my whole heart." "Thanks, dearest. But before I say another word, let me acknowledge my debt. Unless you had aided me with your money, I could not have succeeded." "Oh, George, pray don't speak of that." "Let me rather speak of it at once, and have done. If you will think of it, you will know that I must speak of it sooner or later." He smiled and looked pleasant, as he used to do in those Swiss days. "Well, then, speak, and have done." "I hope you have trusted me in thus giving me the command of your fortune." "Oh, yes." "I do believe that you have. I need hardly say that I could not have stood for this last election without it. I must try to make you understand that if I had not come forward at this vacancy, I should have stood no chance for the next. Otherwise I should not have been justified in paying so dearly for a seat for one session. You can understand that, Alice?" "Yes, I think so." "Anybody, even your father, would tell you that, though probably he regards my ambition to be a member of Parliament as a sign of downright madness. But I was obliged to stand now, if I intended to go on with it, as that old lord died so inopportunely. Well, about the money, it is quite upon the cards that I may be forced to ask for another loan when the autumn comes." "You shall have it, George." "Thanks, Alice. And now I will tell you what I propose. You know that I have been reconciled, with a sort of reconciliation, to my grandfather. Well, when the next affair is over, I propose to tell him exactly how you and I then stand." "Do not go into that now, George. It is enough for you at present to be assured that such assistance as I can give you is at your command. I want you to feel the full joy of your success, and you will do so more thoroughly if you will banish all these money troubles from your mind for a while." "They shall at any rate be banished while I am with you," said he. "There, let them go." And he lifted up his right hand and blew at the tips of his fingers. "Let them vanish," said he. "It is always well to be rid of such troubles for a time." It is well to be rid of them at any time, or at all times, if only they can be banished without danger. But when a man has overused his liver till it will not act for him any longer, it is not well for him to resolve that he will forget the weakness of his organ just as he sits down to dinner. It was a pretty bit of acting, that of Vavasor's, when he blew away his cares, and upon the whole I do not know that he could have done better. But Alice saw through it, and he knew that she did so. The whole thing was uncomfortable to him, except the fact that he had the promise of her further moneys. But he did not intend to rest satisfied with this. He must extract from her some meed of approbation, some show of sympathy, some spark of affection, true or pretended, in order that he might at least affect to be satisfied, and be able to speak of the future without open embarrassment. How could even he take her money from her, unless he might presume that he stood with her upon some ground that belonged mutually to them both? "I have already taken my seat," said he. "Yes, I saw that in the newspapers. My acquaintance among members of Parliament is very small, but I see that you were introduced, as they call it, by one of the few men that I do know. Is Mr. Bott a friend of yours?" "No, certainly not a friend. I may probably have to act with him in public." "Ah, that's just what they said of Mr. Palliser when they felt ashamed of his having such a man as his guest. I think if I were in public life I should try to act with people that I could like." "Then you dislike Mr. Bott?" "I do not like him, but my feelings about him are not violent." "He is a vulgar ass," said George, "with no more pretensions to rank himself a gentleman than your footman." "If I had one." "But he will get on in Parliament to a certain extent." "I'm afraid I don't quite understand what are the requisites for parliamentary success, or indeed of what it consists. Is his ambition, do you suppose, the same as yours?" "His ambition, I take it, does not go beyond a desire to be parliamentary flunkey to a big man, with wages if possible, but without if the wages are impossible." "And yours?" "Oh, as to mine, there are some things, Alice, that a man does not tell to any one." "Are there? They must be very terrible things." "The schoolboy, when he sits down to make his rhymes, dares not say, even to his sister, that he hopes to rival Milton, but he nurses such a hope. The preacher, when he preaches his sermon, does not whisper, even to his wife, his belief that thousands may perhaps be turned to repentance by the strength of his words, but he thinks that the 1,000 converts are possible." "And you, though you will not say so, intend to rival Chatham, and to make your 1,000 converts in politics?" "I like to hear you laugh at me, I do indeed. It does me good to hear your voice again with some touch of satire in it. It brings back the old days, the days to which I hope we may soon revert without pain. Shall it not be so, dearest?" Her playful manner at once deserted her. Why had he made this foolish attempt to be tender? "I do not know," she said gloomily. For a few minutes he sat silent, fingering some article belonging to her which was lying on the table. It was a small steel paper knife, of which the handle was cast and gilt. A thing of no great value, of which the price may have been 5 shillings. He sat with it, passing it through his fingers, while she went on with her work. "Who gave you this paper cutter?" he said suddenly. "Goodness me, why do you ask? And especially, why do you ask in that way?" "I asked simply because if it is a present to you from any one, I will take up something else." "It was given me by Mr. Grey." He let it drop from his fingers on to the table with a noise, and then pushed it from him, so that it fell on the other side, near to where she sat. "George," she said as she stooped and picked it up, "your violence is unreasonable. Pray do not repeat it." "I did not mean it," he said, "and I beg your pardon. I was simply unfortunate in the article I selected. And who gave you this?" In saying which he took up a little ivory foot rule that was folded up so as to bring it within the compass of 3 inches. "It so happens that no one gave me that. I bought it at a stupid bazaar." "Then this will do. You shall give it me as a present on the renewal of our love." "It is too poor a thing to give," she said, speaking still more gloomily than she had done before. "By no means. Nothing is too poor, if given in that way. Anything will do. A ribbon, a glove, a broken sixpence. Will you give me something that I may take, and taking it may know that your heart is given with it?" "Take the rule, if you please," she said. "And about the heart?" he asked. He should have been more of a rascal or less. Seeing how very much of a rascal he was already, I think it would have been better that he should have been more, that he should have been able to content his spirit with the simple acquisition of her money, and that he should have been free from all those remains of a finer feeling which made him desire her love also. But it was not so. It was necessary for his comfort that she should, at any rate, say she loved him. "Well, Alice, and what about the heart?" he asked again. "I would so much rather talk about politics, George," said she. The cicatrice began to make itself very visible in his face, and the debonair manner was fast vanishing. He had fixed his eyes upon her, and had inserted his thumbs in the armholes of his waistcoat. "Alice, that is not quite fair," he said. "I do not mean to be unfair." "I am not so sure of that. I almost think that you do mean it. You have told me that you intend to become my wife. If after that you wilfully make me miserable, will not that be unfair?" "I am not making you miserable. Certainly not wilfully." "Did that letter which you wrote to me from Westmoreland mean anything?" "George, do not strive to make me think that it meant too much." "If it did, you had better say so at once." But Alice, though she would have said so had she dared, made no answer to this. She sat silent, turning her face away from his gaze, longing that the meeting might be over, and feeling that she had lost her own self-respect. "Look here, Alice," he said, "I find it very hard to understand you. When I look back over all that has passed between us, and to that other episode in your life, summing it all up with your conduct to me at present, I find myself at a loss to read your character. I fear I cannot help you in the reading of it. When you first loved me, for you did love me, I understood that well enough. There is no young man who in early life does not read with sufficient clearness that sweetest morsel of poetry. And when you quarrelled with me, judging somewhat harshly of my offences, I understood that also, for it is the custom of women to be hard in their judgment of such sins. When I heard that you had accepted the offer made to you by that gentleman in Cambridgeshire, I thought that I understood you still, knowing how natural it was that you should seek some cure for your wound. I understood it, and accused myself, not you, in that I had driven you to so fatal a remedy." Here Alice turned round towards him sharply, as though she were going to interrupt him, but she said nothing, though he paused for her to speak. And then he went on, "I understood it well when I heard that this cure had been too much for you. By heavens, yes, there was no misunderstanding that. I meant no insult to the man when I upset his little toy just now. I have not a word to say against him. For many women he would make a model husband, but you are not one of them. And when you discovered this yourself, as you did, I understood that without difficulty. Yes, by heavens, if ever woman had been driven to a mistake, you had been driven to one there. Here she looked at him again, and met his eyes. She looked at him with something of his own fierceness in her face, as though she were preparing herself to fight with him. But she said nothing at the moment, and then he again went on. "And, Alice, I understood it also when you again consented to be my wife. I thought that I still understood you then. I may have been vain to think so, but surely it was natural. I believed that the old love had come back upon you, and again warmed your heart. I thought that it had been cold during our separation, and I was pleased to think so. Was that unnatural? Put yourself in my place, and say if you would not have thought so. I told myself that I understood you then, and I told myself that in all that you had done you had acted as a true and good and loving woman. I thought of you much, and I saw that your conduct as a whole was intelligible and becoming." The last word grated on Alice's ears, and she showed her anger by the motion of her foot upon the floor. Her cousin noted it all, but went on as though he had not noted it. "But now your present behaviour makes all the rest a riddle. You have said that you would be my wife, declaring thereby that you had forgiven my offences, and, as I suppose, reassuring me of your love. And yet you receive me with all imaginable coldness. What am I to think of it? And in what way would you have me behave to you? When last I was here I asked you for a kiss." As he said this he looked at her with all his eyes, with his mouth just open, so as to show the edges of his white teeth, with the wound down his face all wide and purple. The last word came with a stigmatizing hiss from his lips. Though she did not essay to speak, he paused again, as if he were desirous that she might realize the full purport of such a request. I think that, in the energy of his speaking, a touch of true passion had come upon him, that he had forgotten his rascaldom and his need of her money, and that he was punishing her with his whole power of his vengeance for the treatment which he had received from her. "I asked you for a kiss. If you are to be my wife, you can have no shame in granting me such a request. Within the last 2 months you have told me that you would marry me. What am I to think of such a promise if you deny me all customary signs of your affection?" Then he paused again, and she found that the time had come in which she must say something to him. "I wonder you cannot understand," she said, "that I have suffered much." "And is that to be my answer?" "I don't know what answer you want." "Come, Alice, do not be untrue. You do know what answer I want, and you know also whether my wanting it is unreasonable." "No one ever told me that I was untrue before," she said. "You do know what it is that I desire. I desire to learn that the woman who is to be my wife, in truth, loves me." She was standing up, and so was he also, but still she said nothing. He had in his hand the little rule which she had told him that he might take, but he held it as though in doubt what he would do with it. "Well, Alice, am I to hear anything from you?" "Not now, George. You are angry, and I will not speak to you in your anger." "Have I not cause to be angry? Do you not know that you are treating me badly?" "I know that my head aches, and that I am very wretched. I wish you would leave me." "There, then, is your gift," said he, and he threw the rule over to the sofa behind her. "And there is the trumpery trinket which I had hoped you would have worn for my sake." Whereupon something which he had taken from his waistcoat pocket was thrown violently into the fender beneath the fire grate. He then walked with quick steps to the door, but when his hand was on the handle he turned. "Alice," he said, "when I am gone, try to think honestly of your conduct to me." Then he went, and she remained still till she heard the front door close behind him. When she was sure that he was gone, her first movement was made in search of the trinket. I fear that this was not dignified on her part, but I think that it was natural. It was not that she had any desire for the jewel, or any curiosity even to see it. She would very much have preferred that he should have brought nothing of the kind to her, but she had a feminine reluctance that anything of value should be destroyed without a purpose. So she took the shovel and poked among the ashes, and found the ring which her cousin had thrown there. It was a valuable ring, bearing a ruby on it between two small diamonds. Such, at least, she became aware, had been its bearing. But one of the side stones had been knocked out by the violence with which the ring had been flung. She searched even for this, scorching her face and eyes, but in vain. Then she made up her mind that the diamond should be lost forever, and that it should go out among the cinders into the huge dust heaps of the metropolis. Better that, though it was distasteful to her feminine economy, than the other alternative of setting the servants to search, and thereby telling them something of what had been done. When her search was over, she placed the ring on the mantelpiece, but she knew that it would not do to leave it there, so she folded it up carefully in a new sheet of notepaper and put it in the drawer of her desk. After that she sat herself down at the table to think what she would do, but her head was, in truth, racked with pain, and on that occasion she could bring her thoughts to no conclusion. End of chapter 46.
Chapter 47 of Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giles Baker. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 47. Mr. Cheesacre's disappointment. When Mrs. Greenow was left alone in her lodgings, after the little entertainment which she had given to her two lovers, she sat herself down to think seriously over her affairs. There were 3 paths open before her. She might take Mr. Cheesacre, or she might take Captain Bellfield, or she might decide that she would have nothing more to say to either of them in the way of courting. They were very persistent, no doubt, but she thought that she would know how to make them understand her, if she would really make up her mind that she would have neither one nor the other. She was going to leave Norwich after Easter, and they knew that such was her purpose. Something had been said of her returning to Yarmouth in the summer. She was a just woman at heart, and justice required that each of them should know what was to be his prospect if she did so return. There was a good deal to be said on Mr. Cheesacre's behalf. Mahogany-furnitured bedrooms assist one's comfort in this life, and heaps of manure, though they are not brilliant in romance, are very efficacious in farming. Mrs. Greenow by no means despised these things, and as for the owner of them, though she saw that there was much amiss in his character, she thought that his little foibles were of such a nature that she, as his wife, or any other woman of spirit, might be able to repress them, if not to cure them. But she had already married for money once, as she told herself very plainly on this occasion, and she thought that she might now venture on a little love. Her marriage for money had been altogether successful. The nursing of old Greenow had not been very disagreeable to her, nor had it taken longer than she had anticipated. She had now got all the reward that she had ever promised herself, and she really did feel grateful to his memory. I almost think that among those plentiful tears some few drops belonged to sincerity. She was essentially a happy-tempered woman, blessed with a good digestion, who looked back upon her past life with contentment, and forward to her future life with confidence. She would not be greedy, she said to herself. She did not want more money, and therefore she would have none of Mr. Cheesacre. So far she resolved, resolving also that if possible the mahogany-furnitured bedrooms should be kept in the family, and made over to her niece, Kate Vavasor. But should she marry for love, And if so, should Captain Bellfield be the man? Strange to say, his poverty and his scampishness and his lies almost recommended him to her. At any rate, it was not of those things that she was afraid. She had a woman's true belief in her own power, and thought that she could cure them, as far as they needed cure. As for his stories about Inkerman and his little debts, she cared nothing about that. She also had her Inkermans, and was quite aware that she made as good a use of them as the captain did of his. And as for the debts, what was a man to do who hadn't got any money? She had also owed for her gloves and corsets in the ante-Greenough days of her adventures. But there was this danger, that there might be more behind of which she had never heard. Another Mrs. Bellfield was not impossible, and what if instead of being a real captain at all, he should be a returned ticket of leave man? Such things had happened. Her chief security was in this, that Cheesacre had known the man for many years, and would certainly have told anything against him that he did not know. Under all these circumstances, she could not quite make up her mind either for or against Captain Bellfield. Between 9 and 10 in the evening, an hour or so after Mr. Cheesacre had left her, Jeanette brought to her some arrowroot with a little sherry in it. She usually dined early, and it was her habit to take a light repast before she retired for the night. "Jeanette," she said, as she stirred the lumps of white sugar in the bowl, "I'm afraid those two gentlemen have quarrelled." "Oh, laws, ma'am, in course they have. How was they to help it?" Jeanette, on these occasions, was in the habit of standing beside the chair of her mistress and chatting with her, and then, if the chatting was much prolonged, she would gradually sink down upon the corner of a chair herself, and then the two women would be very comfortable together over the fire, Jeanette never forgetting that she was the servant, and Mrs. Greenow never forgetting that she was the mistress. "And why should they quarrel, Jeanette? It's very foolish." "I don't know about being foolish, ma'am, but it's the most natural thing in life. If I had two beaux as I was a-courting me together, in course I should expect as they would punch each other's heads. There's some girls do it a purpose, because they like to see it. One at a time's what I say." "You're a young thing, Jeanette." "Well, ma'am, yes, I am young, no doubt, but I won't say but what I've had a beau, young as I look." "But you don't suppose that I want beaux, as you call them?" "I don't know, ma'am, as you want some exactly. That's as may be. There they are. And if they was to blow each other's brains out in the jig to-night, I shouldn't be a bit surprised for one. There's nothing won't quiet them at Oileymead to-night, if brandy and water don't do it." And as she said this, Jeanette slipped into her chair, and held up her hands in token of the intensity of her fears. "Why, you silly child, they're not going home together at all. Did not the captain go away first?" "The captain did go away first, certainly, but I thought perhaps it was to get his pistols and fighting things ready." "They won't fight, Jeanette. Gentlemen have given over fighting." "Have they, ma'am? That makes it much easier for ladies, no doubt. Perhaps them peaceable ways will come down to such as us in time. It'd be a comfort, I know, to them as are quiet given like me. I hate to see men knocking each other's heads about, I do. So Mr. Cheesacre and the captain won't fight, ma'am?" "Of course they won't, you little fool, you." "Dear, dear, I was so sure we should have all the papers all full of it, and perhaps one of them stretched upon his bloody bier. I wonder which it would have been. I always made up my mind that the captain wouldn't be wounded in any of his vital parts, unless it was his heart, you know, ma'am." "But why should they quarrel at all, Jeanette? It is the most foolish thing." "Well, ma'am, I don't know about that. What else is there to do? There's some things as you can cry halves about, but there's no crying halves about this." "About what, Jeanette?"
"Why, about you, ma'am."
"Jeanette, I wonder how you can say such things, as if I, in my position, had ever said a word to encourage either of them. You know it's not true, Jeanette, and you shouldn't say so." Whereupon Mrs. Greenow put her handkerchief to her eyes, and Jeanette, probably in token of contrition, put her apron to hers. "To be sure, ma'am, no lady could have behaved better through it than you have done, and goodness knows you have been tried hard." "Indeed I have, Jeanette."
"And if gentlemen will make fools of themselves, it isn't your fault, is it, ma'am?"
"But I'm so sorry that they should have quarrelled. They were such dear friends, you know, quite all in all to each other. When you've settled which it's to be, ma'am, that'll all come right again, seeing that gentlefolk like them have given up fighting, as you say." Then there was a little pause. "I suppose, ma'am, it won't be Mr. Cheesacre? To be sure, he's a man as is uncommonly well to do in the world." "What's all that to me, Jeanette? I shall ever regard Mr. Cheesacre as a dear friend, who has been very good to me at a time of trouble, but he'll never be more than that." "Then it'll be the Captain, ma'am. I'm sure for my part I've always thought the Captain was the nicer gentleman of the two, and have always said so." "He's nothing to me, girl."
"And as for money, what's the good of having more than enough? If he can bring love, you can bring money, can't you, ma'am?"
"He's nothing to me, girl," repeated Mrs. Greenow.
"But he will be?"
said Jeanette, plainly asking a question. "Well, I'm sure. What's the world come to, I wonder, when you sit yourself down there and cross-examine your mistress in that way? Get to bed, will you? It's near 10 o'clock."
"I hope I haven't said anything amiss, ma'am."
And Jeanette rose from her seat. "It's my fault for encouraging you," said Mrs. Greenow. "Go downstairs and finish your work, do, and then take yourself off to bed. Next week we shall have to be packing up, and there'll be all my things to see to before that." So Jeanette got up and departed, and after some few further thoughts about Captain Bellfield, Mrs. Greenow herself went to her bedroom. Mr. Cheesacre, when he drove back to Oileymead alone from Norwich, after dining with Mrs. Greenow, had kept himself hot and almost comfortable with passion against Bellfield, and his heat, if not his comfort, had been sustained by his seeing the Captain, with his portmanteau, escaping just as he reached his own homestead. But early on the following morning his mind reverted to Mrs. Greenow, and he remembered, with anything but satisfaction, some of the hard things which she had said to him. He had made mistakes in his manner of wooing. He was quite aware of that now, and was determined that they should be rectified for the future. She had rebuked him for having said nothing about his love. He would instantly mend that fault, and she had bidden him not to be so communicative about his wealth. Henceforth he would be dumb on that subject. Nevertheless, he could not but think that the knowledge of his circumstances which the lady already possessed must be of service to him.
"She got really like a poor beggarly wretch who hasn't got a shilling,"
he said to himself. He was very far from feeling that the battle was already lost. Her last word to him had been an assurance of her friendship, and then why should she have been at so much trouble to tell him the way in which he ought to address her, if she were herself indifferent as to his addresses? He was, no doubt, becoming tired of his courtship, and heartily wished that the work were over, but he was not minded to give it up. He therefore prepared himself for another attack, and took himself into Norwich without seeking counsel from anyone. He could not trust himself to think that she could really wish to refuse him after all the encouragement she had given him. On this occasion he had put on no pink shirt or shiny boots, being deterred from doing so by a remembrance of Captain Bellfield's ridicule, but nevertheless he dressed himself with considerable care. He clothed his nether person in knickerbockers with tight, leathern, bright-coloured gaiters round his legs, being conscious of certain manly graces and symmetrical proportions which might, as he thought, stand him in good stead. And he put on a new shooting coat, the buttons on which were elaborate, and a wonderful waistcoat worked over with foxes' heads. He completed his toilet with a round, low-crowned hat, with dog's skin gloves, and a cutting whip. Thus armed he went forth, resolved to conquer or to die, as far as death might result from any wound which Mrs. Greenow might be able to give him. He waited on this occasion for the coming of no market day. Indeed, the journey into the city was altogether special, and he was desirous that she should know that such was the case. He drove at great pace into the inn-yard, threw his reins to the ostler, took just one glass of cherry brandy at the bar, and then marched off across the market-place to the close with quiet and decisive steps.
"Is that you, Cheesacre?"
said a friendly voice in one of the narrow streets.
"Who expected to see you in Norwich on a Thursday?"
It was Grimsby, the son of old Grimsby of Hatherwich, a country gentleman, and one, therefore, to whom Cheesacre would generally pay much respect, but on this occasion he did not even pull up for an instant, or moderate his pace. "A little of private business," he said, and marched onward with his head towards the close. "I'm not going to be afraid of a woman, not if I know it," he said to himself. But nevertheless, at a certain pastrycook's, of whose shop he had knowledge, he pulled up and had another glass of cherry brandy. "Mrs. Greenow is at home," he said to Jeanette, not deigning to ask any question. "Oh yes, sir, she's at home," said Jeanette, conscious that some occasion had arrived, and in another second he was in the presence of his angel. "Mr. Cheesacre, whoever expected to see you in Norwich on a Thursday?" said the lady, as she welcomed him, using almost the same words as his friend had done in the street. Why should not he come into Norwich on a Thursday as well as any one else? Did they suppose that he was tied for ever to his ploughs and carts? He was minded to conduct himself with a little spirit on this occasion, and to improve the opinion which Mrs. Greenow had formed about him. On this account he answered her somewhat boldly. "There's no knowing when I may be in Norwich, Mrs. Greenow, or when I mayn't. I'm one of those men of whom nobody knows anything certain, except that I pay as I go." Then he remembered that he was not to make any more boasts about his money, and he endeavoured to cover the error. "There's one other thing that they may all know if they please, but we won't say what that is just at present." "Won't you sit down, Mr. Cheesacre?" "Well, thank you. I will sit down for a few minutes, if you'll let me, Mrs. Greenow. Mrs. Greenow, I'm in such a state of mind that I must put an end to it, or else I shall be going mad and doing somebody a damage." "Dear me, what has happened to you? You're going out shooting presently, are you not?" And Mrs. Greenow looked down at his garments. "No, Mrs. Greenow, I'm not going out shooting. I put on these things because I thought I might take a shot as I came along, but I couldn't bring myself to do it, and then I wouldn't take them off again. What does it matter what a man wears?" "Not in the least, so long as he is decent." "I'm sure I'm always that, Mrs. Greenow." "Oh dear, yes. More than that, I should say. I consider you to be rather gay in your attire." "I don't pretend anything of that kind, Mrs. Greenow. I like to be nice, and all that kind of thing. There are people who think that because a man farms his own land, he must always be in the muck. It is the case, of course, with those who have to make their rent and living out of it." Then he remembered that he was again treading on forbidden ground, and stopped himself. "But it don't matter what a man wears if his heart isn't easy within him." "I don't know why you should speak in that way, Mr. Cheesacre, but it's what I have felt every hour since Greenow left me." Mr. Cheesacre was rather at a loss to know how he should begin. This allusion to the departed one did not at all assist him. He had so often told the widow that care killed a cat, and that a live dog was better than a dead lion, and had found so little efficacy in the proverbs that he did not care to revert to them. He was aware that some more decided method of proceeding was now required. Little hints at love-making had all been very well in the earlier days of their acquaintance, but there must be something more than little hints before he could hope to bring the matter to a favourable conclusion. The widow herself had told him that he ought to talk about love, and he had taken 2 glasses of cherry brandy, hoping that they might enable him to do so. He had put on a coat with brilliant buttons and new knickerbockers, in order that he might be master of the occasion. He was resolved to call a spade, and to speak boldly of his passion. But how was he to begin? There was the difficulty. He was now seated in a chair, and there he remained silent for a minute or 2, while she smoothed her eyebrows with her handkerchief, after her last slight ebullition of grief. "Mrs. Greenow," he exclaimed at last, jumping up before her. "Dearest Mrs. Greenow, darling Mrs. Greenow, will you be my wife? There, I have said it at last, and I mean it. Everything that I've got shall be yours. Of course I speak specially of my hand and my heart. As for love, oh, Arabella, if only you knew me, I don't think there's a man in Norfolk better able to love a woman than I am. Ever since I first saw you at Yarmouth, I've been in love to that extent that I've not known what I've been about. If you'll ask them at home, they'll tell you that I've not been able to look after anything about the place. Not as it should be done. I haven't really. I don't suppose I've opened the wages book 6 times since last July." "And that has been my fault, Mr. Cheesacre?" "Upon my word it has. I can't move about anywhere without thinking about you. My mind's made up. I won't stay at Oileymead unless you will come and be its mistress. Not stay at Oileymead?
No, indeed. I'll let the place and go and travel somewheres. What's the use of my hanging on there without the woman of my heart? I couldn't do it, Mrs. Greenow. I couldn't, indeed. Of course, I've got everything there that money can buy, but it's all of no use to a man that's in love. Do you know, I've come quite to despise money and stock and all that sort of thing. I haven't had my banker's book home these last 3 months. Only think of that now.
But how can I help you, Mr. Cheesacre?
Just say one word, and the thing'll be done. Say you'll be my wife. I'll be so good to you, I will indeed. As for your fortune, I don't care for it. I'm not like somebody else. It's yourself I want. You shall be my pet, and my poppet, and my dearest little duck, all the days of your life.
No, Mr. Cheesacre, it cannot be.
And why not? Look here, Arabella.
At these words he rose from his chair, and coming immediately before her, went down on both knees so close to her as to prevent the possibility of her escaping from him. There could be no doubt as to the efficacy of the cherry brandy. There he was, well down on his knees. But he had not got down so low without some little cracking and straining on the part of the gaiters with which his legs were encompassed. He, in his passion, had probably omitted to notice this, but Mrs. Greenow, who was more cool in her present temperament, was painfully aware that he might not be able to rise with ease.
Mr. Cheesacre, don't make a fool of yourself. Get up, she said.
Never, till you have told me that you will be mine.
Then you'll remain there for ever, which will be inconvenient. I won't have you take hold of my hand, Mr. Cheesacre. I tell you to have done. Whereupon his grasp upon her hand was released, but he made no attempt to rise. I never saw a man look so much like a fool in my life, she said. If you don't get up, I'll push you over. There, don't you hear? There's somebody coming. But Cheesacre, whose senses were less acute than the lady's, did not hear.
I'll never get up, he said, till you have bid me hope.
Bid you play the fiddle. Get away from my knees, at any rate. There, he'll be in the room now, before... Cheesacre now did hear a sound of steps, and the door was opened while he made his first futile attempt to get back into a standing position. The door was opened, and Captain Bellfield entered.
I beg 10,000 pardons, said he, but as I did not see Jeanette, I ventured to come in. May I venture to congratulate my friend Cheesacre on his success?
In the meantime, Cheesacre had risen, but he had done so slowly, and with evident difficulty.
I'll trouble you to leave the room, Captain Bellfield, said he. I'm particularly engaged with Mrs. Greenow, as any gentleman might have seen.
There wasn't the slightest difficulty in seeing it, old fellow, said the captain. Shall I wish you joy?
I'll trouble you to leave the room, sir,
said Cheesacre, walking up to him.
Certainly, if Mrs. Greenow will desire me to do so,
said the captain. Then Mrs. Greenow felt herself called upon to speak. Gentlemen, I must beg that you will not make my drawing-room a place for quarrelling. Captain Bellfield, lest there should be any misconception, I must beg you to understand that the position in which you found Mr. Cheesacre was one altogether of his own seeking. It was not with my consent that he was there.
I can easily believe that, Mrs. Greenow,
said the captain.
Who cares what you believe, sir?
said Mr. Cheesacre. Gentlemen, this is really unkind. Captain Bellfield, I think I had better ask you to withdraw.
By all means,
said Mr. Cheesacre. As it is absolutely necessary that I should give Mr. Cheesacre a definite answer after what has occurred.
Of course,
said Captain Bellfield, preparing to go.
I'll take another opportunity of paying my respects to you. Perhaps I might be allowed to come this evening?
To this Mrs. Greenow half assented with an uncertain nod, and then the captain went. As soon as the door was closed behind his back, Mr. Cheesacre again prepared to throw himself into his former position, but to this Mrs. Greenow decidedly objected. If he were allowed to go down again, there was no knowing what force might be necessary to raise him. Mr. Cheesacre, she said, let there be an end to this little farce between us.
Farce?
he said, standing with his hand on his heart, and his legs and knickerbockers well displayed. It is certainly either a farce or a mistake. If the latter, and I have been at all to blame, I ask your pardon most sincerely.
But you'll be Mrs. Cheesacre, won't you?
No, Mr. Cheesacre, no.
One husband is enough for any woman, and mine lies buried at Birmingham."
"Oh, damn it!"
he said, in utter disgust at this further reference to Mr. Greenow. The expression, at such a moment, militated against courtesy, but even Mrs. Greenow herself felt that the poor man had been subjected to provocation. "Let us part friends," said she, offering him her hand. But he turned his back upon her, for there was something in his eye that he wanted to hide. I believe that he really did love her, and that at this moment he would have taken her, even though he had learned that her fortune was gone. "Will you not give me your hand," said she, "in token that there is no anger between us?"
"Do think about it again, do,"
said he.
"If there's anything you like to have changed, I'll change it at once. I'll give up Oileymead altogether if you don't like being so near the farmyard. I'll give up anything, so I will, Mrs. Greenow, if you only knew how I've set my heart upon it."
And now, though his back was turned, the whimpering of his voice told plainly that tears were in his eyes. She was a little touched. No woman would feel disposed to marry a man simply because he cried, and perhaps few women would be less likely to give way to such tenderness than Mrs. Greenow. She understood men and women too well, and had seen too much both of the world's rough side and of its smooth side to fall into such a blunder as that. But she was touched. "My friend," she said, putting her hand upon his arm, "think no more of it."
"But I can't help thinking of it,"
said he, almost blubbering in his earnestness. "No, no, no," said she, still touching him with her hand. "Why, Mr. Cheesacre, how can you bring yourself to care for an old woman like me, when so many pretty young ladies would give their eyes to get a kind word from you?"
"I don't want any young lady,"
said he. "There's Charlie Fairstairs, who would make as good a wife as any girl I know."
"Pshaw! Charlie Fairstairs, indeed!"
The very idea of having such a bride palmed off upon him did something to restore him to his manly courage. "Or my niece, Kate Vavasor, who has a nice little fortune of her own, and who is as accomplished as she is good-looking."
"She's nothing to me, Mrs. Greenow."
"That's because you never asked her to be anything. If I get her to come back to Yarmouth next summer, will you think about it? You want a wife, and you couldn't do better if you searched all England over. It would be so pleasant for us to be such near friends, wouldn't it?" And again she put her hand upon his arm.
"Mrs. Greenow, just at present there's only one woman in the world that I can think of."
"And that's my niece."
"And that's yourself. I'm a broken-hearted man, I am indeed. I didn't ever think I should feel so much about a thing of the kind. I didn't, really. I hardly know what to do with myself. But I suppose I'd better go back to Oileymead."
He had become so painfully unconscious of his new coat and his knickerbockers that it was impossible not to pity him.
"I shall always hate the place now," he said. "Always."
"That will pass away. You'd be as happy as a king there, if you take Kate for your queen."
"And what'll you do, Mrs. Greenow?"
"What shall I do?"
"Yes, what will you do?"
"That is, if you marry Kate? Why, I'll come and stay with you half my time, and nurse the children as an old grand-aunt should."
"But about—"
Then he hesitated, and she asked him of what he was thinking.
"You don't mean to take that man Bellfield, do you?"
"Come, Mr. Cheesacre, that's rank jealousy. What right can you have to ask me whether I shall take any man or no man? The chances are that I shall remain as I am till I'm carried to my grave, but I'm not going to give any pledge about it to you or to any one."
"You don't know that man, Mrs. Greenow, you don't, indeed. I tell it to you as your friend. Does not it stand to reason, when he has got nothing in the world, that he must be a beggar? It's all very well saying that when a man is courting a lady he shouldn't say much about his money, but you won't make me believe that any man will make a good husband who hasn't got a shilling. And for lies, there's no beating him."
"Why, then, has he been such a friend of yours?"
"Well, because I've been foolish. I took up with him just because he looked pleasant, I suppose."
"And you want to prevent me from doing the same thing?"
"If you were to marry him, Mrs. Greenow, it's my belief I should do him a mischief. It is, really. I don't think I could stand it. A mean, skulking beggar. I suppose I'd better go now."
"Certainly, if that's the way you choose to talk about my friends."
"Friends, indeed. Well, I won't say any more at present. I suppose if I was to talk for ever, it wouldn't be any good.
Come and talk to Kate Vavasor for ever, Mr. Cheesacre." To this he made no reply, but went forth from the house, and got his gig, and drove himself home to Oileymead, thinking of his disappointment with all the bitterness of a young lover.
"I didn't ever think I should ever care so much about anything,"
he said, as he took himself up to bed that night. That evening Captain Bellfield did call in the Close, as he had said he would do, but he was not admitted. Her mistress was very bad with an headache, Jeanette said. End of chapter 47.
Chapter 48 of Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 48. Preparations for Lady Monk's Party. Early in April, the Easter recess being all over, Lady Monk gave a grand party in London. Lady Monk's townhouse was in Gloucester Square. It was a large mansion, and Lady Monk's parties in London were known to be very great affairs. She usually gave 2 or 3 in the season, and spent a large portion of her time and energy in so arranging matters that her parties should be successful. As this was her special line in life, a failure would have been very distressing to her, and we may also say very disgraceful, taking into consideration, as we should do in forming our judgment on the subject, the very large sums of Sir Cosmo's money which she spent in this way. But she seldom did fail. She knew how to select her days, so as not to fall foul of other events. It seldom happened that people could not come to her because of a division which occupied all the members of Parliament, or that they were drawn away by the superior magnitude of some other attraction in the world of fashion. This giving of parties was her business, and she had learned it thoroughly. She worked at it harder than most men work at their trades, and let us hope that the profits were consolatory. It was generally acknowledged to be the proper thing to go to Lady Monk's parties. There were certain people who were asked, and who went as a matter of course. People who were by no means on intimate terms with Lady Monk or with Sir Cosmo, but they were people to have whom was the proper thing, and they were people who understood that to go to Lady Monk's was the proper thing for them. The Duchess of St. Bungay was always there, though she hated Lady Monk, and Lady Monk always abused her. But a card was sent to the Duchess in the same way as the Lord Mayor invites a Cabinet Minister to dinner, even though the one man might believe the other to be a thief. And Mrs. Conway Sparkes was generally there. She went everywhere. Lady Monk did not at all know why Mrs. Conway Sparkes was so favoured by the world, but there was the fact, and she bowed to it. Then there were another set, the members of which were or were not invited, according to circumstances, at the time, and these were the people who were probably the most legitimate recipients of Lady Monk's hospitality. Old family friends of her husband were among the number. Let the Tuftons come in April, and perhaps again in May. Then they will not feel their exclusion from that seventh heaven of glory, the great culminating crush in July. Scores of young ladies who really loved parties belonged to this set. The mothers and aunts knew Lady Monk's sisters and cousins. They accepted so much of Lady Monk's good things as she vouchsafed them, and were thankful. Then there was another lot, which generally became, especially on that great July occasion, the most numerous of the 3. It comprised all those who made strong interest to obtain admittance within her ladyship's house, who struggled and fought almost with tooth and nail to get invitations. Against these people Lady Monk carried on an internecine war. Had she not done so, she would have been swamped by them, and her success would have been at an end. But yet she never dreamed of shutting her doors against them altogether, or of saying boldly that none such should hamper her staircases. She knew that she must yield, but her effort was made to yield to as few as might be possible. When she was first told by her factotum in these operations that Mr. Bott wanted to come, she positively declined to have him. When it was afterwards intimated to her that the Duchess of St. Bungay had made a point of it, she sneered at the Duchess, and did not even then yield. But when at last it was brought home to her understanding that Mr. Palliser wished it, and that Mr. Palliser probably would not come himself unless his wishes were gratified, she gave way. She was especially anxious that Lady Glencora should come to her gathering, and she knew that Lady Glencora could not be had without Mr. Palliser. It was very much desired by her that Lady Glencora should be there. "Burgo," said she to her nephew one morning, "look here." Burgo was at the time staying with his aunt in Gloucester Square, much to the annoyance of Sir Cosmo, who had become heartily tired of his nephew. The aunt and the nephew had been closeted together more than once lately, and perhaps they understood each other better now than they had done down at Monkshade. The aunt had handed a little note to Burgo, which he read and then threw back to her. "You see that she is not afraid of coming," said Lady Monk. "I suppose she doesn't think much about it," said Burgo. "If that's what you really believe, you'd better give it up. Nothing on earth would justify such a step on your part except a thorough conviction that she is attached to you." Burgo looked at the fireplace, almost savagely, and his aunt looked at him very keenly. "Well," she said, "if there's to be an end of it, let there be an end of it." "I think I'd better hang myself," he said. "Burgo, I will not have you here if you talk to me in that way. I am trying to help you once again. But if you look like that and talk like that, I will give it up." "I think you'd better give it up." "Are you becoming cowardly at last? With all your faults, I never expected that of you." "No, I am not a coward. I'd go out and fight him at 2 paces distance with the greatest pleasure in the world." "You know that's nonsense, Burgo. It's downright braggadocio. Men do not fight now. Nor at any time would a man be called upon to fight, because you simply wanted to take his wife from him. If you had done it, indeed." "How am I to do it? I'd do it to morrow if it depended on me. No one can say that I'm afraid of anybody or of anything." "I suppose something in the matter depends on her?" "I believe she loves me, if you mean that." "Look here, Burgo," and the considerate aunt gave to the impoverished and ruined nephew such counsel as she, in accordance with her lights, was enabled to bestow. "I think you were much wronged in that matter. After what had passed, I thought that you had a right to claim Lady Glencora as your wife. Mr. Palliser, in my mind, behaved very wrongly in stepping in between you and such a fortune as hers, in that way. He cannot expect that his wife should have any affection for him. There is nobody alive who has a greater horror of anything improper in married women than I have. I have always shown it. When Lady Madeline Madtop left her husband, I would never allow her to come inside my doors again, though I have no doubt he ill-used her dreadfully, and there was nothing ever proved between her and Colonel Graham. One can't be too particular in such matters. But here, if you can succeed, you know, I shall always regard the Palliser episode in Lady Glencora's life as a tragical accident. I shall indeed. Poor dear! It was done exactly as they make nuns of girls in Roman Catholic countries, and as I should think no harm of helping a nun out of her convent, so I should think no harm of helping her now. If you are to say anything to her, I think you might have an opportunity at the party." Burgo was still looking at the fireplace, and he sat on, looking and still looking, but he said nothing. "You can think of what I have said, Burgo," continued his aunt, meaning that he should get up and go. But he did not go. "Have you anything more that you wish to say to me?" she asked. "I've got no money," said Burgo, still looking at the fireplace. Lady Glencora's property was worth not less than 50,000 a year. He was a young man ambitious of obtaining that almost incredible amount of wealth, and who once had nearly reached it by means of her love. His present obstacle consisted in his want of a £20 note. "I've got no money." The words were growled out rather than spoken, and his eyes were never turned even for a moment towards his aunt's face. "You've never got any money," said she, speaking almost with passion. "How can I help it? I can't make money. If I had a couple of £100, so that I could take her, I believe that she would go with me. It should not be my fault if she did not. It would have been all right if she had come to Monkshade." "I've got no money for you, Burgo. I have not £5 belonging to me." "But you've got what?" said Lady Monk, interrupting him sharply. "Would Cosmo lend it me?" said he, hesitating to go on with that suggestion which he had been about to make. The Cosmo of whom he spoke was not his uncle, but his cousin. No eloquence could have induced his uncle, Sir Cosmo, to lend him another shilling. But the son of the house was a man rich with his own wealth, and Burgo had not taxed him for some years. "I do not know," said Lady Monk. "I never see him. Probably not." "It is hard," said Burgo. "Fancy that a man should be ruined for £200, just at such a moment of his life as this!" He was a man bold by nature, and he did make his proposition. "You have jewels, aunt. Could you not raise it for me? I would redeem them with the very first money that I got." Lady Monk rose in a passion when the suggestion was first made, but before the interview was over she had promised that she would endeavour to do something in the way of raising money for him yet once again. He was her favourite nephew, and the same almost to her as a child of her own. With one of her own children, indeed, she had quarrelled, and of the other, a married daughter, she rarely saw much. Such love as she had to give she gave to Burgo, and she promised him the money, though she knew that she must raise it by some villainous falsehood to her husband. On the same morning, Lady Glencora went to Queen Anne Street, with the purpose of inducing Alice to go to Lady Monk's party; but Alice would not accede to the proposition, though Lady Glencora pressed it with all her eloquence. "I don't know her," said Alice. "My dear," said Lady Glencora, "that's absurd. Half the people there won't know her." "But they know her set, or know her friends, or at any rate will meet their own friends at her house. I should only bother you, and should not in the least gratify myself." "The fact is, everybody will go who can, and I should have no sort of trouble in getting a card for you. Indeed, I should simply write a note and say I meant to bring you." "Pray don't do any such thing, for I certainly shall not go. I can't conceive why you should wish it." "Mr. Fitzgerald will be there," said Lady Glencora, altering her voice altogether, and speaking in that low tone with which she used to win Alice's heart down at Matching. She was sitting close over the fire, leaning low, holding up her little hands as a screen to her face, and looking at her companion earnestly. "I'm sure that he will be there, though nobody has told me." "That may be a reason for your staying away," said Alice slowly, "but hardly a reason for my going with you." Lady Glencora would not condescend to tell her friend in so many words that she wanted her protection. She could not bring herself to say that, though she wished it to be understood. "Ah, I thought you would have gone," said she. "It would be contrary to all my habits," said Alice. "I never go to people's houses when I don't know them. It's a kind of society which I don't like. Pray do not ask me." "Oh, very well. If it must be so, I won't press it." Lady Glencora had moved the position of one of her hands, so as to get it to her pocket, and there had grasped a letter, which she still carried; but when Alice said those last cold words, "Pray do not ask me," she released the grasp, and left the letter where it was. "I suppose he won't bite me, at any rate," she said, and she assumed that look of childish drollery which she would sometimes put on, almost with a grimace, but still with so much prettiness that no one who saw her would regret it. "He certainly can't bite you if you will not let him." "Do you know, Alice, though they all say that Plantagenet is one of the wisest men in London, I sometimes think that he is one of the greatest fools. Soon after we came to town I told him that we'd better not go to that woman's house. Of course he understood me. He simply said that he wished that I should do so. 'I hate anything out of the way,' he said. 'There can be no reason why my wife should not go to Lady Monk's house as well as to any other.' There was an end of it, you know, as far as anything I could do was concerned, but there wasn't an end of it with him. He insists that I shall go, but he sends my duenna with me. Dear Mrs. Marsham is to be there." "She'll do you no harm, I suppose?" "I'm not so sure of that, Alice. In the first place, one doesn't like to be followed everywhere by a policeman, even though one isn't going to pick a pocket. And then the devil is so strong within me that I should like to dodge the policeman. I can fancy a woman being driven to do wrong simply by a desire to show her policeman that she can be too many for him." "Glencora, you make me so wretched when you talk like that." "Will you go with me, then, so that I may have a policeman of my own choosing? He asked me if I would mind taking Mrs. Marsham with me in my carriage. So I up and spoke, very boldly, like the proud young porter, and told him I would not. and when he asked why not, I said that I preferred taking a friend of my own, a young friend, I said, and I then named you or my cousin, Lady Jane. I told him I should bring one or the other." "And was he angry?" "No, he took it very quietly, saying something in his calm way about hoping that I should get over a prejudice against one of his earliest and dearest friends. He twits at me because I don't understand Parliament and the British Constitution, but I know more of them than he does about a woman. You are quite sure you won't go, then?" Alice hesitated a moment. "Do," said Lady Glencora, and there was an amount of persuasion in her accent which should, I think, have overcome her cousin's scruples. "It is against the whole tenor of my life's way," she said, "and, Glencora, I am not happy myself. I am not fit for parties. I sometimes think that I shall never go into society again." "That's nonsense, you know." "I suppose it is, but I cannot go now. I would if I really thought—" "Oh, very well," said Lady Glencora, interrupting her. "I suppose I shall get through it. If he asks me to dance I shall stand up with him just as though I had never seen him before." Then she remembered the letter in her pocket, remembered that at this moment she bore about with her a written proposition from this man to go off with him and leave her husband's house. She had intended to show it to Alice on this occasion, but as Alice had refused her request, she was glad that she had not done so. "You'll come to me the morning after?" said Lady Glencora, as she went. This Alice promised to do, and then she was left alone. Alice regretted deeply that she had not consented to go with her cousin. After all, of what importance had been her objection when compared with the cause for which her presence had been desired? Doubtless she would have been uncomfortable at Lady Monk's house, but could she not have borne some hour or two of discomfort on her friend's behalf? But in truth it was only after Lady Glencora had left her that she began to understand the subject fully, and to feel that she might possibly have been of service in a great danger. But it was too late now. Then she strove to comfort herself with the reflection that a casual meeting at an evening party in London could not be perilous in the same degree as a prolonged sojourn together in a country house. End of Chapter 48. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Chapter 49 of Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laura Koskinen. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 49. How Lady Glencora Went to Lady Monk's Party. Lady Monk's house in Gloucester Square was admirably well adapted for the giving of parties. It was a large house, and seemed to the eyes of guests to be much larger than it was. The hall was spacious, and the stairs went up in the centre, facing you as you entered the inner hall. Round the top of the stairs there was a broad gallery, with an ornamented railing, and from this opened the doors into the 3 reception rooms. There were 2 on the right, the larger of which looked out backwards, and these 2 were connected by an archway, as though made for folding doors, but the doors, I believe, never were there. Fronting the top of the staircase there was a smaller room, looking out backwards, very prettily furnished, and much used by Lady Monk when alone. It was here that Burgo had held that conference with his aunt of which mention has been made. Below stairs there was the great dining room, on which, on these occasions, a huge buffet was erected for refreshments, what I may call a masculine buffet, as it was attended by butlers and men in livery; and there was a smaller room looking out into the square, in which there was a feminine battery for the dispensing of tea and such like smaller good things, and from which female aid could be attained for the arrangement or mending of dresses in a further sanctum within it. For such purposes as that now on foot, the house was most commodious. Lady Monk, on these occasions, was moved by a noble ambition to do something different from that done by her neighbours in similar circumstances, and therefore she never came forward to receive her guests. She ensconced herself, early in the evening, in that room at the head of the stairs, and there they who chose to see her made their way up to her, and spoke their little speeches. They who thought her to be a great woman, and many people did think her to be great, were wont to declare that she never forgot those who did come, or those who did not; and even they who desired to describe her as little, for even Lady Monk had enemies, would hint that though she never came out of the room, she would rise from her chair, and make a step towards the door whenever any name very high in fashionable life greeted her ears; so that a mighty cabinet minister, or a duchess in great repute, or any special wonder of the season, could not fail of entering her precincts and being seen there for a few moments. It would of course happen that the doorway of her chamber would become blocked, but there were precautions taken to avoid this inconvenience as far as possible, and one man in livery was employed to go backwards and forwards between his mistress and the outer world, so as to keep the thread of a passage open. But though Lady Monk was in this way enabled to rest herself during her labours, there was much in her night's work which was not altogether exhilarating. Ladies would come into her small room and sit there by the hour, with whom she had not the slightest wish to hold conversation. The Duchess of St. Bungay would always be there, so that there was a special seat in one corner of the room, which was called the Duchess's stool. "I shouldn't care a straw about her," Lady Monk had been heard to complain, "if she would talk to anybody; but nobody will talk to her, and then she listens to everything." There had been another word or two between Burgo Fitzgerald and his aunt before the evening came, a word or two, in the speaking of which she had found some difficulty. She was prepared with the money, with that £200 for which he had asked, obtained with what wiles and lies and baseness of subterfuge I need not stop here to describe. But she was by no means willing to give this over into her nephew's hands without security. She was willing to advance him this money. She had been willing even to go through unusual dirt to get it for him, but she was desirous that he should have it only for a certain purpose. How could she bind him down to spend it as she would have it spent? Could she undertake to hand it to him as soon as Lady Glencora should be in his power? Even though she could have brought herself to say as much, and I think she might also have done so after what she had said, she could not have carried out such a plan. In that case the want would be instant, and the action must be rapid. She therefore had no alternative but to entrust him with the bank notes at once. "Burgo," she said, "if I find that you deceive me now, I will never trust you again." "All right," said Burgo, as he barely counted the money before he thrust it into his breast pocket. "It is lent to you for a certain purpose, should you happen to want it," she said, solemnly. "I do happen to want it very much," he answered. She did not dare to say more, but as her nephew turned away from her with a step that was quite light in its gaiety, she almost felt that she was already cozened. Let Burgo's troubles be as heavy as they might be, there was something to him ecstatic in the touch of ready money, which always cured them for the moment. On the morning of Lady Monk's party, a few very uncomfortable words passed between Mr. Palliser and his wife. "Your cousin is not going, then?" said he. "Alice is not going." "Then you can give Mrs. Marsham a seat in your carriage." "Impossible, Plantagenet. I thought I had told you that I had promised my cousin Jane." "But you can take 3." "Indeed I can't, unless you would like me to sit out with the coachman." There was something in this, a tone of loudness, a touch of what he called to himself vulgarity, which made him very angry. So he turned away from her, and looked as black as a thundercloud. "You must know, Plantagenet," she went on, "that it is impossible for 3 women dressed to go out in one carriage. I am sure you wouldn't like to see me afterwards if I had been one of them." "You need not have said anything to Lady Jane when Miss Vavasor refused. I had asked you before that." "And I had told you that I liked going with young women, and not with old ones. That's the long and the short of it." "Glencora, I wish you would not use such expressions." "What, not the long and the short? It's good English, quite as good as Mr. Bott's, when he said in the House the other night that the Government kept their accounts in a higgledy-piggledy way. You see, I have been studying the debates, and you shouldn't be angry with me." "I am not angry with you. You speak like a child to say so. Then I suppose the carriage must go for Mrs. Marsham after it has taken you." "It shall go before. Jane will not be in a hurry, and I am sure I shall not." "She will think you very uncivil, that is all. I told her that she could go with you when I heard that Miss Vavasor was not to be there." "Then, Plantagenet, you shouldn't have told her so, and that's the long But I mustn't say that. The truth is this: if you give me any orders, I'll obey them, as far as I can. If I can't, I'll say so. But if I'm left to go by my own judgment, it's not fair that I should be scolded afterwards." "I have never scolded you." "Yes, you have. You have told me that I was uncivil." "I said that she would think you so." "Then, if it's only what she thinks, I don't care 2 straws about it. She may have the carriage to herself if she likes, but she shan't have me in it. Not unless I'm ordered to go. I don't like her, and I won't pretend to like her. My belief is that she follows me about to tell you if she thinks that I do wrong."
"Glencora!"
"And that odious baboon with the red bristles does the same thing, only he goes to her because he doesn't dare to go to you." Plantagenet Palliser was struck wild with dismay. He understood well who it was whom his wife intended to describe, but that she should have spoken of any man as a baboon with red bristles was terrible to his mind. He was beginning to think that he hardly knew how to manage his wife, and the picture she had drawn was very distressing to him. She had no mother, neither had he, and he had wished that Mrs. Marsham should give to her some of that matronly assistance and guidance which a mother does give to her young married daughter. It was true, too, as he knew, that a word or two as to some socially domestic matters had filtered through to him from Mr. Bott down at Matching Priory, but only in such a way as to enable him to see what counsel it was needful that he should give. As for espionage over his wife, no man could despise it more than he did. No man would be less willing to resort to it. And now his wife was accusing him of keeping spies, both male and female.
"Glencora!"
he said again, and then he stopped, not knowing what to say to her. "Well, my dear, it's better you should know at once what I feel about it. I don't suppose I'm very good. Indeed, I dare say I'm bad enough. But these people about me won't make me any better. The duennas don't make the Spanish ladies worth much."
"Duennas!"
After that Lady Glencora sat herself down, and Mr. Palliser stood for some moments looking at her. It ended in his making her a long speech, in which he said a good deal of his own justice and forbearance, and something also of her frivolity and childishness. He told her that his only complaint of her was that she was too young, and as he did so she made a little grimace, not to him but to herself, as though saying to herself that that was all he knew about it. He did not notice it, or, if he did, his notice did not stop his eloquence. He assured her that he was far from keeping any watch over her, and declared that she had altogether mistaken Mrs. Marsham's character. Then there was another little grimace. "There's somebody has mistaken it worse than I have," the grimace said. Of the bristly baboon he condescended to say nothing, and he wound up by giving her a cold kiss, and saying that he would meet her at Lady Monk's. When the evening came, or rather the night, the carriage went first for Mrs. Marsham, and having deposited her at Lady Monk's, went back to Park Lane for Lady Glencora. Then she had herself driven to St. James's Square to pick up Lady Jane, so that altogether the coachman and horses did not have a good time of it. "I wish he'd keep a separate carriage for her," Lady Glencora said to her cousin Jane, having perceived that her servants were not in a good humour. "That would be expensive," said Lady Jane. "Yes, it would be expensive," said Lady Glencora. She would not condescend to make any remark as to the non-importance of such an expense to a man so wealthy as her husband, knowing that his wealth was, in fact, hers. Never, to him or to any other, not even to herself, had she hinted that much was due to her because she had been magnificent as an heiress. There were many things about this woman that were not altogether what a husband might wish. She was not softly delicate in all her ways, but in disposition and temper she was altogether generous. I do not know that she was at all points a lady, but had fate so willed it, she would have been a thorough gentleman. Mrs. Marsham was by no means satisfied with the way in which she was treated. She would not have cared to go at all to Lady Monk's party had she supposed that she would have to make her entry there alone. With Lady Glencora she would have seemed to receive some of that homage which would certainly have been paid to her companion. The carriage called, moreover, before she was fully ready, and the footman, as he stood at the door to hand her in, had been very sulky. She understood it all. She knew that Lady Glencora had positively declined her companionship, and if she resolved to be revenged, such resolution on her part was only natural. When she reached Lady Monk's house, she had to make her way upstairs all alone. The servants called her Mrs. Marsh, and under that name she got passed on into the front drawing room. There she sat down, not having seen Lady Monk, and meditated over her injuries. It was past 11 before Lady Glencora arrived, and Burgo Fitzgerald had begun to think that his evil stars intended that he should never see her again. He had been wickedly balked at Monkshade, by what influence he had never yet ascertained, and now he thought that the same influence must be at work to keep her again away from his aunt's house. He had settled in his mind no accurate plan of a campaign. He had in his thoughts no fixed arrangement by which he might do the thing which he meditated. He had attempted to make some such plan, but, as is the case with all men to whom thinking is an unusual operation, concluded at last that he had better leave it to the course of events. It was, however, obviously necessary that he should see Lady Glencora before the course of events could be made to do anything for him. He had written to her, making his proposition in bold terms, and he felt that if she were utterly decided against him, her anger at his suggestion, or at least her refusal, would have been made known to him in some way. Silence did not absolutely give consent, but it seemed to show that consent was not impossible. From 10 o'clock to past 11 he stood about on the staircase of his aunt's house, waiting for the name which he was desirous of hearing, and which he almost feared to hear. Men spoke to him, and women also, but he hardly answered. His aunt once called him into her room, and with a cautionary frown on her brow, bade him go dance. "Don't look so dreadfully preoccupied," she said to him in a whisper. But he shook his head at her, almost savagely, and went away and did not dance. Dance! How was he to dance with such an enterprise as that upon his mind? Even to Burgo Fitzgerald the task of running away with another man's wife had in it something which prevented dancing. Lady Monk was older, and was able to regulate her feelings with more exactness; but Burgo, though he could not dance, went down into the dining room and drank. He took a large beer glass full of champagne, and soon after that another. The drink did not flush his cheeks or make his forehead red, or bring out the sweat drops on his brow, as it does with some men, but it added a peculiar brightness to his blue eyes. It was by the light of his eyes that men knew when Burgo had been drinking. At last, while he was still in the supper room, he heard Lady Glencora's name announced. He had already seen Mr. Palliser come in and make his way upstairs some quarter of an hour before, but as to that he was indifferent. He had known that the husband was to be there. When the long-expected name reached his ears, his heart seemed to jump within him. What, on the spur of the moment, should he do? As he had resolved that he would be doing, that something should be done, let it be what it might, he hurried to the dining-room door, and was just in time to see and be seen as Lady Glencora was passing up the stairs. She was just above him as he got himself out into the hall, so that he could not absolutely greet her with his hand, but he looked up at her and caught her eye. He looked up and moved his hand to her in token of salutation. She looked down at him, and the expression of her face altered visibly as her glance met his. She barely bowed to him, with her eyes rather than with her head, but he flattered himself that there was, at any rate, no anger in her countenance. How beautiful he was as he gazed up at her, leaning against the wall as he stood, and watching her as she made her slow way up the stairs. She felt that his eyes were on her, and where the stairs turned she could not restrain herself from one other glance. As her eyes fell on his again, his mouth opened, and she fancied that she could hear the faint sigh that he uttered. It was a glorious mouth, such as the old sculptors gave to their marble gods; and Burgo, if it was so that he had not heart enough to love truly, could look as though he loved. It was not in him deceit, or what men call acting. The expression came to him naturally, though it expressed so much more than there was within, as strong words come to some men who have no knowledge that they are speaking strongly. At this moment Burgo Fitzgerald looked as though it were possible that he might die of love. Lady Glencora was met at the top of the stairs by Lady Monk, who came out to her, almost into the gallery, with her sweetest smile, so that the newly arrived guest, of course, entered into the small room. There sat the Duchess of St. Bungay on her stool in the corner, and there, next to the Duchess, but at the moment engaged in no conversation, stood Mr. Bott. There was another lady there, who stood very high in the world, and whom Lady Monk was very glad to welcome, the young Marchioness of Hartletop. She was in slight mourning, for her father-in-law, the late Marquis, had died not yet quite 6 months since. Very beautiful she was, and one whose presence at their houses ladies and gentlemen prized alike. She never said silly things like the Duchess, never was troublesome as to people's conduct to her, was always gracious, yet was never led away into intimacies, was without peer the best dressed woman in London, and yet gave herself no airs. And then she was so exquisitely beautiful. Her smile was loveliness itself. There were, indeed, people who said that it meant nothing, but then, what should the smile of a young married woman mean? She had not been born in the purple, like Lady Glencora, her father being a country clergyman who had never reached a higher grade than that of an archdeacon, but she knew the ways of high life, and what an exigent husband would demand of her, much better than poor Glencora. She would have spoken of no man as a baboon with a bristly beard. She never talked of the long and the short of it. She did not wander out o' nights in winter among the ruins. She made no fast friendship with ladies whom her lord did not like. She had once, indeed, been approached by a lover since she had been married, Mr. Palliser himself having been the offender, but she had turned the affair to infinite credit and profit, had gained her husband's closest confidence by telling him of it all, had yet not brought on any hostile collision, and had even dismissed her lover without annoying him. But then Lady Hartletop was a miracle of a woman. Lady Glencora was no miracle. Though born in the purple, she was made of ordinary flesh and blood, and as she entered Lady Monk's little room, hardly knew how to recover herself sufficiently for the purposes of ordinary conversation. "Dear Lady Glencora, do come in for a moment to my den. We were so sorry not to have you at Monkshade. We heard such terrible things about your health." Lady Glencora said that it was only a cold, a bad cold. "Oh yes, we heard. Something about moonlight and ruins. So like you, you know. I love that sort of thing above all people, but it doesn't do, does it? Circumstances are so exacting. I think you know Lady Hartletop, and there's the Duchess of St. Bungay. Mr. Palliser was here 5 minutes since." Then Lady Monk was obliged to get to her door again, and Lady Glencora found herself standing close to Lady Hartletop. "We saw Mr. Palliser just pass through," said Lady Hartletop, who was able to meet and speak of the man who had dared to approach her with his love, without the slightest nervousness. "Yes, he said he should be here," said Lady Glencora. "There's a great crowd," said Lady Hartletop. "I didn't think London was so full." "Very great," said Lady Glencora, and then they had said to each other all that society required. Lady Glencora, as we know, could talk with imprudent vehemence by the hour together if she liked her companion, but the other lady seldom committed herself by more words than she had uttered now, unless it was to her tirewoman. "How very well you are looking," said the Duchess, "and I heard you had been so ill." Of that midnight escapade among the ruins it was fated that Lady Glencora should never hear the last. "How do you do, Lady Glencowrer?" sounded in her ear, and there was a great red paw stuck out for her to take. But after what had passed between Lady Glencora and her husband to day about Mr. Bott, she was determined that she would not take Mr. Bott's hand. "How are you, Mr. Bott?" she said. "I think I'll look for Mr. Palliser in the back room." "Dear Lady Glencora," whispered the Duchess, in an ecstasy of agony. Lady Glencora turned and bowed her head to her stout friend. "Do let me go away with you. There's that woman, Mrs. Conway Sparkes, coming, and you know how I hate her." She had nothing to do but to take the Duchess under her wing, and they passed into the large room together. It is, I think, more than probable that Mrs. Conway Sparkes had been brought in by Lady Monk as the only way of removing the Duchess from her stool. Just within the dancing room Lady Glencora found her husband, standing in a corner, looking as though he were making calculations. "I'm going away," said he, coming up to her. "I only just came because I said I would. Shall you be late?" "Oh, no, I suppose not." "Shall you dance?" "Perhaps once, just to show that I'm not an old woman." "Don't heat yourself. Good bye." Then he went, and in the crush of the doorway he passed Burgo Fitzgerald, whose eye was intently fixed upon his wife. He looked at Burgo, and some thought of that young man's former hopes flashed across his mind, some remembrance, too, of a caution that had been whispered to him, but for no moment did a suspicion come to him that he ought to stop and watch by his wife. End of Chapter 49. Recording by Laura Koskinen. Chapter 50 of Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laura Koskinen. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 50. How Lady Glencora Came Back from Lady Monk's Party. Burgo Fitzgerald remained for a minute or two leaning where we last saw him, against the dining-room wall at the bottom of the staircase, and as he did so, some thoughts that were almost solemn passed across his mind. This thing that he was about to do, or to attempt, was it in itself a good thing, and would it be good for her whom he pretended to love? What would be her future if she consented now to go with him, and to divide herself from her husband? Of his own future he thought not at all. He had never done so. Even when he had first found himself attracted by the reputation of her wealth, he cannot be said to have looked forward in any prudential way to coming years. His desire to put himself in possession of so magnificent a fortune had simply prompted him, as he might have been prompted to play for a high stake at a gaming table. But now, during these moments, he did think a little of her. Would she be happy, simply because he loved her, when all women should cease to acknowledge her, when men would regard her as one degraded and dishonoured, when society should be closed against her, when she would be driven to live loudly because the softness and graces of quiet life would be denied to her? Burgo knew well what must be the nature of such a woman's life in such circumstances. Would Glencora be happy with him while living such a life simply because he loved her? And under such circumstances, was it likely that he would continue to love her? Did he not know himself to be the most inconstant of men, and the least trustworthy? Leaning thus against the wall at the bottom of the stairs, he did ask himself all these questions with something of true feeling about his heart, and almost persuaded himself that he had better take his hat and wander forth anywhere into the streets. It mattered little what might become of himself. If he could drink himself out of the world, it might be an end of things that would be not altogether undesirable. But then the remembrance of his aunt's £200 came upon him, which money he even now had about him on his person, and a certain idea of honour told him that he was bound to do that for which the money had been given to him. As to telling his aunt that he had changed his mind, and therefore refunding the money, no such thought as that was possible to him. To give back £200 entire, £200 which were already within his clutches, was not within the compass of Burgo's generosity. Remembering the cash, he told himself that hesitation was no longer possible to him. So he gathered himself up, stretched his hands over his head, uttered a sigh that was audible to all around him, and took himself upstairs. He looked in at his aunt's room, and then he saw her and was seen by her. "Well, Burgo," she said, with her sweetest smile, Have you been dancing?" He turned away from her without answering her, muttering something between his teeth about a cold-blooded Jezebel, which, if she had heard it, would have made her think him the most ungrateful of men. But she did not hear him, and smiled still as he went away, saying something to Mrs. Conway Sparkes as to the great change for the better which had taken place in her nephew's conduct. "There's no knowing who may not reform," said Mrs. Sparkes, with an emphasis which seemed to Lady Monk to be almost uncourteous. Burgo made his way first into the front room, and then into the larger room where the dancing was in progress, and there he saw Lady Glencora standing up in a quadrille with the Marquis of Hartletop. Lord Hartletop was a man not much more given to conversation than his wife, and Lady Glencora seemed to go through her work with very little gratification, either in the dancing or in the society of her partner. She was simply standing up to dance, because, as she had told Mr. Palliser, ladies of her age generally do stand up on such occasions. Burgo watched her as she crossed and recrossed the room, and at last she was aware of his presence. It made no change in her, except that she became even somewhat less animated than she had been before. She would not seem to see him, nor would she allow herself to be driven into a pretence of a conversation with her partner because he was there. "I will go up to her at once and ask her to waltz," Burgo said to himself, as soon as the last figure of the quadrille was in action. "Why should I not ask her, as well as any other woman?" Then the music ceased, and after a minute's interval Lord Hartletop took away his partner on his arm into another room. Burgo, who had been standing near the door, followed them at once. The crowd was great, so that he could not get near them or even keep them in sight, but he was aware of the way in which they were going. It was 5 minutes after this when he again saw her, and then she was seated on a cane bench in the gallery, and an old woman was standing close to her, talking to her. It was Mrs. Marsham, cautioning her against some petty imprudence, and Lady Glencora was telling that lady that she needed no such advice, in words almost as curt as those I have used. Lord Hartletop had left her, feeling that, as far as that was concerned, he had done his duty for the night. Burgo knew nothing of Mrs. Marsham, had never seen her before, and was quite unaware that she had any special connection with Mr. Palliser. It was impossible, he thought, to find Lady Glencora in a better position for his purpose, so he made his way up to her through the crowd, and muttering some slight inaudible word, offered her his hand. "That will do very well, thank you, Mrs. Marsham," Lady Glencora said at that moment. "Pray do not trouble yourself." And then she gave her hand to Fitzgerald. Mrs. Marsham, though unknown to him, knew with quite sufficient accuracy who he was, and all his history, as far as it concerned her friend's wife. She had learned the whole story of the loves of Burgo and Lady Glencora. Though Mr. Palliser had never mentioned that man's name to her, she was well aware that her duty as a duenna would make it expedient that she should keep a doubly wary eye upon him should he come near the sheepfold. And there he was, close to them, almost leaning over them, with the hand of his late lady love, the hand of Mr. Palliser's wife, within his own. How Lady Glencora might have carried herself at this moment, had Mrs. Marsham not been there, it is bootless now to surmise. But it may be well understood that under Mrs. Marsham's immediate eye, all her resolution would be in Burgo's favour. She looked at him softly and kindly, and though she uttered no articulate word, her countenance seemed to show that the meeting was not unpleasant to her. "Will you waltz?" said Burgo, asking it not at all as though it were a special favour, asking it exactly as he might have done had they been in the habit of dancing with each other every other night for the last 3 months. "I don't think Lady Glencora will waltz to night," said Mrs. Marsham very stiffly. She certainly did not know her business as a duenna, or else the enormity of Burgo's proposition had struck her so forcibly as to take away from her all her presence of mind. Otherwise she must have been aware that such an answer from her would surely drive her friend's wife into open hostility. "And why not, Mrs. Marsham?" said Lady Glencora, rising from her seat. "Why shouldn't I waltz to night? I rather think I shall, the more especially as Mr. Fitzgerald waltzes very well." Thereupon she put her hand upon Burgo's arm. Mrs. Marsham made still a little effort that was probably involuntary. She put out her hand and laid it on Lady Glencora's left shoulder, looking into her face as she did so with all the severity of caution of which she was mistress. Lady Glencora shook her duenna off angrily. Whether she would put her fate into the hands of this man who was now touching her, or whether she would not, she had not as yet decided. But of this she was very sure, that nothing said or done by Mrs. Marsham should have any effect in restraining her. What could Mrs. Marsham do? Mr. Palliser was gone. Some rumour of that proposed visit to Monkshade, and the way in which it had been prevented, had reached her ear. Some whispers had come to her that Fitzgerald still dared to love, as married, the woman whom he had loved before she was married. There was a rumour about that he still had some hope. Mrs. Marsham had never believed that Mr. Palliser's wife would really be false to her vows. It was not in fear of any such catastrophe as a positive elopement that she had taken upon herself the duty of duenna. Lady Glencora would, no doubt, require to be pressed down into that decent mould which it would become the wife of a Mr. Palliser to assume as her form, and this pressing down and this moulding Mrs. Marsham thought that she could accomplish. It had not hitherto occurred to her that she might be required to guard Mr. Palliser from positive dishonour, but now she hardly knew what to think about it. What should she do? To whom should she go? And then she saw Mr. Bott looming large before her on the top of the staircase. In the meantime Lady Glencora went off towards the dancers, leaning on Burgo's arm. "Who is that woman?" said Burgo. They were the first words he spoke to her, though since he had last seen her he had written to her that letter which even now she carried about her. His voice in her ears sounded as it used to sound when their intimacy had been close, and questions such as that he had asked were common between them. And her answer was of the same nature. "Oh, such an odious woman!" she said. "Her name is Mrs. Marsham. She is my bête noire." And then they were actually dancing, whirling round the room together, before a word had been said of that which was Burgo's settled purpose, and which at some moments was her settled purpose also. Burgo waltzed excellently, and in old days, before her marriage, Lady Glencora had been passionately fond of dancing. She seemed to give herself up to it now as though the old days had come back to her. Lady Monk, creeping to the intermediate door between her den and the dancing room, looked in on them, and then crept back again. Mrs. Marsham and Mr. Bott, standing together just inside the other door, near to the staircase, looked on also, in horror. "He shouldn't have gone away and left her," said Mr. Bott, almost hoarsely. "But who could have thought it?" said Mrs. Marsham. "I'm sure I didn't." "I suppose you'd better tell him," said Mr. Bott. "But I don't know where to find him," said Mrs. Marsham. "I didn't mean now, at once," said Mr. Bott. And then he added, "Do you think it is as bad as that?" "I don't know what to think," said Mrs. Marsham. The waltzers went on till they were stopped by want of breath. "I am so much out of practice," said Lady Glencora. "I didn't think I should have been able to dance at all." Then she put up her face, and slightly opened her mouth, and stretched her nostrils, as ladies do as well as horses when the running has been severe and they want air. "You'll take another turn?" said he. "Presently," said she, beginning to have some thought in her mind as to whether Mrs. Marsham was watching her. Then there was a little pause, after which he spoke in an altered voice. "Does it put you in mind of old days?" said he. It was, of course, necessary for him that he should bring her to some thought of the truth. It was all very sweet, that dancing with her, as they used to dance, without any question as to the reason why it was so, that sudden falling into the old habits, as though everything between this night and the former nights had been a dream. But this would not further his views. The opportunity had come to him which he must use, if he intended ever to use such opportunity. There was the £200 in his pocket, which he did not intend to give back. "Does it put you in mind of old days?" he said. The words roused her from her sleep at once, and dissipated her dream. The facts all rushed upon her in an instant. The letter in her pocket, the request which she had made to Alice, that Alice might be induced to guard her from this danger, the words which her husband had spoken to her in the morning, and her anger against him in that he had subjected her to the eyes of a Mrs. Marsham, her own unsettled mind, quite unsettled whether it would be best for her to go or to stay. It all came upon her now, at the first words of tenderness which Burgo spoke to her. It has often been said of woman that she who doubts is lost, so often that they who say it now say it simply because others have said it before them, never thinking whether or no there be any truth in the proverb. But they who have said so, thinking of their words as they were uttered, have known but little of women. Women doubt every day, who solve their doubts at last on the right side, driven to do so, some by fear, more by conscience, but most of them by that half prudential, half unconscious knowledge of what is fitting, useful, and best under the circumstances, which rarely deserts either men or women till they have brought themselves to the Burgo Fitzgerald state of recklessness. Men, when they have fallen even to that, will still keep up some outward show towards the world, but women in this condition defy the world, and declare themselves to be children of perdition. Lady Glencora was doubting sorely, but though doubting, she was not as yet lost. "Does it put you in mind of old days?" said Burgo. She was driven to answer, and she knew that much would be decided by the way in which she might now speak. "You must not talk of that," she said very softly. "May I not?" And now his tongue was unloosed, so that he began to speak quickly. "May I not? And why not? They were happy days, so happy. Were not you happy when you thought? Ah, dear, I suppose it is best not even to think of them." "Much the best." "Only it is impossible. I wish I knew the inside of your heart, Cora, so that I could see what it is that you really wish." In the old days he had always called her Cora, and now the name came from his lips upon her ears as a thing of custom, causing no surprise. They were standing back, behind the circle, almost in a corner, and Burgo knew well how to speak at such moments, so that his words should be audible to none but her whom he addressed. "You should not have come to me at all," she said. "And why not? Who has a better right to come to you? Who has ever loved you as I have done? Cora, did you get my letter?" "Come and dance," she said. I see a pair of eyes looking at us." The pair of eyes which Lady Glencora saw were in the possession of Mr. Bott, who was standing alone, leaning against the side of the doorway, every now and then raising his heels from the ground, so that he might look down upon the sinners as from a vantage ground. He was quite alone. Mrs. Marsham had left him, and had gotten herself away in Lady Glencora's own carriage to Park Lane, in order that she might find Mr. Palliser there, if by chance he should be at home. "Won't it be making mischief?" Mrs. Marsham had said, when Mr. Bott had suggested this line of conduct. "There'll be worse mischief if you don't," Mr. Bott had answered. "He can come back, and then he can do as he likes. I'll keep my eyes upon them." And so he did keep his eyes upon them. Again they went round the room, or that small portion of the room which the invading crowd had left to the dancers, as though they were enjoying themselves thoroughly and in all innocence. But there were others besides Mr. Bott who looked on and wondered. The Duchess of St. Bungay saw it, and shook her head, sorrowing, for the Duchess was good at heart. Mrs. Conway Sparkes saw it, and drank it down with keen appetite, as a thirsty man with a longing for wine will drink champagne, for Mrs. Conway Sparkes was not good at heart. Lady Hartletop saw it, and just raised her eyebrows. It was nothing to her. She liked to know what was going on, as such knowledge was sometimes useful. But as for heart, what she had was, in such a matter, neither good nor bad. Her blood circulated with its ordinary precision, and, in that respect, no woman ever had a better heart. Lady Monk saw it, and a frown gathered on her brow. "The fool!" she said to herself. She knew that Burgo would not help his success by drawing down the eyes of all her guests upon his attempt. In the meantime Mr. Bott stood there, mounting still higher on his toes, straightening his back against the wall. "Did you get my letter?" Burgo said again, as soon as a moment's pause gave him breath to speak. She did not answer him. Perhaps her breath did not return to her as rapidly as his. But of course he knew that she had received it. She would have quickly signified to him that no letter from him had come to her hands had it not reached her. "Let us go out upon the stairs," he said, "for I must speak to you. Oh, if you could know what I suffered when you did not come to Monkshade! Why did you not come?" "I wish I had not come here," she said. "Because you have seen me? That, at any rate, is not kind of you." They were now making their way slowly down the stairs, in the crowd, towards the supper room. All the world was now intent on food and drink, and they were only doing as others did. Lady Glencora was not thinking where she went, but glancing upwards as she stood for a moment wedged upon the stairs, her eyes met those of Mr. Bott. "A man that can treat me like that deserves that I should leave him." That was the thought that crossed her mind at the moment. "I'll get you some champagne with water in it," said Burgo. "I know that is what you like." "Do not get me anything," she said. They had now got into the room, and had therefore escaped Mr. Bott's eyes for the moment. "Mr. Fitzgerald," and now her words had become a whisper in his ear, "do what I ask you, for the sake of the old days of which you spoke, the dear old days, which can never come again." "By God, they can," said he. "They can come back, and they shall." "Never. But you can still do me a kindness. Go away and leave me. Go to the sideboard, and then do not come back. You are doing me an injury while you remain with me." "Cora," he said. But she had now recovered her presence of mind, and understood what was going on. She was no longer in a dream, but words and things bore to her again their proper meaning. "I will not have it, Mr. Fitzgerald," she answered, speaking almost passionately. "I will not have it. Do as I bid you. Go and leave me, and do not return. I tell you that we are watched." This was still true, for Mr. Bott had now again got his eyes on them round the supper room door. Whatever was the reward for which he was working, private secretaryship or what else, it must be owned that he worked hard for it. But there are labours which are labours of love. "Who is watching us?" said Burgo. "And what does it matter? If you are minded to do as I have asked you—" "But I am not so minded. Do you not know that you insult me by proposing it?" "Yes, it is an insult, Cora, unless such an offer be a joy to you. If you wish to be my wife instead of his, it is no insult." "How can I be that?" Her face was not turned to him, and her words were half pronounced, and in the lowest whisper, but nevertheless he heard them. "Come with me abroad, and you shall yet be my wife. You got my letter. Do what I asked you then. Come with me to-night." The pressing instance of the suggestion, the fixing of a present hour, startled her back to her propriety. "Mr. Fitzgerald," she said, "I asked you to go and leave me. If you do not do so, I must get up and leave you. It will be much more difficult." "And is that to be all?" "All? At any rate, now." Oh, Glencora, how could you be so weak? Why did you add that word "now"? In truth, she added it then, at that moment, simply feeling that she could thus best secure an immediate compliance with her request. "I will not go," he said, looking at her sternly, and leaning before her with earnest face, with utter indifference as to the eyes of any that might see them. "I will not go till you tell me that you will see me again." "I will," she said in that low, all but unuttered whisper. "When?" "When? When?" he asked. Looking up again towards the doorway, in fear of Mr. Bott's eyes, she saw the face of Mr. Palliser as he entered the room. Mr. Bott had also seen him, and had tried to clutch him by the arm, but Mr. Palliser had shaken him off, apparently with indifference, and had got rid of him, as it were, without noticing him. Lady Glencora, when she saw her husband, immediately recovered her courage. She would not cower before him, or show herself ashamed of what she had done. For the matter of that, if he pressed her on the subject, she could bring herself to tell him that she loved Burgo Fitzgerald much more easily than she could whisper such a word to Burgo himself. Mr. Bott's eyes were odious to her as they watched her, but her husband's glance she could meet without quailing before it. "Here is Mr. Palliser," she said, speaking again in her ordinary clear-toned voice. Burgo immediately rose from his seat with a start, and turned quickly towards the door, but Lady Glencora kept her chair. Mr. Palliser made his way as best he could through the crowd up to his wife. He, too, kept his countenance without betraying his secret. There was neither anger nor dismay in his face, nor was there any untoward hurry in his movement. Burgo stood aside as he came up, and Lady Glencora was the first to speak. "I thought you were gone home hours ago," she said. "I did go home," he answered, "but I thought I might as well come back for you." "What a model of a husband! Well, I am ready. Only what shall we do about Jane? Mr. Fitzgerald, I left a scarf in your aunt's room, a little black and yellow scarf. Would you mind getting it for me?" "I will fetch it," said Mr. Palliser, "and I will tell your cousin that the carriage shall come back for her." "If you will allow me," said Burgo. "I will do it," said Mr. Palliser, and away he went, making his slow progress up through the crowd, ordering his carriage as he passed through the hall, and leaving Mr. Bott still watching at the door. Lady Glencora resolved that she would say nothing to Burgo while her husband was gone. There was a touch of chivalry in his leaving them again together, which so far conquered her. He might have bade her leave the scarf and come at once. She had seen, moreover, that he had not spoken to Mr. Bott, and was thankful to him also for that. Burgo also seemed to have become aware that his chance for that time was over. "I will say good night," he said. "Good night, Mr. Fitzgerald," she answered, giving him her hand. He pressed it for a moment, and then turned and went. When Mr. Palliser came back he was no more to be seen. Lady Glencora was at the dining room door when her husband returned, standing close to Mr. Bott. Mr. Bott had spoken to her, but she made no reply. He spoke again, but her face remained as immovable as though she had been deaf. "And what shall we do about Mrs. Marsham?" she said, quite out loud, as soon as she put her hand on her husband's arm. "I had forgotten her." "Mrs. Marsham has gone home," he replied. "Have you seen her?" "Yes." "When did you see her?" "She came to Park Lane." "What made her do that?" These questions were asked and answered as he was putting her into the carriage. She got in just as she asked the last, and he, as he took his seat, did not find it necessary to answer. But that would not serve her turn. "What made Mrs. Marsham go to you at Park Lane after she left Lady Monk's?" she asked again. Mr. Palliser sat silent, not having made up his mind what he would say on the subject. "I suppose she went," continued Lady Glencora, "to tell you that I was dancing with Mr. Fitzgerald. Was that it?" "I think, Glencora, we had better not discuss it now." "I don't mean to discuss it now, or ever. If you do not wish me to see Mr. Fitzgerald, you should not have sent me to Lady Monk's. But, Plantagenet, I hope you will forgive me if I say that no consideration shall induce me to receive again as a guest in my own house either Mrs. Marsham or Mr. Bott." Mr. Palliser absolutely declined to say anything on the subject on that occasion, and the evening of Lady Monk's party in this way came to an end. End of Chapter 50. Recording by Laura Koskinen.
Chapter 51 of Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 51. Bold Speculations on Murder. George Vavasor was not in a very happy mood when he left Queen Anne Street after having flung his gift ring under the grate. Indeed, there was much in his condition, as connected with the house which he was leaving, which could not but make him unhappy. Alice was engaged to be his wife, and had as yet said nothing to show that she meditated any breach of that engagement, but she had treated him in a way which made him long to throw her promise in her teeth. He was a man to whom any personal slight from a woman was unendurable. To slights from men, unless they were of a nature to provoke offence, he was indifferent. There was no man living for whose liking or disliking George Vavasor cared anything. But he did care much for the good opinion, or rather for the personal favour, of any woman to whom he had endeavoured to make himself agreeable. "I will marry you," Alice had said to him, not in words, but in acts and looks, which were plainer than words. "I will marry you for certain reasons of my own, which in my present condition make it seem that that arrangement will be more convenient to me than any other that I can make. But pray understand that there is no love mixed up with this. There is another man whom I love. Only for those reasons above hinted, I do not care to marry him." It was thus that he read Alice's present treatment of him, and he was a man who could not endure this treatment with ease. But though he could throw his ring under the grate in his passion, he could not so dispose of her. That he would have done so had his hands been free, we need not doubt, and he would have been clever enough to do so in some manner that would have been exquisitely painful to Alice, willing as she might be to be released from her engagement. But he could not do this to a woman whose money he had borrowed, and whose money he could not repay, to a woman more of whose money he intended to borrow immediately. As to the latter part of it, he did say to himself over and over again that he would have no more of it. As he left the house in Queen Anne Street on that occasion, he swore that under no circumstances would he be indebted to her for another shilling. But before he reached Great Marlborough Street, to which his steps took him, he had reminded himself that everything depended on a further advance. He was in Parliament, but Parliament would be dissolved within 3 months. Having sacrificed so much for his position, should he let it all fall from him now when success seemed to be within his reach? That wretched old man in Westmoreland, who seemed gifted almost with immortality, why could he not die and surrender his paltry acres to one who could use them? He turned away from Regent Street into Hanover Square before he crossed to Great Marlborough Street, giving vent to his passion rather than arranging his thoughts. As he walked the 4 sides of the square he considered how good it would be if some accident should befall the old man. How he would rejoice were he to hear to-morrow that one of the trees of the accursed place had fallen on the obstinate old idiot, and put an end to him. I will not say that he meditated the murder of his grandfather. There was a firm conviction on his mind, as he thought of all this, that such a deed as that would never come in his way. But he told himself that if he chose to make the attempt, he would certainly be able to carry it through without detection. Then he remembered Rush and Palmer, the openly bold murderer and the secret poisoner. Both of them, in Vavasor's estimation, were great men. He had often said so in company. He had declared that the courage of Rush had never been surpassed. Think of him, he would say with admiration, walking into a man's house with pistols sufficient to shoot everyone there, and doing it as though he were killing rats. What was Nelson at Trafalgar to that? Nelson had nothing to fear. And of Palmer he declared that he was a man of genius as well as courage. He had "looked the whole thing in the face," Vavasor would say, and told himself that all scruples and squeamishness are bosh, child's tales. And so they are. Who lives as though they fear either heaven or hell? And if we do live without such fear or respect, what is the use of telling lies to ourselves? To throw it all to the dogs, as Palmer did, is more manly. And be hanged, some hearer of George's doctrine replied. Yes, and be hanged, if such is your destiny. But you hear of the one who is hanged, but hear nothing of the 20 who are not. Vavasor walked round Hanover Square, nursing his hatred against the old Squire. He did not tell himself that he would like to murder his grandfather, but he suggested to himself that if he desired to do so, he would have courage enough to make his way into the old man's room and strangle him, and he explained to himself how he would be able to get down into Westmoreland without the world knowing that he had been there, how he would find an entrance into the house by a window with which he was acquainted, how he could cause the man to die as though those around him should think it was apoplexy, he, George Vavasor, having read something on that subject lately. All this he considered very fully, walking rapidly round Hanover Square more than once or twice. If he were to become an active student in the Rush or Palmer school, he would so study the matter that he would not be the one that should be hung. He thought that he could, so far, trust his own ingenuity. But yet he did not meditate murder. Beastly old idiot, he said to himself. He must have his chance, as other men have, I suppose. And then he went across Regent Street to Mr. Scruby's office in Great Marlborough Street, not having, as yet, come to any positive conclusion as to what he would do in reference to Alice's money. But he soon found himself talking to Mr. Scruby as though there were no doubts as to the forthcoming funds for the next elections. And Mr. Scruby talked to him very plainly, as though those funds must be forthcoming before long. A stitch in time saves 9, said Mr. Scruby, meaning to insinuate that a pound in time might have the same effect. And I'll tell you what, Mr. Vavasor, of course I've my outstanding bills for the last affair. That's no fault of yours, for the things come so sharp one on another that my fellows haven't had time to make it out. But if you'll put me in funds for what I must be out of pocket in June—" "Will it be so soon as June?" "They are talking of June. Why, then I'll lump the 2 bills together when it's all over." In their discussion respecting money, Mr. Scruby injudiciously mentioned the name of Mr. Tombe. No precise caution had been given to him, but he had become aware that the matter was being managed through an agency that was not recognized by his client, and as that agency was simply a vehicle of money which found its way into Mr. Scruby's pocket, he should have held his tongue. But Mr. Tombe's name escaped from him, and Vavasor immediately questioned him. Scruby, who did not often make such blunders, readily excused himself, shaking his head, and declaring that the name had fallen from his lips instead of that of another man. Vavasor accepted the excuse without further notice, and nothing more was said about Mr. Tombe while he was in Mr. Scruby's office. But he had not heard the name in vain, and had unfortunately heard it before. Mr. Tombe was a remarkable man in his way. He wore powder to his hair, was very polite in his bearing, was somewhat asthmatic, and wheezed in his talking, and was, moreover, the most obedient of men, though it was said of him that he managed the whole income of the Ely chapter just as he pleased. Being in these ways a man of note, John Grey had spoken of him to Alice, and his name had filtered through Alice and her cousin Kate to George Vavasor. George seldom forgot things or names, and when he heard Mr. Tombe's name mentioned in connection with his own money matters, he remembered that Mr. Tombe was John Grey's lawyer. As soon as he could escape out into the street, he endeavoured to put all these things together, and after a while resolved that he would go to Mr. Tombe. What if there should be an understanding between John Grey and Alice, and Mr. Tombe should be arranging his money matters for him? Would not anything be better than this, even that little tragedy down in Westmoreland, for which his ingenuity and courage would be required? He could endure to borrow money from Alice. He might even endure it still, though that was very difficult after her treatment of him. But he could not endure to be the recipient of John Grey's money. By heavens, no! And as he got into a cab, and had himself driven off to the neighbourhood of Doctors' Commons, he gave himself credit for such fine manly feeling. Mr. Tombe's chambers were found without difficulty, and as it happened, Mr. Tombe was there. The lawyer rose from his chair as Vavasor entered, and bowed his powdered head very meekly as he asked his visitor to sit down. Mr. Vavasor! Oh yes, he had heard the name. Yes, he was in the habit of acting for his very old friend Mr. John Grey. He had acted for Mr. John Grey, and for Mr. John Grey's father, he or his partner, he believed he might say, for about half a century. There could not be a nicer gentleman than Mr. John Grey, and such a pretty child as he used to be. At every new sentence Mr. Tombe caught his poor asthmatic breath, and bowed his meek old head, and rubbed his hands together as though he hardly dared to keep his seat in Vavasor's presence without the support of some such motion, and wheezed apologetically, and seemed to ask pardon of his visitor for not knowing intuitively what was the nature of that visitor's business. But he was a sly old fox, was Mr. Tombe, and was considering all this time how much it would be well that he should tell Mr. Vavasor, and how much it would be well that he should conceal. The fat had got into the fire, as he told his old wife when he got home that evening. He told his old wife everything, and I don't know that any of his clients were the worse for his doing so. But while he was wheezing and coughing and apologizing, he made up his mind that if George Vavasor were to ask him certain questions, it would be best that he should answer them truly. If Vavasor did ask those questions, he would probably do so upon certain knowledge, and if so, why, in that case, lying would be of no use. Lying would not put the fat back into the frying pan, and even though such questions might be asked without any absolute knowledge, they would, at any rate, show that the questioner had the means of ascertaining the truth. He would tell as little as he could, but he decided during his last wheeze that he could not lie in the matter with any chance of benefiting his client. "The prettiest child I ever saw, Mr. Vavasor," said Tombe, and then he coughed violently. Some people who knew Mr. Tombe declared that he nursed his cough. "I dare say," said George. "Yes, indeed. Can you tell me, Mr. Tombe, whether either you or he have anything to do with the payment of certain sums to my credit at Messrs. Hock and Block's?" "Messrs. Hock and Block's, the bankers in Lombard Street?" said Mr. Tombe, taking a little more time. "Yes, I bank there," said Vavasor sharply. "A most respectable house." "Has any money been paid there to my credit by you, Mr. Tombe?" "May I ask why you put the question to me, Mr. Vavasor?" "Well, I don't think you may. That is to say, my reason for asking it can have nothing to do with yours for replying to it. If you have had no hand in any such payment, there is an end of it, and I need not take up your time by saying anything more on the subject." "I am not prepared to go that length, Mr. Vavasor, not altogether to that length." "Then will you tell me what you have done in the matter?" "Well, upon my word, you have taken me a little by surprise. Let me see. Pinkle! Pinkle!" Pinkle was the clerk, who sat in an inner room, and Mr. Tombe's effort to call him seemed to be most ineffectual. But Pinkle understood the sound, and came. "Pinkle, didn't we pay some money into Hock and Block's a few weeks since, to the credit of Mr. George Vavasor?" "Did we, sir?" said Pinkle, who probably knew that his employer was an old fox, and who, perhaps, had caught something of the fox nature himself. "I think we did. Just look, Pinkle. And, Pinkle, see the date, and let me know all about it. "It's fine bright weather for this time of year, Mr. Vavasor, but these easterly winds—" Vavasor found himself sitting for an apparently interminable number of minutes in Mr. Tomb's dingy chamber, and was coughed at and wheezed at till he begun to be tired of his position. Moreover, when tired, he showed his impatience. "Perhaps you'll let us write you a line when we have looked into the matter?" suggested Mr. Tombe. "I'd rather know at once," said Vavasor. "I don't suppose it can take you very long to find out whether you have paid money to my account by order of Mr. Grey. At any rate, I must know before I go away." "Pinkle, Pinkle!" screamed the old man through his coughing, and again Pinkle came. "Well, Pinkle, was anything of the kind done, or is my memory deceiving me?" Mr. Tombe was, no doubt, lying shamefully, for, of course, he remembered all about it, and indeed George Vavasor had learned already quite enough for his own purposes. "I was going to look," said Pinkle, and Pinkle again went away. "I am sorry to give your clerk so much trouble," said Vavasor in an angry voice, "and I think it must be unnecessary. Surely you know whether Mr. Grey has commissioned you to pay money for me?" "We have so many things to do, Mr. Vavasor, and so many clients. We have indeed. You see, it isn't only one gentleman's affairs. But I think there was something done. I do, indeed." "What is Mr. John Grey's address?" said Vavasor, very sharply. "No. 5, Suffolk Street, Pall Mall East," said Mr. Tombe. Herein Mr. Tombe somewhat committed himself. His client, Mr. Grey, was in fact in town, but Vavasor had not known or imagined that such was the case. Had Mr. Tombe given the usual address of Nethercoats, nothing further would have been demanded from him on the subject, but he had foolishly presumed that the question had been based on special information as to his client's visit in London, and he had told the plain truth in a very simple way. "No. 5, Suffolk Street," said Vavasor, writing down the address. "Perhaps it will be better that I should go to him, as you do not seem inclined to give me any information." Then he took up his hat, and hardly bowing to Mr. Tombe, left the chambers. Mr. Tombe, as he did so, rose from his chair, and bent his head meekly down upon the table. "Pinkle, Pinkle!" wheezed Mr. Tombe. "Never mind, never mind." Pinkle didn't mind, and we may say that he had not minded, for up to that moment he had taken no steps toward a performance of the order which had been given him. End of Chapter 51.
Chapter 52 of Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vincent Tapia. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 52. What Occurred in Suffolk Street, Pall Mall. Mr. Tombe had gained nothing for the cause by his crafty silence. George Vavasor felt perfectly certain, as he walked out from the little street which runs at the back of Doctors' Commons, that the money which he had been using had come, in some shape, through the hands of John Grey. He did not care much to calculate whether the payments had been made from the personal funds of his rival, or whether that rival had been employed to dispense Alice's fortune. Under either view of the case, his position was sufficiently bitter. The truth never for a moment occurred to him. He never dreamed that there might be a conspiracy in the matter, of which Alice was as ignorant as he himself had been. He never reflected that his Uncle John, together with John, the lover, whom he so hated, might be conspirators. To him it seemed to be certain that Alice and Mr. Grey were in league, and if they were in league, what must he think of Alice, and of her engagement with himself? There are men who rarely think well of women, who hardly think well of any woman. They put their mothers and sisters into the background, as though they belonged to some sex or race apart, and then declare to themselves and to their friends that all women are false, that no woman can be trusted unless her ugliness protect her, and that every woman may be attacked as fairly as may game in a cover or deer in a mountain. What man does not know men who have so thought? I cannot say that such had been Vavasor's creed. Not entirely such. There had been periods of his life when he had believed implicitly in his cousin Alice. But then there had been other moments in which he had ridiculed himself for his quixotism in believing in any woman. And as he had grown older, the moments of his quixotism had become more rare. There would have been no such quixotism left with him now, had not the various circumstances which I have attempted to describe filled him, during the last 12 months, with a renewed desire to marry his cousin. Every man tries to believe in the honesty of his future wife, and therefore Vavasor had tried, and had in his way believed. He had flattered himself, too, that Alice's heart had in truth been more prone to him than to that other suitor, Grey, as he thought, had been accepted by her cold prudence. But he thought also that she had found her prudence to be too cold, and had therefore returned where she had truly loved. Vavasor, though he did not love much himself, was willing enough to be the object of love. This idea of his, however, had been greatly shaken by Alice's treatment of himself personally, but still he had not, hitherto, believed that she was false to him. Now what could he believe of her? What was there within the compass of such a one to believe? As he walked out into St. Paul's churchyard, he called her by every name, which is most offensive to a woman's ears. He hated her at this moment with even a more bitter hatred than that which he felt towards John Grey. She must have deceived him with an unparalleled hypocrisy, and lied to him and to his sister Kate as hardly any woman had ever lied before. Or could it be that Kate also was lying to him? If so, Kate also should be included in the punishment. But why should they have conspired to feed him with these moneys? There had been no deceit, at any rate in reference to the pounds sterling which Scrooby had already swallowed. They had been supplied, whatever had been the motives of the suppliers, and he had no doubt that more would be supplied if he would only keep himself quiet. He was still walking westward, as he thought of this, down Ludgate Hill, on his direct line towards Suffolk Street, and he tried to persuade himself that it would be well that he should hide his wrath till after provision should have been made for this other election. They were his enemies, Alice and Mr. Grey, and why should he keep any terms with his enemies? It was still a trouble to him to think that he should have been in any way beholden to John Grey, but the terrible thing had been done, the evil had occurred. What would he gain by staying his hand now? Still, however, he walked on quickly along Fleet Street, and along the Strand, and was already crossing under the Pictures Gallery toward Pall Mall East, before he had definitely decided what steps he would take on this very day. Exactly at the corner of Suffolk Street he met John Grey. "Mr. Grey," he said, stopping himself suddenly, "I was this moment going to call on you at your lodgings." "At my lodgings, were you? Shall I return with you?" "If you please," said Vavasor, leading the way up Suffolk Street. There had been no other greetings than this between them. Mr. Grey himself, though a man very courteous in his general demeanour, would probably have passed Vavasor in the street with no more than the barest salutation. Situated as they were toward each other, there could hardly be any show of friendship between them. But when Vavasor had spoken to him, he had dressed his face in that guise of civility which men always use who do not intend to be offensive. But Vavasor dressed his as men dress theirs who do mean to be offensive, and Mr. Grey had thoroughly appreciated the dressing. "If you will allow me, I have the key," said Grey. Then they both entered the house, and Vavasor followed his host upstairs. Mr. Grey, as he went up, felt almost angry with himself in having admitted his enemy into his lodgings. He was sure that no good could come of it, and remembered, when it was too late, that he might easily have saved himself from giving the invitation while he was still in the street. There they were, however, together in the sitting-room, and Grey had nothing to do but listen. "Will you take a chair, Mr. Vavasor?" he said. "No," said Vavasor, "I will stand up." And he stood up, holding his hat behind his back with his left hand, with his right leg forward, and the thumb of his right hand in his waistcoat pocket. He looked full into Grey's face, and Grey looked full into his, and as he looked the great cicatrice seemed to open itself, and to become purple with fresh blood-stains. "I have come here from Mr. Tomb's office in the city," said Vavasor, "and ask you of what nature has been the interference which you have taken into my money matters." This was a question which Mr. Grey could not answer very quickly. In the first place, it was altogether unexpected. In the next place, he did not know what Mr. Toombs had told, and what he had not told. And then, before he replied, he must think how much of the truth he was bound to tell in answer to a question so put to him. "Do you say you have come from Mr. Tomb?" he asked. "I think you heard me say so. I have come here direct from Mr. Tomb's chambers. He is your lawyer, I believe." "He is so." "And I have come from him to ask you what interference you have lately taken in my money matters. When you have answered that, I shall have other questions to ask you. But, Mr. Vavasor, has it occurred to you that I may not be disposed to answer questions so asked?" "It has not occurred to me to think that you will prevaricate. If there has been no such interference, I will ask your pardon and go away. But if there has been such interference on your part, I have a right to demand that you explain to me its nature." Grey had now made up his mind that it would be better that he should tell the whole story, better not only for himself, but for all the Vavasors, including this angry man himself. The angry man evidently knew something, and it would be better that he should know the truth. "There has been such interference, Mr. Vavasor, if you choose to call it so. Money, to the extent of £2,000, I believe, has by my direction been paid to your credit by Mr. Tomb." "Well," said Vavasor, taking his right hand away from his waistcoat, and tapping the round tables with his fingers impatiently, "I hardly know how to explain all the circumstances under which has been done. I dare say not, but nevertheless you must explain them." Grey was a man tranquil in temperament, very little prone to quarrelling, with perhaps an exaggerated idea of the evil results of a row, a man who would take infinite trouble to avoid any such sense as that which now seemed to be imminent. But he was a man whose courage was quite as high as that of his opponent. To bully or be bullied were alike contrary to his nature. It was clear now that Vavasor intended to bully him, and he made up his mind at once that if the quarrel were forced upon him, it should find him ready to take his own part. "My difficulty in explaining it comes from consideration for you," he said. "Then I beg that your difficulty will cease, and that you will have no consideration for me. We are so circumstanced toward each other that any consideration must be humbug and nonsense. At any rate, I intend to have none for you. Now, let me know why you have meddled with my matters. I think I might, perhaps, better refer you to your uncle." "No, sir, Mr. Tomb is not my uncle's lawyer. My uncle never heard his name, unless he heard it from you." "But it was by agreement with your uncle that I commissioned Mr. Tomb to raise for you the money you were desirous of borrowing from your cousin. We thought it better that her fortune should not be for the moment disturbed." "But what had you to do with it? Why should you have done it? In the first place, I don't believe your story. It is together improbable. But why should he come to you of all men to raise money on his daughter's behalf? Unless you can behave yourself with more discretion, Mr. Vavasor, you might leave the room," said Mr. Grey. Then, as Vavasor simply sneered at him but spoke nothing, he went on. "It was I who suggested to your uncle that this arrangement should be made. I did not wish to see Miss Vavasor's fortune squandered." "And what was her fortune to you, sir? Are you aware that she is engaged to me as my wife? I ask you, sir, whether you are aware that Miss Vavasor is to be my wife?" "I must altogether decline to discuss with you Miss Vavasor's present or future position." "By heavens, then, you shall hear me discuss it. She was engaged to you, and she has given you your dismissal. If you had understood anything of the conduct which is usual among gentlemen, or if you had had any particle of pride in you, sir, you would have left her and never mentioned her name again. I now find you meddling with her money matters, so as to get a hold upon her fortune." "I have no hold upon her fortune." "Yes, sir, you have. You do not advance £2,000 without knowing that you have security. She has rejected you, and in order that you may be revenged, or that you may have some further hold upon her, that she may be in some sort within your power, you will have contrived this rascally pettifogging way of obtaining power over her income. The money shall be repaid at once, with any interest that can be due, and if I find you interfering again, I will expose you." "Mr. Vavasor," said Grey, very slowly, in a low tone of voice, but with something in his eye which would have told any bystander that he was much in earnest, "you have used your words in anger, which I cannot allow to pass. You must recall them." "What were the words? I said that you were a pettifogging rascal. I now repeat them." As he spoke, he put on his hat, so as to leave both hands ready for action, if action should be required. Grey was much the larger man, and much the stronger. It may be doubted whether he knew himself the extent of his own strength, but such as it was he resolved that he must now use it. "There is no help for it," he said, as he also prepared for action. The first thing he did was to open the door, and as he did so he became conscious that his mouth was full of blood from a sharp blow upon his face. Vavasor had struck him with his fist, and had cut his lip against his teeth. Then there came a scramble, and Grey was soon aware that he had his opponent in his hands. I doubt whether he had attempted to strike a blow, or whether he had so much as clenched his fist. Vavasor had struck him repeatedly, but the blows had fallen on his body or his head, and he was unconscious of them. He had but one object now in his mind, and that object was the kicking his assailant down the stairs. Then came a scramble, as I have said, and Grey had a hold of the smaller man by the nape of the neck, so holding him he forced him back through the door onto the landing, and there succeeded in pushing him down the first flight of steps. Grey kicked at him as he went, but the kick was impotent. He had, however, been so far successful that he had thrust his enemy out of the room, and had the satisfaction of seeing him sprawling on the landing-place. Vavasor, when he raised himself, prepared to make another rush at the room, but before he could do so a man from below, hearing the noise, had come upon him and interrupted him. "Mr. Jones," said Grey, speaking from above, "if that gentleman does not leave the house, I must get you to search for a policeman." Vavasor, though the lodging-house man had hold of the collar of his coat, made no attempt to turn upon his new enemy. When two dogs are fighting, any bystander may attempt to separate them with impunity. The brutes are so anxious to tear each other that they have no energies left for other purposes. It never occurs to them to turn the teeth upon newcomers in the quarrel. So it was with George Vavasor. Jones was sufficient to prevent his attack further upon the foe upstairs, and therefore he had no alternative but to relinquish the fight. "What is it all about, sir?" said Jones, who kept a tailor's establishment, and, as a tailor, was something of a fighting man himself. Of all tradesmen in London, the tailors are, no doubt, the most combative, as might be expected from the necessity which lies upon them of living down the general bad character in this respect, which the world has wrongly given to them. "What's it all about, sir?" said Jones, still holding Vavasor by this coat. "That man has ill-used me, and I've punished him, that's all." "I don't know much about punishing," said the tailor. "It seems to me he pitched you down pretty clean out of the room above. I think the best thing you can do now is to walk yourself off." It was the only thing that Vavasor could do, and he did walk himself off. He walked himself off, and went home to his own lodgings in Cecil Street, that he might smooth his feathers after the late encounter before he went down to Westminster to take his seat in the House of Commons. I do not think that he was comfortable when he got there, or that he felt himself very well able to fight another battle that night on behalf of the river-bank. He had not been hurt, but he had been worsted. Grey had probably received more personal damage than had fallen to his share, but Grey had succeeded in expelling him from the room, and he knew that he had been found prostrate on the landing-place where the tailor first saw him. But he might probably have got over the annoyance of this feeling had he not been overwhelmed by a consciousness that everything was going badly with him. He was already beginning to hate his seat in Parliament. What good had it done for him, or was it likely to do for him? He found himself to be associated there with Mr. Bott and a few others of the same class, men whom he despised, and even they did not admit him among them without a certain show of superiority on their part. Who had not ascertained by his own experience the different lights through which the same events may be seen according to the successes or want of successes which pervades the atmosphere at the moment? At the same time everything was unsuccessful with George Vavasor, and though he told himself almost from hour to hour, that he would go on with the thing that he would persevere in Parliament till he had obtained a hearing there and created for himself success. He could not himself believe in the promises which he had made to himself. He had looked forward to his entrance into that chamber as the hour of his triumph, but he had entered it with Mr. Bott, and there had been no triumph to him in doing so. He had sworn to himself that when there he would find men to hear him. Hitherto, indeed, he could not accuse himself of having missed his opportunities. His election had been so recent that he could hardly yet have made the attempt, but he had been there long enough to learn to fancy that there was no glory in attempting. This art of speaking in Parliament, which had appeared to him to be so grand, seemed already to be a humdrum, homely, dull affair. No one seemed to listen much to what he said. To such as himself, members without an acquired name, men did not seem to listen at all. Mr. Palliser once, in his hearing, spoken for 2 hours together, and all the House had treated his speech with respect. He had declared that it was useful, solid, conscientious, and what not, but more than half the House had been asleep, more than half the time that he was on his legs. Vavasor had not as yet commenced his career as an orator, but night after night, as he sat there, the chance of commencing it with brilliance seemed to be further from him, and still further. £2,000 of his own money, and 2,000 more of Alice's money, or of Mr. Grey's, he had already spent to make his way into that assembly. He must spend, at any rate, 2,000 more if he intended that his career should be prolonged beyond a 3-month sitting. And how was he to get this further sum after what had taken place to-day? He would get it. That was his resolve as he walked in by the apple-woman's stall, under the shadow of the great policeman, and between the 2 august lamps. He would get it. As long as Alice had a pound over which he could obtain mastery by any act or violence within his compass, he would get it, even though it should come through the hands of John Grey and Mr. Tomb. He would get it, though in doing so he might destroy his cousin Alice and ruin his sister Kate. He had gone too far to stick at any scruples. Had he not often declared how great had been that murderer who had been able to divest himself of all such scruples, who had scoured his bosom free from all fears of the hereafter, and, as regarded the present, had dared to trust for everything to success? He would go to Alice and demand the money from her with threats, and with that violence in his eyes which he knew so well how to assume. He believed that when he so demanded it, the money would be forthcoming so as to satisfy, at any rate, his present emergencies. That wretched old man in Westmoreland, if he would but die, there might yet be a hope remaining of permanent success. Even though the estate might be entailed so as to give him no more than a life interest, still money might be raised on it. His life interest in it would be worth 10 or 12 years' purchase. He had an idea that his grandfather had not as yet made any such will when he left the place in Westmoreland. What a boom it would be if death could be made to overtake the old man before he did so. On this very night he walked about the lobbies of the house, thinking of all this. He went by himself from room to room, roaming along passages, sitting now for 10 minutes in the gallery, and then again for a short space in the body of the house, till he would get up and wander again out into the lobby, impatient of the neighbourhood of Mr. Bott. Certainly at this time he felt no desire to bring before the House the subject of the river embankment. Nor was Mr. Grey much happier when he was left alone than was his assailant. To give Vavasor his due, the memory of the affray itself did not long trouble him much. The success between the combatants had been nearly equal, and he, at any rate, spoken his mind freely. His misery had come from other sources, but the reflection that he had been concerned in a row was in itself enough to make John Grey wretched for the time. Such a misfortune had never hitherto befallen him. In all his dealings with men's words had been sufficient, and generally words of courtesy had sufficed. To have been personally engaged in a fighting scramble with such a man as George Vavasor was to him terrible. When ordering that his money might be expended with the possible object of saving Alice from her cousin, he had never felt a moment's regret. He had never thought that he was doing more than circumstances fairly demanded of him. But now he was almost driven to utter reproach. "Oh, Alice, that this thing should have come upon me through thy fault." When Vavasor was led away downstairs by the tailor, and Grey found that no more actual fighting would be required of him, he retired into his bedroom, that he might wash his mouth and free himself from the stains of the combat. He had heard the front door close, and knew that the miscreant was gone, the miscreant who had disturbed his quiet. Then he began to think, what was that accusation with which Vavasor had charged him? He had been told that he had advanced money on behalf of Alice, in order that he might obtain some power over Alice's fortune, and thus revenge himself upon Alice for her treatment of him. Nothing could be more damnably false than this accusation. Of that he was well aware, but were not the circumstances of a nature to make it appear that the accusation was true? Security for the money advanced by him, of course, he had none. Of course he had desired none. Of course the money had been given out of his own pocket with the sole object of saving Alice, if that might be possible. But of all those who might hear of this affair, how many would know or even guess the truth? While he was in the wretched state of mind, washing his mouth and disturbing his spirit, Mr. Jones, his landlord, came up to him. Mr. Jones had known him for some years, and entertained a most profound respect for his character. A rather sporting man than otherwise was Mr. Jones. His father had been a tradesman at Cambridge, and in this way Jones had become known to Mr. Grey. But though given to sport, by which he meant modern prize-fighting, and the Epsom course on the Derby day, Mr. Jones was a man who dearly loved respectable customers and respectable lodgers. Mr. Grey, with his property at Nethercoats, and his august manners, and his reputation at Cambridge, was a most respectable lodger, and Mr. Jones could hardly understand how anyone could presume to raise his hand against such a man. "Dear, dear sir, this is a terrible affair," he said, as he made his way into the room. "It was very disagreeable, certainly," said Grey. "Was the gentleman known to you?" asked the tailor. "Yes, I know who he is." "Any quarrel, sir?" "Well, yes, I should have not pushed him down the stairs, and he had not quarrelled with me." "We can have the police after him if you wish it, sir." "I do not wish it at all." "Or we might manage to polish him off in any other ways, you know." It was some time before Mr. Grey could get rid of the tailor, but he did so at last without having told any part of the story to that warlike, worthy, and very anxious individual. End of chapter 52. Recording by Vincent Tapia.
Chapter 53. Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mary Rhodey. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 53. The Last Will of the Old Squire. In the meantime Kate Vavasor was living down in Westmoreland, with no other society than that of her grandfather, and did not altogether have a very pleasant life of it. George had been apt to represent the old man to himself as being as strong as an old tower, which, though it be but a ruin, shows no sign of falling. To his eyes the Squire had always seemed to be full of life and power. He could be violent on occasions, and was hardly ever without violence in his eyes and voice. But George's opinion was formed by his wish, or rather by the reverses of his wish. For years he had been longing that his grandfather should die, had been accusing fate of gross injustice in that she did not snap the thread. And with such thoughts in his mind he had grudged every ounce which the Squire's vigour had been able to sustain. He had almost taught himself to believe that it would be a good deed to squeeze what remained of life out of that violent old throat. But, indeed, the embers of life were burning low, and had George known all the truth, he would hardly have inclined his mind to thoughts of murder. He was indeed very weak with age, and tottering with unsteady steps on the brink of his grave, though he would still come down early from his room, and would, if possible, creep out about the garden and into the farmyard. He would still sit down to dinner, and would drink his allotted portion of port wine in the doctor's teeth. The doctor by no means desired to rob him of his last luxury, or even to stint his quantity, but he recommended certain changes in the mode and time of taking it. Against this, however, the old Squire indignantly rebelled, and scolded Kate almost off her legs when she attempted to enforce the doctor's orders. "What the mischief does it signify?" the old man said to her one evening. "What difference will it make whether I am dead or alive, unless it is that George would turn you out of the house directly he gets it?" "I was not thinking of any one but yourself, sir," said Kate, with a tear in her eye. "You won't be troubled to think of me much longer," said the Squire, and then he gulped down the remaining half of his glass of wine. Kate was, in truth, very good to him. Women always are good under such circumstances, and Kate Vavasor was one who would certainly stick to such duties as now fell to her lot. She was eminently true and loyal to her friends, though she could be as false on their behalf as most false people can be on their own. She was very good to the old man, tending all his wants, taking his violence with good humour rather than with submission, not opposing him with direct contradiction when he abused his grandson, but saying little words to mitigate his wrath, if it were possible. At such times the Squire would tell her that she also would learn to know her brother's character some day. "You'll live to be robbed by him, and turned out as naked as you were born," he said to her one day. Then Kate fired up and declared that she fully trusted her brother's love. Whatever faults he might have, he had been staunch to her, so she said, and the old man sneered at her for saying so. One morning, soon after this, when she brought him up to his bedroom some mixture of thin porridge, which he still endeavoured to swallow for his breakfast, he bade her sit down, and began to talk to her about the property. "I know you are a fool," he said, "about all matters of business, more of a fool than even women generally are." To this Kate acceded with a little smile, acknowledging that her understanding was limited. "I want to see Gogram," he said. "Do you write to him a line, telling him to come here to day, he or one of his men, and send it at once by Peter." Gogram was an attorney who lived in Penrith, and who was never summoned to Vavasor Hall unless the Squire had something to say about his will. "Don't you think you'd better put it off till you are a little stronger?" said Kate. Whereupon the Squire fired at her such a volley of oaths that she sprang off the chair on which she was sitting, and darted across to a little table at which there was pen and ink, and wrote her note to Mr. Gogram before she had recovered from the shaking which the battery had given her. She wrote the note and ran away with it to Peter, and saw Peter on the pony on his way to Penrith before she dared to return to her grandfather's bedside. "What should you do with the estate if I left it to you?" the Squire said to her first moment she was again back with him. This was a question she could not answer instantly. She stood by his bedside for a while thinking, holding her grandfather's hand and looking down upon the bed. He, with his rough watery old eyes, was gazing up into her face, as though he were trying to read her thoughts. "I think I should give it to my brother," she said. "Then I'm dashed if I'll leave it to you," said he. She did not jump now, though he had sworn at her. She still stood, holding his hand softly, and looking down upon the bed. "If I were you, grandfather," she said almost in a whisper, "I would not trust myself to alter family arrangements whilst I was so ill. I'm sure you would advise any one else against doing so." "And if I were to leave it to Alice, she'd give it to him too," he said, speaking his thoughts out loud. "What is it you see in him? I never could even guess. He's as ugly as a baboon with his scarred face. He has never done anything to show himself a clever fellow. Kate, give me some of that bottle the man sent." Kate handed him his medicine, and then stood again by his bedside. "Where did he get the money to pay for his election?" the Squire asked, as soon as he had swallowed the draught. "They wouldn't give such a one as him credit a yard further than they could see him." "I don't know where he got it," said Kate, lying. "He has not had yours, has he?" "He would not take it, sir." "And you offered it to him?" "Yes, sir." "And he has not had it?" "Not a penny of it, sir." "And what made you offer it to him after what I said to you?" "Because it was my own," said Kate, stoutly. "You're the biggest idiot that ever I heard of, and you'll know it yourself some day. Go away now, and let me know when Gogram comes." She went away, and for a time employed herself about her ordinary household work. Then she sat down alone in the dingy old dining room to think what had better be done in her present circumstances. The carpet of the room was worn out, as were also the covers of the old chairs and the horsehair sofa, which was never moved from its accustomed place along the wall. It was not a comfortable squire's residence, this old house at Vavasor. In the last 20 years no money had been spent on furniture or embellishments, and for the last 10 years there had been no painting, either inside or out. 20 years ago the Squire had been an embarrassed man, and had taken a turn in his life, and had lived sparingly. It could not be said that he had become a miser. His table was kept plentifully, and there had never been want in his house. In some respects, too, he had behaved liberally to Kate and to others, and he had kept up the timber and fences on the property. But the house had become wretched in its dull, sombre, dirty darkness, and the gardens round it were as bad. What ought she now to do? She believed that her grandfather's last days were coming, and she knew that others of the family should be with him besides herself. For their sakes, for his, and for her own, it would be proper that she should not be alone there when he died. But for whom should she send? Her brother was the natural heir, and would be the head of the family. Her duty to him was clear, and the more so as her grandfather was at this moment speaking of changes in his will. But it was a question to her whether George's presence at Vavasor, even if he would come, would not at this moment do more harm than good to his own interests. It would make some prejudicial change in the old man's will more probable instead of less so. George would not become soft and mild spoken even by deathbed side, and it would be likely enough that the Squire would curse his heir with his dying breath. She might send for her uncle John, but if she did so without telling George, she would be treating George unfairly. And she knew that it was improbable that her uncle and her brother should act together in anything. Her Aunt Greenow, she thought, would come to her, and her presence would not influence the Squire in any way with reference to the property. So she made up her mind at last that she would ask her aunt to come to Vavasor, and that she would tell her brother accurately all that she could tell, leaving him to come or stay as he might think. Alice would, no doubt, learn all the facts from him, and her uncle John would hear them from Alice. Then they could do as they pleased. As soon as Mr. Gogram had been there, she would write her letters, and they should be sent over to Shap early on the following morning. Mr. Gogram came, and was closeted with the Squire, and the doctor also came. The doctor saw Kate, and shaking his head told her that her grandfather was sinking lower and lower every hour. It would be infinitely better for him if he would take that port wine at 4 doses in the day, or even at 2, instead of taking it altogether. Kate promised to try again, but stated her conviction that the trial would be useless. The doctor, when pressed on the matter, said that his patient might probably live a week, not improbably a fortnight, perhaps a month, if he would be obedient, and so forth. Gogram went away without seeing Kate, and Kate, who looked upon a will as an awful and somewhat tedious ceremony, was in doubt whether her grandfather would live to complete any new operation. But, in truth, the will had been made and signed and witnessed, the parish clerk and one of the tenants having been had up into the room as witnesses. Kate knew that the men had been there, but still did not think that a new will had been perfected. That evening, when it was dusk, the Squire came into the dining room, having been shuffling about the grand sweep before the house for a quarter of an hour. The day was cold and the wind bleak, but still he would go out, and Kate had wrapped him up carefully in mufflers and greatcoats. Now he came in to what he called dinner, and Kate sat down with him. He had drank no wine that day, although she had brought it to him twice during the morning. Now he attempted to swallow a little soup, but failed, and after that, while Kate was eating her bit of chicken, had the decanter put before him. "I can't eat, and I suppose it won't hurt you if I take my wine at once," he said. It went against the grain with him, even yet, that he could not wait till the cloth was gone from the table. But his impatience for the only sustenance that he could take was too much for him. "But you should eat something, sir. Will you have a bit of toast to sop in your wine?" The word "sop" was badly chosen, and made the old Squire angry. "Sop toast! Why am I to spoil the only thing I can enjoy?" "But the wine would do you more good if you would take something with it." "Good! Nothing will do me any good any more. As for eating, you know I can't eat. What's the use of bothering me?" Then he filled his second glass, and paused a while before he put it to his lips. He never exceeded 4 glasses, but the 4 he was determined that he would have, as long as he could lift them to his mouth. Kate finished, or pretended to finish, her dinner within 5 minutes, in order that the table might be made to look comfortable for him. Then she poked the fire, and brushed up the hearth, and closed the old curtains with her own hands, moving about silently. As she moved, his eye followed her, and when she came behind his chair, and pushed the decanter a little more within his reach, he put out his rough, hairy hand, and laid it upon one of hers which she had rested on the table, with a tenderness that was unusual with him. "You are a good girl, Kate. I wish you had been a boy, that's all." "If I had, I shouldn't perhaps have been here to take care of you," she said, smiling. "No, you'd have been like your brother, no doubt. Not that I think there could have been two so bad as he is. Oh, grandfather, if he has offended you, you should try to forgive him." "Try to forgive him! How often have I forgiven him without any trying? Why did he come down here the other day, and insult me for the last time? Why didn't he keep away, as I had bidden him?" "But you gave him leave to see you, sir." "I didn't give him leave to treat me like that." "Never mind. He will find that, old as I am, I can punish an insult." "You haven't done anything, sir, to injure him," said Kate. "I have made another will, that's all. Do you suppose I had that man here all the way from Penrith for nothing?" "But it isn't done yet." "I tell you it is done. If I left him the whole property it would be gone in 2 years' time. What's the use of doing it?" "But for his life, sir. You had promised him that he should have it for his life." "How dare you tell me that? I never promised him. As my heir he would have had it all if he would have behaved himself with common decency. Even though I disliked him, as I always have done, he should have had it." "And you have taken it from him altogether?" "I shall answer no questions about it, Kate." Then a fit of coughing came upon him, his 4 glasses of wine having been all taken, and there was no further talk about business. During the evening Kate read a chapter of the Bible out loud, but the Squire was very impatient under the reading, and positively refused permission for a second. "There isn't any good in so much of it all at once," he said, using almost exactly the same words which Kate had used to him about the port wine. There may have been good produced by the small quantity to which he listened, as there is good from the physic which children take with wry faces, most unwillingly. Who can say? For many weeks past Kate had begged her uncle to allow the clergyman of Vavasor to come to him, but he had positively declined. The vicar was a young man to whom the living had lately been given by the Chancellor, and he had commenced his career by giving instant offence to the Squire. This vicar's predecessor had been an old man, almost as old as the Squire himself, and had held the living for 40 years. He had been a Westmoreland man, had read the prayers, and preached his one Sunday sermon in a Westmoreland dialect, getting through the whole operation rather within an hour and a quarter. He had troubled none of his parishioners by much advice, and had been meek and obedient to the Squire. Knowing the country well, and being used to its habits, he had lived, and been charitable too, on the proceeds of his living, which had never reached 200 a year. But the newcomer was a close-fisted man, with higher ideas of personal comfort, who found it necessary to make every penny go as far as possible, who made up in preaching for what he could not give away in charity, who established an afternoon service, and who had rebuked the Squire for saying that the doing so was trash and nonsense. Since that the Squire had never been inside the church, except on the occasion of Christmas Day. For this, indeed, the state of his health gave ample excuse, but he had positively refused to see the vicar, though that gentleman had assiduously called, and had at last desired the servant to tell the clergyman not to come again unless he were sent for. Kate's task was, therefore, difficult, both as regarded the temporal and spiritual wants of her grandfather. When the reading was finished, the old man dozed in his chair for half an hour. He would not go up to bed before the enjoyment of that luxury. He was daily implored to do so, because that sleep in the chair interfered so fatally with his chance of sleeping in bed. But sleep in his chair he would, and did. Then he woke, and after a fit of coughing, was induced, with much ill humour, to go up to his room. Kate had never seen him so weak. He was hardly able, even with her assistance and that of the old servant, to get up the broad stairs. But there was still some power left to him for violence of language after he got to his room, and he rated Kate and the old woman loudly, because his slippers were not in the proper place. "Grandfather," said Kate, "would you like me to stay in the room with you to-night?" He rated her again for this proposition, and then, with assistance from the nurse, he was gotten into bed, and was left alone. After that Kate went to her room and wrote her letters. The first she wrote to her Aunt Greenow. That was easily enough written. To Mrs. Greenow it was not necessary that she should say anything about money. She simply stated her belief that her grandfather's last day was near at hand, and begged her aunt to come and pay a last visit to the old man. "It will be a great comfort to me in my distress," she said, "and it will be a satisfaction to you to have seen your father again." She knew that her aunt would come, and that task was soon done. But her letter to her brother was much more difficult. What should she tell him, and what should she not tell him? She began by describing her grandfather's state, and by saying to him, as she had done to Mrs. Greenow, that she believed the old man's hours were well nigh come to a close. She told him that she had asked her aunt to come to her, not, she said, that I think her coming will be of material service, but I feel the loneliness of the house will be too much for me at such a time. "I must leave it for you to decide," she said, "whether you had better be here. If anything should happen, People when writing such letters are always afraid to speak of death by its proper name. "I will send you a message, and no doubt you would come at once." Then came the question of the will. Had it not occurred to her that her own interests were involved, she would have said nothing on the subject. But she feared her brother, feared even his misconstruction of her motives, even though she was willing to sacrifice so much on his behalf, and therefore she resolved to tell him all that she knew. He might turn upon her hereafter if she did not do so, and accuse her of a silence which had been prejudicial to him. So she told it all, and the letter became long in the telling. "I write with a heavy heart," she said, "because I know it will be a great blow to you. He gave me to understand that in this will he left everything away from you. I cannot declare that he said so directly. Indeed, I cannot remember his words, but that was the impression he left on me. The day before he had asked me what I should do if he gave me the estate, but of course I treated that as a joke. I have no idea what he put into his will. I have not even attempted to guess, but now I have told you all that I know." The letter was a very long one, and was not finished till late, but when it was completed she had the two taken out into the kitchen, as the boy was to start with them before daylight. Early on the next morning she crept silently into her grandfather's room, as was her habit, but he was apparently sleeping, and then she crept back again. The old servant told her that the Squire had been awake at 4, and at 5, and at 6, and had called for her. Then he had seemed to go to sleep. 4 or 5 times in the course of the morning Kate went into the room, but her grandfather did not notice her. At last she feared he might already have passed away, and she put her hand upon his shoulder and down his arm. He then gently touched her hand with his, showing her plainly that he was not only alive but conscious. She then offered him food, the thin porridge, which he was wont to take, and the medicine. She offered him some wine too, but he would not take nothing. At 12 o'clock a letter was brought to her, which had come by the post. She saw that it was from Alice, and opening it found that it was very long. At that moment she could not read it, but she saw words in it that made her wish to know its contents as quickly as possible. But she could not leave her grandfather then. At 2 o'clock the doctor came to him, and remained there till the dusk of the evening had commenced. At 8 o'clock the old man was dead. End of chapter 53. Read by Mary Rhodey.
Chapter 54 of Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Belinda Brown of Indianapolis, Indiana. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 54. Showing how Alice was punished. Poor Kate's condition at the old hall on the night was very sad. The presence of a death is always a source of sorrow, even though the circumstances of the case are of a kind to create no agony of grief. The old man who had just passed away upstairs was fully due to go. He had lived his span all out, and had himself known that to die was the one thing left for him to do. Kate also had expected his death, and had felt that the time had come in which it would be foolish even to wish that it would be arrested. But death close to one is always sad, as it is solemn. And she was quite alone at Vavasor Hall. She had no acquaintances within some miles of her. From the young vicar, though she herself had not quarrelled with him, she could receive no comfort, as she hardly knew him, nor was she of a temperament which would dispose her to turn to a clergyman at such a time for comfort, unless to one who might have been an old friend. Her aunt and brother would probably both come to her, but they could hardly be with her for a day or two, and during that day or two it would be needful that orders should be given which it is disagreeable for a woman to have to give. The servants, moreover, in the house were hardly fit to assist her much. There was an old butler or footman who had lived in the hall for more than 50 years, but he was crippled with rheumatism and so laden with maladies that he rarely crept out of his own room. He was simply an additional burden on the others. There was a boy who had lately done all the work which the others should have done, and ever so much more besides. There is no knowing how much work such a boy will do when properly drilled, and he was now Kate's best minister in her distress. There was the old nurse, but she had been simply good for nursing, and there were two rough Westmoreland girls who called themselves cook and housemaid. On that evening, the very first day on which her grandfather had died, Kate would have been more comfortable had she really found something that she could do, but there was in truth nothing. She hovered for an hour or two in and out of the room, conscious of the letter which she had in her pocket, and very desirous in heart of reading it, but restrained by a feeling that at such a moment she ought to think only of the dead. In this she was wrong. Let the living think of the dead, when their thoughts will travel that way, whether the thinker wish it or no. Grief taken up because grief is supposed to be proper is only 1 degree better than pretended grief. When one sees it, one cannot but think of the lady who asked her friend, in confidence, whether hot roast fowl and bread sauce were compatible with the earliest states of weeds, or of that other lady, a royal lady she, who was much comforted in the tedium of her trouble when assured by one of the lords about the court that piquet was mourning. It was late at night, near 11, before Kate took out the letter and read it. As something of my story hangs upon it, I will give it at length, though it was a long letter. It had been written with great struggles and with many tears, and Kate, as she read it to the end, almost forgot that her grandfather was lying dead in the room above her. Queen Anne Street, April, 1860 . Dearest Kate, I hardly know how to write you. What I have to tell you, and yet I must tell it. I must tell it to you, but I shall never repeat the story to anyone else. I should have written yesterday when it occurred, but I was so ill that I felt myself unable to make the exertion. Indeed, at one time, after your brother had left me, I almost doubted whether I should ever be able to collect my thoughts again. My dismay was at first so great that my reason for a time deserted me, and I could only sit and cry like an idiot. Dear Kate, I hope you will not be angry with me for telling you. I have endeavoured to think about it as calmly as I can, and I believe that I have no alternative. The fact that your brother has quarrelled with me cannot be concealed from you, and I must not leave him to tell you of the manner of it. He came to me yesterday in great anger. His anger then was nothing to what it became afterwards, but even when he first came in he was full of wrath. He stood up before me and asked me how it had come to pass that I had sent him the money which he had asked of me through the hands of Mr. Grey. Of course I had not done this, and I told him at once. I had spoken of the matter to no one but papa, and he had managed it for me. Even now I know nothing of it, and as I have not yet spoken to papa, I cannot understand it. George at once told me that he disbelieved me, and when I sat quiet under this insult, he used harsher words, and said that I had conspired to lower him before the world. He then asked me whether I loved him. Oh, Kate, I must tell it you all, though it is dreadful to me that I should have to write it. You remember how it came to pass when we were in Westmoreland together at Christmas? Do not think that I am blaming you, but I was very rash then in the answers which I made to him. I thought that I could be useful to him as his wife, and I had told myself that it would be good that I should be of use in some way. When he asked me that question yesterday, I sat silent. Indeed, how could I have answered it in the affirmative when he had just used such language to me? While he was standing opposite to me, looking at me in that way which he has when he is enraged. Then he spoke again, and demanded of me that I should once send back Mr. Grey all his which I had kept, and at the same time took up and threw across the table on the sofa near me a little paper knife which Mr. Grey once gave me. I could not allow myself to be so ordered by him, so I said nothing, but put the knife back upon the table. He then took it again and threw it beneath the grate. "I have a right to look upon you as my wife," he said, "and, as such, I will not allow you to keep that man's things about you." I think I told him that I should never become his wife, but though I remember many of his words, I remember none of my own. He swore, I know, with a great oath, that if I went back a second time from my word to him, he would leave me no peace, that he would punish me for my perfidy with some fearful punishment. Oh, Kate, I cannot tell you what he looked like. He had then come quite close to me, and I know that I trembled before him as though he were going to strike me. Of course I said nothing. What could I say to a man who behaved to me in such a manner? Then, as far as I can remember it, he sat down and began to talk about money. I forget what he said at first, but I know that I assured him that he might take what he wanted so long as enough was left to prevent my being absolutely a burden on papa. "That, madam, is a matter of course," he said. I remember those words so well. Then he explained that after what had passed between us, I had no right to ruin him by keeping back from him money which had been promised to him, and which was essential to his success. In this, dear Kate, I think he was mainly right, but he could not have been right in putting it to me in that hard, cruel manner, especially as I had never refused anything that he had asked of me in respect of money. The money he may have while it lasts, but then there must be an end of it all between us, even though he should have the power of punishing me, as he says he will do. Punishing me indeed! What punishment can be so hard as that which he has already inflicted? He then desired me to write a letter to him, which he might show to the lawyer, to our own lawyer I think he meant, in order that money might be raised to pay back what Mr. Grey had advanced, and give him what he now required. I think he said that it was to be £5,000. When he asked me this, I did not move. Indeed, I was unable to move. Then he spoke very loud, and swore at me again, and brought me pen and ink, demanding that I should write the letter. I was so frightened that I thought of running to the door to escape, and I would have done so had I not distrusted my own power. Had it been to save my life, I could not have written the letter. I believe I was now crying. At any rate, I threw myself back and covered my face with my hands. Then he came and sat by me, and took hold of my arms. Oh, Kate, I cannot tell it you all. He put his mouth close to my ear, and said words which were terrible, though I did not understand them. I do not know what it was he said, but he was threatening me with his anger if I did not obey him. Before he left me, I believe I found my voice to tell him that he should certainly have the money which he required. And so he shall. I will go to Mr. Round myself, and insist on its being done. My money is my own, and I may do with it as I please. But I hope, I am obliged to hope, that I may never be made to see my cousin again. I will not pretend to express any opinion as to the cause of all this. It is very possible that you will not believe all I say, that you will think that I am mad and have deluded myself. Of course your heart will prompt you to accuse me rather than him. If it is so, and if there must therefore be a division between us, my grief will be greatly increased. But I do not know that I can help it. I cannot keep all this back from you. He has cruelly ill-used me and insulted me. He has treated me as I should have thought no man could have treated a woman. As regards money, I did all that I could do to show that I trusted him thoroughly, and my confidence has only led to suspicion. I do not know whether he understands that everything must be over between us, but if not, I must ask you to tell him so, and I must ask you to explain to him that he must not come again to Queen Anne Street. If he does, nothing shall induce me to see him. Tell him also that the money that he wants shall assuredly be sent to him as soon as I can make Mr. Round get it. Dearest Kate, good-bye. I hope that you will feel for me. If you do not answer me, I shall presume that you think yourself bound to support his side, and to believe me to have been wrong. It will make me very unhappy, but I shall remember that you are his sister, and I shall not be angry with you. Yours affectionately, Alice Vavasor. Kate, as she read her letter through, at first quickly, and then very slowly, came by degrees almost to forget that death was in the house. Her mind and heart and brain were filled with thoughts and feelings that had exclusive reference to Alice and her brother, and at last she found herself walking the room with quick, impetuous steps, while her blood was hot with indignation. All her sympathies in the matter were with Alice. It never occurred to her to disbelieve a word of the statement made to her, or to suggest to herself that it had been coloured by any fears or exaggeration on the part of her correspondent. She knew that Alice was true, and moreover, much as she loved her brother, willing as she had been, and would still be, to risk all that she possessed, and herself also, on his behalf, she knew that it would be risking and not trusting. She loved her brother, such love having come to her by nature, and having remained with her from of old, and in his intellect she still believed, but she had ceased to have belief in his conduct. She feared everything that he might do, and lived with a consciousness that though she was willing to connect all her own fortunes with his, she had much reason to expect she might encounter ruin in doing so. Her sin had been in this, that she had been anxious to subject Alice to the same danger, that she had intrigued sometime very meanly to bring about the object she had at heart, that she had used all her craft to separate Alice from Mr. Grey. Perhaps it may be alleged in her excuse that she had hoped rather than thought, that the marriage which she contemplated would change much in her brother that was wrong, and bring him into a mode of life that would not be dangerous. Might not she and Alice together so work upon him that he should cease to stand ever on the brink of some half-seen precipice? To risk herself for her brother was noble, but when she used her cunning in inducing her cousin to share the risk, she was ignoble. Of this she had herself some consciousness as she walked up and down the old dining room at midnight, holding her cousin's letter in her hand. Her cheeks became tinged with shame as she thought of the scene which Alice had described, the toy thrown beneath the grate, the loud curses, the whispered threats, which had been more terrible than curses, the demand for money, made with something worse than a cut-throat's violence, the strong man's hands placed upon the woman's arm in anger and in rage, those eyes glaring and gaping horror as he pressed his face close to that of his victim. Not for a moment did she think of defending him. She accused him to herself vehemently of a sin over and above those sins which had filled Alice with dismay. He had demanded money from the girl whom he intended to marry. According to Kate's idea, nothing could excuse or palliate this sin. Alice had accounted in it as nothing, had expressed her opinion that the demand was reasonable. Even now, after the ill usage to which she had been subjected, she had declared that the money should be forthcoming and given to the man who had treated her so shamefully. It might be well that Alice should feel and so act, but it behoved Kate to feel and act very differently. She would tell her brother, even in the house of death, should he come there, that his conduct was mean and unmanly. Kate was no coward. She declared to herself that she would do this, even though he should threaten her with all his fury, though he should glare upon her with all the horrors of his countenance. 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock still found her in the dark sombre parlour, every now and then pacing the floor of the room. The fire had gone out, and, though it was now the middle of April, she began to feel the cold. But she would not go to bed before she had written a line to Alice. To her brother a message by telegraph would of course be sent the next morning, as also would she send a message to her aunt. But to Alice she would write, though it might be but a line. Cold as she was, she found her pens and paper, and wrote her letter that night. It was very short. Dear Alice, to-day I received your letter, and to-day our poor old grandfather died. Tell my Uncle John, with my love, of his father's death. You will understand that I cannot write much now about the other matter, but I must tell you, even at such a moment as this, that there shall be no quarrel between you and me. There shall be none, at least on my side. I cannot say more till a few days shall have passed by. He is lying upstairs, a corpse. I have telegraphed to George, and I suppose he will come down. I think my Aunt Greenow will come also, as I have written to her before, seeing that I wanted the comfort of having her here. Uncle John will of course come or not as he thinks fitting. I don't know whether I am in a position to say that I shall be glad to see him, but I should be very glad. He and you will know that I can, as yet, tell you nothing further. The lawyer is to see the men about the funeral. Nothing, I suppose, will be done till George comes. Your own cousin and friend, Kate Vavasor. And then she added a line below, my own Alice. If you will let me, you shall be my sister, and be the nearest to me and the dearest. Alice, when she received this, was at the first moment so much struck, and indeed surprised by the tidings of her grandfather's death, that she was forced, in spite of the still existing violence of her own feelings, to think and act chiefly with reference to that event. Her father had not then left his room. She therefore went to him, and handed him Kate's letter. "Papa," she said, "there is news from Westmoreland, bad news, which you hardly expected yet." "My father is dead," said John Vavasor, whereupon Alice gave him Kate's letter, that he might read it. "Of course I shall go down," he said, as he came to the part in which Kate had spoken of him. "Does she think I shall not follow my father to the grave, because I dislike her brother? What does she mean by saying there shall be no quarrel between you and her?" "I will explain that at another time," said Alice. John Vavasor asked no further questions then, but declared at first that he should go to Westmoreland on the following day. Then he altered his purpose. "I'll go by the mail train to night," he said. "It will be very disagreeable, but I ought to be there when the will is opened." There was a very little more said in Queen Anne Street on the subject till the evening, till a few moments before Mr. Vavasor left his house. He indeed had thought nothing more about the quarrelling, or rather that promise that there should be no quarrelling between the girls. He still regarded his nephew George as the man who, unfortunately, was to be his son-in-law, and now, during this tedious sad day, in which he felt himself compelled to remain at home, he busied his mind in thinking of George and Alice as living together at the old Hall. At 6, the father and daughter dined, and soon after dinner Mr. Vavasor went up to his own room to prepare himself for his journey. After a while Alice followed him, but she did not do so till she knew if anything was to be told before the journey, no further time could be lost. "Papa," she said as soon as she had shut the door behind her, "I think I ought to tell you before you go that everything is over between me and George." "Have you quarrelled with him too?" said the father with uncontrolled surprise. "I should perhaps say that he has quarrelled with me. But, dear papa, pray do not question me at present. I will tell you all when you come back. But I thought it right that you should know this before you went." "It has been his doing, then?" "I cannot explain it to you in a hurry like this. Papa, you may understand something of the shame which I feel, and you should not question me now." "And John Grey?" "There is nothing different in regard to him." "I'll be shot if I can understand you. George, you know, has £2,000 of your money. Of yours or somebody else's. Well, we can't talk about it now, as I must go off. Thinking as I do of George, I'm glad of it. That's all." Then he went, and Alice was left alone to comfort herself as best she might by her own reflections. George Vavasor had received the message on the day previous to that on which Alice's letter had reached her, but it had not come to him till late in the day. He might have gone down by the mail train of that night, but there were one or two persons, his own attorney especially, whom he wished to see before the reading of his grandfather's will. He remained in town, therefore, on the following day, and went down by the same train as that which took his uncle. Walking along the platform, looking for a seat, he peered into a carriage and met his uncle's eye. The two saw each other, but did not speak, and George passed on to another carriage. On the following morning, before the break of day, they met again in the refreshment room at the station at Lancaster. "So my father is gone, George," said the uncle, speaking to the nephew. They must go to the same house, and Mr. Vavasor felt that it would be better that they should be on speaking terms when they reached it. "Yes," said George, "he has gone at last. I wonder what we shall find to have been his latest act of injustice." The reader will remember that he had received Kate's first letter, in which she had told him of the Squire's altered will. John Vavasor turned away disgusted. His finer feelings were perhaps not very strong, but he had no thoughts or hopes in reference to the matter which were mean. He expected nothing himself, and did not begrudge his nephew the inheritance. At this moment he was thinking of the old Squire as a father who had ever been kind to him. It might be natural that George should have no such old affection at his heart, but it was unnatural that he should express himself as he had done at such a moment. The uncle turned away, but said nothing. George followed him with a little proposition of his own. "We shan't get any conveyance at Shap," he said. "Hadn't we better go over in a chaise from Kendal?" To this his uncle assented, and so they finished their journey together. George smoked all the time that they were in the carriage, and very few words were spoken. As they drove up to the house, they found that another arrival had taken place before them. Mrs. Greenow having reached the house in some vehicle from the Shap station. She had come across from Norwich to Manchester, where she had joined the train which had brought the uncle and nephew from London. End of chapter 54. Recording by Belinda Brown of Indianapolis, Indiana. Chapter 55 of Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Belinda Brown of Indianapolis, Indiana. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 45. The Will. The coming of Mrs. Greenow at this very moment was a great comfort to Kate. Without her she would hardly have known how to bear herself with her uncle and her brother. As it was, they were all restrained by something of the courtesy which strangers are bound to show each other. George had never seen his aunt since he was a child, and some sort of introduction was necessary between them. "So, you are George," said Mrs. Greenow, putting out her hand and smiling. "Yes, I'm George," said he. "And a member of Parliament," said Mrs. Greenow. "It's quite an honour to the family. I felt so proud when I heard it." She said this pleasantly, meaning it to be taken for truth, and then turned away to her brother. "Papa's time was fully come," she said, "though, to tell the truth, I had no idea that he was so weak as Kate describes him to have been." "Nor I either," said John Vavasor. "He went to church with us here on Christmas Day." "Did he, indeed? Dear, dear! He seems to have gone off just like poor Greenow." Here she put her handkerchief to her face. "I think you didn't know Greenow, John?" "I met him once," said her brother. "Ah, he wasn't to be known and understood in that way. I'm aware there was a little prejudice because of his being in trade, but we won't talk of that now. Where should I have been without him, tradesman or no tradesman? I've no doubt he was an excellent man." "You may say that, John. Ah, well, we can't keep everything in this life for ever. It may, perhaps, be as well to explain now that Mrs. Greenow had told Captain Bellfield at their last meeting before she left Norwich that, under certain circumstances, if he behaved himself well, there might possibly be a ground of hope. Whereupon Captain Bellfield had immediately gone to the best tailor in that city, had told the man of his coming marriage, and had given an extensive order. But the tailor had not as yet supplied the goods, waiting for more credible evidence of the captain's good fortune. "We're all grass of the field," said Mrs. Greenow lightly, brushing a tear from her eye, "and must be cut down and put into the oven in our turns." Her brother uttered a slight sympathetic groan, shaking his head in testimony of the uncertainty of human affairs, and then said that he would go out and look about the place. George, in the meantime, had asked his sister to show him his room, and the two were already together upstairs. Kate had made up in her mind that she would say nothing about Alice at the present moment, nothing, if it could be avoided, till after the funeral. She led the way upstairs, almost trembling with fear, for she knew that other subjects of the will would also give rise to trouble and sorrow, perhaps also determined quarrelling. "What has brought that woman here?" was the first question that George asked. "I asked her to come," said Kate. "And why did you ask her to come here?" said George angrily. Kate immediately felt that he was speaking as though he were master of the house, and also as though he intended to be master of her. As regarded the former idea, she had no objection to it. She thoroughly and honestly wished that he might be the master, and though she feared that he might find himself mistaken in his assumption, she herself was not disposed to deny any appearance of right that he might have taken upon himself in that respect. But she had already begun to tell herself that she must not submit herself to his masterdom. She had gradually so taught herself since he had compelled her to write the first letter in which Alice had been asked to give her money. "I asked her, George, before my poor grandfather's death, when I thought he would linger perhaps for weeks. My life here alone with him, without any other woman in the house beside the servants, was very melancholy. Why did you not ask Alice to come to you?" "Alice could not have come," said Kate, after a short pause. "I don't know why she shouldn't have come. I won't have that woman about the place. She disgraced herself by marrying a blacksmith." "Why, George, it was you yourself who advised me to go and stay with her." "That's a very different thing. Now that he's dead, and she's got his money, it's all very well that you should go to her occasionally, but I won't have her here." "It's natural that she should come to her father's house at her father's death-bed." "I hate to be told that things are natural. It always means humbug. I don't suppose she cared for the old man any more than I did, or that she cared for the other old man who married her. People are such intense hypocrites. There's my Uncle John, pulling a long face because he has to come into this house, and he will pull it as long as the body lies up there, and yet for the last 20 years there's nothing on earth that he is as much hated as going to see his father. When are they going to bury him?" "On Saturday, the day after tomorrow." "Why couldn't they do it tomorrow, so that we could get away before Saturday?" "He only died on Monday, George," said Kate solemnly. "Pshaw! Who has got the will?" "Mr. Grogram. He was here yesterday, and told me to tell you and Uncle John that he would have it with him when he came back from the funeral." "What has my Uncle John to do with it?" said George sharply. "I shall go over to Penrith this afternoon and make Grogram give it to me." "I don't think he'll do that, George." "What right has he to keep it? What right has he to it at all? How do I know that he has really got the old man's last will? Where did my grandfather keep his papers?" "In that old secretary, as he used to call it, the one that stands in the dining room. It is sealed up." "Who sealed it?" "Mr. Grogram did. Mr. Grogram and I together." "What the deuce made you meddle with it?" "I merely assisted him. But I believe he was quite right. I think it is usual in such cases." "Balderdash! You are thinking of some old trumpery of former days. Till I know to the contrary, everything here belongs to me as heir at law, and I do not mean to allow of any interference till I know of certain that my rights have been taken from me, and I won't accept a deathbed will. What a man chooses to write when his fingers will hardly hold the pen goes for nothing." "You can't suppose that I wish to interfere with your rights." "I hope not." "Oh, George!" "Well, I say, I hope not, but I know that there are those who would. Do you think my Uncle John would not interfere with me if he could? By, if he does, he shall find that he does it at his cost. I'll lead him such a life through the courts that the next 2 or 3 years that he'll wish that he remained in Chancery Lane and never left it." A message was now brought up by the nurse, saying that Mrs. Greenow and Mr. Vavasor were going into the room where the old Squire was lying. Would Miss Kate and Mr. George go with them? "Mr. Vavasor!" shouted out George, making the old woman jump. She did not understand his meaning in the least. "Yes, sir, the old Squire," she said. "Will you come, George?" Kate asked. "No. What should I go there for? Why should I pretend an interest in the dead body of a man whom I hated and who hated me, and whose very last act, as far as I know as yet, was an attempt to rob me? I won't go and see him." Kate went, and was glad of an opportunity of getting away from her brother. Every hour the idea was becoming stronger in her mind that she must in some way separate herself from him. There had come upon him of late a hard ferocity which made him unendurable, and then he carried to such a pitch that hatred, as he called it, of conventional rules, that he allowed himself to be controlled by none of the ordinary bonds of society. She had felt this heretofore with a nervous consciousness that she was doing wrong in endeavouring to bring about a marriage between him and Alice, but this demeanour and mode of talking had now grown so upon him that Kate began to feel herself thankful that Alice had been saved. Kate went up with her uncle and aunt, and saw the face of her grandfather for the last time. "Poor dear old man," said Mrs. Greenow, as the easy tears ran down her face. "Do you remember, John, how he used to scold me and say that I should never come to good? He has said the same thing to you, Kate, I dare say." "He has been very kind to me," said Kate, standing at the foot of the bed. She was not one of those whose tears stand near their eyes. "He was a fine old gentleman," said John Vavasor, "belonging to days that are now gone by, but by no means the less of a gentleman on that account. I don't know that he ever did an unjust or ungenerous act to any one. Come, Kate, we may as well go down." Mrs. Greenow lingered to say a word or two to the nurse of the manner in which Mr. Greenow's body was treated when Greenow was lying dead, and then she followed her brother and niece. George did not go to Penrith, nor did he see Mr. Grogam till that worthy attorney came out to Vavasor Hall on the morning of the funeral. He said nothing more on the subject, nor did he break the seals on the old upright desk that stood in the parlour. The 2 days before the funeral were very wretched for all the party, except, perhaps, for Mrs. Greenow, who affected not to understand that her nephew was in a bad humour. She called him poor George, and treated all his incivility to herself as though it were the effect of his grief. She asked him questions about Parliament, which, of course, he didn't answer, and told him little stories about poor dear Greenow, not heeding his expressions of unmistakable disgust. The 2 days at last went by, and the hour of the funeral came. There was the doctor and Grogam, and the uncle and the nephew to follow the corpse, the nephew taking it upon himself ostentatiously the foremost place, as though he could thereby help to maintain his pretensions as heir. The clergyman met them at the little wicket gate of the churchyard, having, by some reasoning, which we hope was satisfactory to himself, overcome a resolution which he at first formed, that he would not read the burial service over an unrepentant sinner. But he did read it, having mentioned his scruples to none but one confidential clerical friend in the same diocese. "I'm told you have got my grandfather's will," George said to the attorney as soon as he saw him. "I have it in my pocket," said Mr. Grogam, "and purpose to read it as soon as we return from the church." "Is it usual to take a will away from a man's house in that way?" George asked. "Quite usual," said the attorney, "and in this case it was done at the express desire of the testator." "I think it is a common practice," said John Vavasor. George, upon this, turned round at his uncle as though about to attack him, but he restrained himself and said nothing, though he showed his teeth. The funeral was very plain, and not a word was spoken by George Vavasor during the journey there and back. John Vavasor asked a few questions of the doctor as to the last week of his father's life, and it was incidentally mentioned both by the doctor and by the attorney that the old squire's intellect had remained unimpaired up until the last moment that he had been seen by either of them. When they returned to the hall, Mrs. Greenow met them with an invitation to lunch. They all went to the dining room, and drank each a glass of sherry. George took 2 or 3 glasses. The doctor then withdrew, and drove himself back to Penrith, where he lived. "Shall we go into the other room now?" said the attorney. The 3 gentlemen rose up and went across to the drawing room, George leading the way. The attorney followed him, and John Vavasor closed the door behind them. Had any observer been there to watch them, he might have seen by the faces of the 2 latter that they expected an unpleasant meeting. Mr. Grogam, as he walked across the hall, had pulled the document out of his pocket and held it in his hand as he took a chair. John Vavasor stood behind one of the chairs which had been placed at the table, and leaned upon it, looking across the room up at the ceiling. George stood on the rug before the fire, with his hands in his pockets of his trousers and his coat-tails over his arms. "Gentlemen, will you sit down?" said Mr. Grogram. John Vavasor immediately sat down. "I prefer to stand here," said George. Mr. Grogram then opened the document before him. "Before that paper is read," said George, "I think it right to say a few words. I don't know what it contains, but I believe it to have been executed by my grandfather only an hour or two before his death." "On the day before he died, early in the day," said the attorney. "Well, the day before he died. It is the same thing. While he was dying. In fact, he never got out of bed afterwards." "He was not in bed at the time, Mr. Vavasor. Not that it would have mattered if he had been, and he came down to dinner on that day. I don't understand, however, why you make these observations." "If you'll listen to me, you will understand. I make them because I deny my grandfather's fitness to make a will in the last moments of his existence, and at such an age. I saw him a few weeks ago, and he was not fit to be trusted with the management of property then." "I do not think this is the time, George, to put forward such objections," said the uncle. "I think it is," said George. "I believe that paper purports to be an instrument by which I should be villainously defrauded if it were allowed to be held as good. Therefore I protest against it now, and shall question it at law if action be taken on it. You can read it now, if you please." "Oh yes, I shall read," said Mr. Grogram, "and I say that it is as valid a will as ever a man signed." "And I say it's not. That's the difference between us." The will was read amidst sundry interjections and expressions of anger from George, which it is not necessary to repeat, nor need I trouble the reader with the will at length. It began by expressing the testator's great desire that his property might descend in his own family, and that the house might be held and inhabited by some one bearing the name of Vavasor. He then declared that he felt himself obliged to pass over his natural heir, believing that the property would not be safe in his hands. He therefore left it in trust to his son John Vavasor, whom he appointed to be sole executor of his will. He devised it to George's eldest son, should George ever marry and have a son, as soon as he might reach the age of 25. In the meantime the property should remain in the hands of John Vavasor for his use and benefit, with a lien on it of £500 a year to be paid annually to his granddaughter Kate. In the event of George having no son, the property was to go to the eldest son of Kate, or, failing that, to the eldest son of his other granddaughter, who might take the name of Vavasor. All his personal property he left to his son John Vavasor. "And, Mr. Vavasor," said the attorney, as he finished his reading, "you will, I fear, get very little by that latter clause. The estate now owes nothing, but I doubt whether the Squire had £50 in his banker's hands when he died, and the value of the property about the place is very small. He has been unwilling to spend anything during the last 10 years, but has paid off every shilling that the property owed." "It is as I supposed," said George. His voice was very unpleasant, and so was the fire of his eyes and the ghastly rage of his scarred face. "The old man has endeavoured in his anger to rob me of everything because I would not obey him in his wickedness when I was here with him a short while before he died. Such a will as that can stand nowhere." "As to that I have nothing to say at present," said the attorney. "Where is his other will, the one he made before that?" "If I remember rightly, we executed 2 before this." "And where are they?" "It is not my business to know, Mr. Vavasor. I believe that I saw him destroy one, but I have no absolute knowledge. As to the other one, I can say nothing." "And what do you mean to do?" said George, turning to his uncle. "Do? I shall carry out the will. I have no alternative. Your sister is the person chiefly interested under it. She gets £500 a year for her life, and if she marries and you do not, or if she has a son and you do not, her son will have the whole property." George stood for a few minutes thinking. Might it not be possible that by means of Alice and Kate together, by marrying the former, perhaps, he might still obtain possession of the property? But that which he wanted was the command of the property at once, the power of raising money upon it instantly. The will had been so framed as to make that impossible in any way. Kate's share in it had not been left to her unconditionally, but was to be received even by her through the hands of her Uncle John. Such a will shut him out from all his hopes. "It's a piece of roguery," he said. "What do you mean by that, sir?" said Grogram, turning round towards him. "I mean exactly what I say. It's a piece of roguery. Who was in the room when that thing was written?" "The signature was witnessed by—" "I don't ask as to the signature. Who was in the room when the thing was written?" "I was here with your grandfather." "And no one else?" "No one else. The presence of any one else at such a time would be very unusual." "Then I regard the document simply as a waste paper." After saying this, George Vavasor left the room and slammed the door after him. "I never was insulted in such a way before," said the attorney, almost with tears in his eyes. "He is a disappointed, and I fear a ruined man," said John Vavasor. "I do not think you need regard what he says." "But he should not on that account insult me. I have only done my duty. I did not even advise his grandfather. It is mean on his part and unmanly. If he comes in my way again, I shall tell him so." "He probably will not put himself in your way again, Mr. Grogram." Then the attorney went, having suggested to Mr. Vavasor that he should instruct his attorney in London to take steps in reference to proving of the will. "It's as good a will as ever was made," said Mr. Grogram. "If he can set that aside, I'll give up making wills altogether." Who was to tell Kate? That was John Vavasor's first thought when he was left alone at the hall door after seeing the lawyer start away. And how was he to get himself back to London without further quarrelling with his nephew? And what was he to do at once with reference to the immediate duties of the proprietorship which was entailed upon him as executor? It was by no means improbable, as he thought, that George might assume to himself the position of master of the house, that he might demand the keys, for instance, which no doubt were in Kate's hands at present, and that he would take possession with violence. What should he do under such circumstances? It was clear that he could not run away and get back to his club by the night mail train. He had duties there at the Hall, and these duties were of a nature to make him almost regret the position in which his father's will had placed him. Eventually he would gain some considerable increase to his means, but the immediate effect would be terribly troublesome. As he looked up at the melancholy pines, which were slowly waving their heads in the winds before the door, he declared to himself that he would sell his inheritance and his executorship very cheaply if such a sale were possible. In the dining-room he found his sister alone. "Well, John," said she. "Well. How is it left?" "Where is Kate?" he asked. "She has gone out with her brother." "Did he take his hat?" "Oh, yes. He asked her to walk, and she went with him at once." "Then, I suppose, he will tell her," said John Vavasor. After that he explained the circumstances of the will to Mrs. Greenow. "Bravo!" exclaimed the widow. "I'm delighted. I love Kate dearly, and now she can marry almost whom she pleases." End of chapter 55. Reading by Belinda Brown of Indianapolis, Indiana.
Chapter 56. Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Read by Mary Rhodey. Chapter 56. Another Walk on the Fells. George, when he left the room in which he had insulted the lawyer, went immediately across to the parlour in which his aunt and sister were sitting. "Kate," said he, "put on your hat and come and walk with me. That business is over." Kate's hat and shawl were in the room, and they were out of the house together within a minute. They walked down the carriage road, through the desolate, untenanted grounds to the gate, before either of them spoke a word. Kate was waiting for George to tell her of the will, but did not dare to ask any question.
George intended to tell her of the will, but was not disposed to do so without some preparation. It was a thing not to be spoken of open mouth, as a piece of ordinary news. "Which way shall we go?" said Kate, as soon as they had passed through the old rickety gate, which swung at the entrance of the place. "Up across the fell," said George. "The day is fine, and I want to get away from my uncle for a time." She turned round therefore outside the hill of firs, and led the way back to the beacon wood through which she and Alice had walked across to Haweswater upon a memorable occasion. They had reached the top of the beacon hill, and were out upon the fell, before George had begun his story. Kate was half beside herself with curiosity, but still she was afraid to ask. "Well," said George, when they paused a moment as they stepped over a plank that crossed the boundary ditch of the wood, "don't you want to know what the dear old man has done for you?" Then he looked into her face very steadfastly. "But perhaps you know already," he added. He had come out determined not to quarrel with his sister. He had resolved, in that moment of thought which had been allowed to him, that his best hope for the present required that he should keep himself on good terms with her, at any rate till he had settled what line of conduct he would pursue. But he was, in truth, so sore with anger and disappointment, he had become so nearly mad with that continued, unappeased wrath in which he now indulged against all the world, that he could not refrain himself from bitter words. He was as one driven by the Furies, and was no longer able to control them in their driving of him. "I know nothing of it," said Kate. "Had I known, I should have told you. Your question is unjust to me." "I am beginning to doubt," said he, "whether a man can be safe in trusting any one. My grandfather has done his best to rob me of the property altogether." "I told you that I feared he would do so." "And he has made you his heir." "Me?" "Yes, you." "He told me distinctly that he would not do that." "But he has, I tell you." "Then, George, I shall do that which I told him I should do in the event of his making such a will, for he asked me the question. I told him I should restore the estate to you, and upon that he swore that he would not leave it to me." "And what a fool you were!" said he, stopping her in the pathway. "What an ass! Why did you tell him that? You knew that he would not, on that account, do justice to me." "He asked me, George." "Psha! Now you have ruined me, and you might have saved me." "But I will save you still, if he has left the estate to me. I do not desire to take it from you. As God in heaven sees me, I have never ceased to endeavour to protect your interests here at Vavasor. I will sign anything necessary to make over my right in the property to you." Then they walked on over the fell for some minutes without speaking. They were still on the same path, that path which Kate and Alice had taken in that winter, and now poor Kate could not but think of all that she had said that day on George's behalf. How had she mingled truth and falsehood in her efforts to raise her brother's character in her cousin's eyes! It had all been done in vain. At this very moment of her own trouble Kate thought of John Grey, and repented of what she had done. Her hopes in that direction were altogether blasted. She knew that her brother had ill-treated Alice, and that she must tell him so if Alice's name were mentioned between them. She could no longer worship her brother, and hold herself at his command in all things. But as regarded the property to which he was naturally the heir, if any act of hers could give it to him, that act would be done. "If the will is as you say, George, I will make over my right to you." "You can make over nothing," he answered. "The old robber has been too cunning for that. He has left it all in the hands of my uncle John. Dash him! Dash them both! George, George, he is dead now." "Dead! Of course he is dead. What of that? I wish he had been dead 10 years ago, or 20. Do you suppose I am to forgive him because he is dead? I'll heap his grave with curses if that can be of avail to punish him. You can only punish the living that way. And I will punish them, but not by cursing them. My Uncle John shall have such a life of it for the next year or two, that he shall bitterly regret the hour in which he has stepped between me and my rights. I do not believe that he has done so. Not done so! What was he down here for at Christmas? Do you pretend to think that that make-believe will was concocted without his knowledge? I'm sure that he knew nothing of it. I don't think my grandfather's mind was made up a week before he died. You'll have to swear to that, remember, in court. I'm not going to let the matter rest, I can tell you. You'll have to prove that. How long is it since he asked you what you would do with the estate if he left it to you?" Kate thought for a moment before she answered. "It was only 2 days before he died, if I remember rightly." "But you must remember rightly. You'll have to swear to it. And now tell me this honestly. Do you believe in your heart that he was in a condition fit for making a will?" "I advised him not to make it." "Why? What reason did you give?" "I told him that I thought no man should alter family arrangements when he was so ill." "Exactly. You told him that. And what did he say?" "He was very angry, and made me send for Mr. Gogram." "Now, Kate, think a little before you answer me again. If ever you are to do me a good turn, you must do it now. And remember this, I don't at all want to take anything away from you. Whatever you think is fair, you shall have." He was a fool not to have known her better than that. "I want nothing," she said, stopping, and stamping with her foot upon the crushed heather. "George, you don't understand what it is to be honest." He smiled, with a slight provoking smile that passed very rapidly from his face. The meaning of the smile was to be read, had Kate been calm enough to read it. "I can't say that I do. That was the meaning of the smile." "Well, never mind about that," said he. "You advised my grandfather not to make his will, thinking, no doubt, that his mind was not clear enough?" She paused a moment again before she answered him. "His mind was clear," she said, "but I thought that he should not trust his judgment while he was so weak. Look here, Kate, I do believe that you at any rate have no mind to assist in this robbery. That it is a robbery you can't have any doubt. I said he had left the estate to you. That is not what he has done. He has left the estate to my Uncle John." "Why tell me then what was untrue?" "Are you disappointed?" "Of course I am. Uncle John won't give it to you, George. I don't understand you. I don't indeed." "Never mind about that, but listen to me. The estate is left in the hands of John Vavasor, but he has left you 500 a year out of it till somebody is 25 years old who is not yet born, and probably never will be born. The will itself shows the old fool to have been mad." "He was no more mad than you are, George. Listen to me, I tell you. I don't mean that he was a raging maniac. Now, you had advised him not to make any new will because you thought he was not in a fit condition." "Yes, I did." "You can swear to that." "I hope I may not be called on to do so. I hope there may be no swearing about it. But if I am asked the question, I must swear it." "Exactly. Now, listen till you understand what it is I mean. That will, if it stands, gives all the power over the estate to John Vavasor. It renders you quite powerless as regards any help or assistance that you might be disposed to give me. But nevertheless your interest under the will is greater than his, or than that of any one else, for your son would inherit if I have none. Do you understand?" "Yes, I think so." "And your testimony as to the invalidity of the will would be conclusive against all the world." "I would say in a court what I have told you, if that will do any good." "It will not be enough. Look here, Kate, you must be steadfast here. Everything depends on you. How often have you told me that you will stick to me throughout life? Now you will be tried." Kate felt that her repugnance towards him, towards all that he was doing and wished her to do, was growing stronger within her at every word he spoke. She was becoming gradually aware that he desired from her something which she could not and would not do, and she was aware also that in refusing him she would have to encounter him in all his wrath. She set her teeth firmly together, and clenched her little fist. If a fight was necessary, she would fight with him. As he looked at her closely with his sinister eyes, her love towards him was almost turned to hatred. "But that was what you meant when you advised him not to make the will because you thought his intellect was impaired." "No, not so." "Stop, Kate, stop. If you will think of it, it was so. What is the meaning of his judgment being weak?" "I didn't say his judgment was weak." "But that was what you meant when you advised him not to trust it." "Look here, George, I think I know what you mean. If anybody asks me if his mind was gone, or his intellect deranged, I cannot say that there was anything of the kind." "You will not?" "Certainly not. It would be untrue." "Then you are determined to throw me over and claim the property for yourself." Again he turned towards her and looked at her as though he were resolved to frighten her. "And I am to count you also among my enemies? You had better take care, Kate." They were now upon the fell side, more than 3 miles away from the Hall, and Kate, as she looked round, saw that they were all alone. Not a cottage, not a sign of humanity was within sight. Kate saw that it was so, and was aware that the fact pressed itself upon her as being of importance. Then she thought again of her resolution to fight him, if any fight were necessary, to tell him in so many words that she would separate herself from him and defy him. She would not fear him, let his words and face be ever so terrible. Surely her own brother would do her no bodily harm, and even though he should do so, though he should take her roughly by the arm as he had done to Alice, though he should do worse than that, still she would fight him. Her blood was the same as his, and he should know that her courage was, at any rate, as high. And indeed, when she looked at him, she had cause to fear. He intended that she should fear. He intended that she should dread what he might do to her at that moment. As to what he would do, he had no resolve made. Neither had he resolved on anything when he had gone to Alice and had shaken her rudely as she sat beside him. He had been guided by no fixed intent when he had attacked John Grey, or when he insulted the attorney, but a fury was driving him, and he was conscious of being so driven. He almost wished to be driven to some act of frenzy. Everything in the world had gone against him, and he desired to expend his rage on some one. "Kate," said he, stopping her, "we will have this out here, if you please. So much at any rate shall be settled to-day. You have made many promises to me, and I have believed them. You can now keep them all, by simply saying what you know to be the truth. That old man was a drivelling idiot when he made this will. Are you prepared to do me that justice? Think before you answer me, for, by G if I cannot have justice among you, I will have revenge." And he put his hand upon her breast up near to her throat. "Take your hand down, George," said she. "I'm not such a fool that you can frighten me in that way." "Answer me," he said, and he shook her, having some part of her raiment within his clutch. "Oh, George, that I should live to be so ashamed of my brother!" "Answer me," he said again, and again he shook her. "I have answered you. I will say nothing of the kind that you want me to say. My grandfather, up to the last moment that I saw him, knew what he was about. He was not an idiot. He was, I believe, only carrying out a purpose fixed long before. You will not make me change what I say by looking at me like that, nor get it by shaking me. You don't know me, George, if you think you can frighten me like a child." He heard her to the last word, still keeping his hand upon her,
and holding her by the cloak she wore. But the violence of his grasp had relaxed itself, and he let her finish her words, as though his object had simply been to make her speak out to him what she had to say. "Oh," said he when she had done, "that's to be it, is it? That's your idea of honesty? The very name of the money being your own has been too much for you. I wonder whether you and my uncle had contrived it all between you beforehand." "You will not dare to ask him, because he is a man," said Kate, her eyes brimming with tears, not through fear, but in very vexation at the nature of the charge he had brought against her. "Shall I not? You will see what I dare do. As for you, with all your promises, Kate, you know that I keep my word. Say that you will do as I desire you, or I will be the death of you." "Do you mean that you will murder me?" said she. "Murder you? Yes, why not? Treated as I have been among you, do you suppose that I shall stick at anything? Why should I not murder you, you and Alice too, seeing how you have betrayed me?" Poor Alice! As she spoke the words she looked straight into his eyes, as though defying him as far as she herself were concerned. Poor Alice, indeed! Dashed hypocrite! There's a pair of you! Cursed, whining, false, intriguing hypocrites! There, go down and tell your uncle and that old woman there that I threatened to murder you. Tell the judge so when you're brought into court to swear me out of my property, you false liar." Then he pushed her from him with great violence, so that she fell heavily upon the stony ground. He did not stop to help her up, or even to look at her as she lay, but walked away across the heath, neither taking the track gone towards Haweswater, nor returning by the path which had brought them thither. He went away northwards across the wild fell, and Kate, having risen up and seated herself on a small cairn of stones which stood there, watched him as he descended the slope of the hill till he was out of sight. He did not run, but he seemed to move rapidly, and he never once turned around to look at her. He went away down the hill northwards, and presently the curving of the ground hid him from her view. When she first seated herself, her thoughts had been altogether of him. She had feared no personal injury. Even when she had asked him whether he would murder her, her blood had been hot within her veins, and her heart had been full of defiance. Even yet she feared nothing, but continued to think of him and his misery and his disgrace. That he was gone for ever, utterly and irretrievably ruined, thrown out, as it were, beyond the pale of men, was now certain to her. And this was the brother in whom she had believed, for whom she had not only been willing to sacrifice herself, but for whose purposes she had striven to sacrifice her cousin. What would he do now? As he passed from out of her sight down the hill, it seemed to her as though he were rushing straight into some hell from which there could be no escape. She knew that her arm had been hurt in the fall, but for a while she would not move it or feel it, being resolved to take no account of what might have happened to herself. But when he had been gone some 10 minutes, she rose to her feet, and finding that the movement pained her greatly, and that her right arm was powerless, she put up her left hand, and became aware that the bone of her arm was broken below the elbow. Her first thought was given to the telling him of this, or the not telling, when she should meet him below at the house. How should she mention the accident to him? Should she lie, and say that she had fallen as she came down the hill alone? Of course he would not believe her, but still some such excuse as that might make the matter easier for them all. It did not occur to her that she might not see him again at all that day, and that, as far as he was concerned, there might be need for no lie. She started off to walk down home, holding her right arm steadily against her body with her left hand. Of course she must give some account of herself when she got to the house. But it was of the account to be given to him that she thought. As to the others, she cared little for them. Here I am, my arm is broken, and you had better send for a doctor. That would be sufficient for them. When she got into the wood the path was very dark. The heavens were overcast with clouds, and a few drops began to fall. Then the rain fell faster and faster, and before she had gone a quarter of a mile down the beacon hill, the clouds had opened themselves, and the shower had become a storm of water. Suffering as she was, she stood up for a few moments under a large tree, taking the excuse of the rain for some minutes of delay, that she might make up her mind as to what she would say. Then it occurred to her that she might possibly meet him again before she reached the house, and as she thought of it she began for the first time to fear him. Would he come out upon her from the trees and really kill her? Had he made his way round when he got out of her sight, that he might fall upon her suddenly and do as he had threatened? As the idea came upon her, she made a little attempt to run, but she found that running was impracticable from the pain the movement caused her. Then she walked on through the hard rain, steadily holding her arm against her side, but still looking every moment through the trees on the side from which George might be expected to reach her. But no one came near her on her way homewards. Had she been calm enough to think of the nature of the ground, she might have known that he could not have returned upon her so quickly. He must have come back up the steep hillside which she had seen him descend. No, he had gone away altogether, across the fells towards Bampton, and was at this moment vainly buttoning his coat across his breast, in his unconscious attempt to keep out the wet. The fury was driving him on, and he himself was not aware whither he was driven. Dinner at the Hall had been ordered at 5, the old hour, or rather that had been assumed to be the hour for dinner without any ordering. It was just 5 when Kate reached the front door. This she opened with her left hand, and turning at once into the dining room, found her uncle and her aunt standing before the fire. "Dinner is ready," said John Vavasor. "Where is George?" "You are wet, Kate," said Aunt Greenow. "Yes, I am very wet," said Kate. "I must go upstairs. Perhaps you'd come with me, aunt?" "Come with you? Of course I will." Aunt Greenow had seen at once that something was amiss. "Where's George?" said John Vavasor. "Has he come back with you, or are we to wait for him?" Kate seated herself in her chair. "I don't quite know where he is," she said. In the meantime her aunt had hastened up to her side just in time to catch her as she was falling from her chair. "My arm," said Kate very gently, "my arm." Then she slipped down against her aunt and had fainted. "He has done her a mischief," said Mrs. Greenow, looking up at her brother. "This is his doing." John Vavasor stood confounded, wishing himself back in Queen Anne Street. End of Chapter 56. Read by Mary Rhodey in Alaska.
Chapter 57 of Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 57. Showing how the wild beast got himself back from the mountains. About 11 o'clock on that night, the night of the day on which Kate Vavasor's arm had been broken, there came a gentle knock at Kate's bedroom door. There was nothing surprising in this, as of all the household Kate only was in bed. Her aunt was sitting at this time by her bedside, and the doctor, who had been summoned from Penrith and who had set her broken arm, was still in the house, talking over the accident with John Vavasor in the dining room before he proceeded back on his journey home. "She will do very well," said the doctor. "It's only a simple fracture. I'll see her the day after to-morrow." "Is it not odd that such an accident should come from a fall whilst walking?" asked Mr. Vavasor. The doctor shrugged his shoulders. "One never can say how anything may occur," said he. "I know a young woman who broke the os femoris by just kicking her cat. At least she said she did." "Indeed. I suppose you didn't take any trouble to inquire?" "Not much. My business was with the injury, not with the way she got it. Somebody did make inquiry, but she stuck to her story and nothing came of it. Good night, Mr. Vavasor. Don't trouble her with questions till she has had some hours' sleep at any rate." Then the doctor went, and John Vavasor was left alone, standing with his back to the dining-room fire. There had been so much trouble and confusion in the house since Kate had fainted almost immediately upon her reaching home, that Mr. Vavasor had not yet had time to make up his mind as to the nature of the accident which had occurred. Mrs. Greenow had at once ascertained that the bone was broken, and the doctor had been sent for. Luckily he had been found at home, and had reached the Hall a little before 10 o'clock. In the meantime, as soon as Kate recovered her senses, she volunteered her account of what had occurred. Her brother had quarrelled with her about the will, she said, and had left her abruptly on the mountain. She had fallen, she went on to say, as she turned from him, and had at once found that she had hurt herself. But she had been too angry with him to let him know it, and, indeed, she had not known the extent herself till he had passed out of her sight. This was her story, and there was nothing in it that was false by the letter, though there was much that was false in the spirit. It was certainly true that George had not known that she was injured. It was true that she had asked him for no help. It was true in one sense that she had fallen, and it was true that she had not herself known how severe had been the injury done to her till he had gone beyond the reach of her voice. But she repressed all mention of his violence, and when she was pressed as to the nature of the quarrel, she declined to speak further on that matter. Neither her uncle nor her aunt believed her. That was a matter of course, and she knew that they did not believe her. George's absence, their recent experience of his moods, and the violence by which her arm must have been broken, made them certain that Kate had more to tell if she chose to tell it. But in her present condition they could not question her. Mrs. Greenow did ask as to the probability of her nephew's return. "I can only tell you," said Kate, "that he went away across the fell in the direction of Bampton. Perhaps he has gone on to Penrith. He was very angry with us all, and as the house is not his own, he has probably resolved that he will not stay another night under the roof. But who can say? He is not in his senses when he is angered." John Vavasor, as he stood alone after the doctor's departure, endeavoured to ascertain the truth by thinking of it. "I am sure," he said to himself, "that the doctor suspects that there has been violence. I know it from his tone, and I can see it in his eye. But how to prove it? And would there be good in proving it? Poor girl! Will it not be better for her to let it pass as though we believed her story?" He made up his mind that it would be better. Why should he take upon himself the terrible task of calling this insane relation to account for an act which he could not prove? The will itself, without that trouble, would give him trouble enough. Then he began to long that he was back at his club, and to think that the signing room in Chancery Lane was not so bad. And so he went up to his bed, calling at Kate's door to ask after the patient. In the meantime there had come a messenger to Mrs. Greenow, who had stationed herself with her niece. One of the girls of the house brought up a scrap of paper to the door, saying that a boy had brought it over with a cart from Shap, and that it was intended for Miss Vavasor, and it was she who knocked at the sick-room door. The note was open and was not addressed. Indeed, the words were written on a scrap of paper that was crumpled up rather than folded, and were as follows: "Send me my clothes by the bearer. I shall not return to the house." Mrs. Greenow took it in to Kate, and then went away to see her nephew's things duly put into his portmanteau. This was sent away in the cart, and Mr. Vavasor, as he went upstairs, was told what had been done. Neither on that night or on the following day did Mrs. Greenow ask any further questions; but on the morning after that, when the doctor had left them with a good account of the broken limb, her curiosity would brook no further delay. And, indeed, indignation as well as curiosity urged her on. In disposition she was less easy, and perhaps less selfish, than her brother. If it were the case that that man had ill-treated his sister, she would have sacrificed much to bring him to punishment. "Kate," she said, when the doctor was gone, "I expect that you will tell me the whole truth as to what occurred between you and your brother when you had this accident." "I have told you the truth." "But not the whole truth." "All the truth I meant to tell, aunt. He has quarrelled with me, as I think, most unnecessarily, but you don't suppose that I am going to give an exact account of the quarrel. We were both wrong, probably, and so let there be an end of it." Was he violent to you when he quarrelled with you?" "When he is angry he is always violent in his language." "But did he strike you?" "Dear aunt, don't be angry with me if I say that I won't be cross-examined. I would rather answer no more questions about it. I know that questioning can do no good." Mrs. Greenow knew her niece well enough to be aware that nothing more would be told her, but she was quite sure now that Kate had not broken her arm by a simple fall. She was certain that the injury had come from positive violence. Had it not been so, Kate would not have contented herself with refusing to answer the last question that had been asked, but would also have repelled the charge made against her brother with indignation. "You must have it your own way," said Mrs. Greenow, "but let me just tell you this, that your brother George had better keep out of my way." "It is probable that he will," said Kate, "especially if you remain here to nurse me." Kate's conduct in answering all the questions made to her was not difficult, but she found that there was much difficulty in planning her own future behaviour towards her own brother. Must she abandon him altogether from henceforth, divide herself from him, as it were, have perfectly separate interests, and interests that were indeed hostile? And must she see him ruined and overwhelmed by want of money, while she had been made a rich woman by her grandfather's will? It will be remembered that her life had hitherto been devoted to him, that all her schemes and plans had had his success as their object, that she had taught herself to consider it to be her duty to sacrifice everything to his welfare. It is very sad to abandon the only object of a life. It is very hard to tear out from one's heart and fling away from it the only love that one has cherished. What was she to say to Alice about all this, to Alice whom she had cheated of a husband worthy of her, that she might allure her into the arms of one so utterly unworthy? Luckily for Kate, her accident was of such a nature that any writing to Alice was now out of the question. But a blow! What woman can bear a blow from a man and afterwards return to him with love? A wife may have to bear it and to return, and she may return with that sort of love which is a thing of custom. The man is the father of her children, and earns the bread which they eat and which she eats. Habit and the ways of the world require that she should be careful in his interests, and that she should live with him in what amity is possible to them. But as for love, all that we mean by love when we speak of it and write of it, a blow given by the defender to the defenceless crushes it all. A woman may forgive deceit, treachery, desertion, even the preference given to a rival. She may forgive them and forget them, but I do not think that a woman can forget a blow. And as for forgiveness, it is not the blow that she cannot forgive, but the meanness of spirit that made it possible. Kate, as she thought of it, told herself that everything in life was over for her. She had long feared her brother's nature, had feared that he was hard and heartless, but still there had been some hope with her fear. Success, if he could be made to achieve it, would soften him, and then all might be right. But now all was wrong, and she knew that it was so. When he had compelled her to write to Alice for money, her faith in him had almost succumbed. That had been very mean, and the meanness had shocked her. But now he had asked her to perjure herself that he might have his own way, and had threatened to murder her, and had raised his hand against her because she had refused to obey him. And he had accused her of treachery to himself, had accused her of premeditated deceit in obtaining this property for herself. "But he does not believe it," said Kate to herself. "He said that because he thought it would vex me, but I know he does not think it." Kate had watched her brother longing for money all his life, had thoroughly understood the intensity of his wish for it, the agony of his desire; but so far removed was she from any such longing on her own account, that she could not believe that her brother would in his heart accuse her of it. How often had she offered to give him on the instant every shilling that she had in the world! At this moment she resolved in her mind that she never wished to see him more; but even now, had it been practicable, she would have made over to him, without any drawback, all her interest in the Vavasor estate. But any such making over was impossible. John Vavasor remained in Westmoreland for a week, and during that time many discussions were, of course, held about the property. Mr. Round came down from London, and met Mr. Gogram at Penrith. As to the validity of the will, Mr. Round said that there was no shadow of a doubt. So an agent was appointed for receiving the rents, and it was agreed that the old hall should be let in 6 months from that date. In the meantime Kate was to remain there till her arm should become strong, and she could make her plans for the future. Aunt Greenow promised to remain at the Hall for the present, and offered indeed indefinite services for the future, as though she were quite forgetful of Captain Bellfield. Of Mr. Cheesacre she was not forgetful, for she still continued to speak of that gentleman to Kate as though he were Kate's suitor. But she did not now press upon her niece the acceptance of Mr. Cheesacre's hand as an absolute duty. Kate was mistress of a considerable fortune, and though such a marriage might be comfortable, it was no longer necessary. Mrs. Greenow called him poor Cheesacre, pointing out how easily he might be managed, and how indubitable were his possessions, but she no longer spoke of Kate's chances in the marriage market as desperate, even though she should decline the Cheesacre alliance. "A young woman with 600 a year, my dear, may do pretty nearly what she pleases," said Aunt Greenow. "It's better than having 10 years' grace given you." "And will last longer, certainly," said Kate. Kate's desire was that Alice should come down to her for a while in Westmoreland before the 6 months were over, and this desire she mentioned to her uncle. He promised to carry the message up to Alice, but could not be got to say more than that upon the subject. Then Mr. Vavasor went away, leaving the aunt and niece together at the Hall. "What on earth shall we do if that wild beast shows himself suddenly among us women?" asked Mrs. Greenow of her brother. The brother could only say that he hoped the wild beast would keep his distance. And the wild beast did keep his distance, at any rate as long as Mrs. Greenow remained at the Hall. We will now go back to the wild beast, and tell how he walked across the mountains in the rain to Bampton, a little village at the foot of Haweswater. It will be remembered that after he had struck his sister, he turned away from her and walked with quick steps down the mountain side, never turning back to look at her. He had found himself to be without any power of persuasion over her as regarded her evidence to be given if the will were questioned. The more he threatened her, the steadier she had been in asserting her belief in her grandfather's capacity. She had looked into his eye and defied him, and he had felt himself to be worsted. What was he to do? In truth, there was nothing for him to do. He had told her that he would murder her, and in the state of mind to which his fury had driven him, murder had suggested itself to him as a resource to which he might apply himself. But what could he gain by murdering her, or at any rate by murdering her then, out on the mountain side? Nothing but a hanging. There would be no gratification even to his revenge. If indeed he had murdered that old man, who was now unfortunately gone beyond the reach of murder, if he could have poisoned the old man's cup before that last will had been made, there might have been something in such a deed. But he had merely thought of it, letting "I dare not wait upon I would," as he now told himself with much self-reproach. Nothing was to be got by killing his sister, so he restrained himself in his passion, and walked away from her, solitary, down the mountain. The rain soon came on, and found him exposed on the hillside. He thought little about it, but buttoned his coat, as I have said before, and strode on. It was a storm of rain, so that he was forced to hold his head to one side, as it hit him from the north. But with his hand to his hat, and his head bent against the wind, he went on till he had reached the valley at the foot, and found that the track by which he had been led thither had become a road. He had never known the mountains round the Hall as Kate had known them, and was not aware whither he was going. On one thing only had he made up his mind since he had left his sister, and that was that he would not return to the house. He knew that he could do nothing there to serve his purpose. His threats would be vain impotence. He had no longer any friend in the house. He could hardly tell himself what line of conduct he would pursue, but he thought that he would hurry back to London, and grasp at whatever money he could get from Alice. He was still, at this moment, a member of Parliament, and as the rain drenched him through and through, he endeavoured to get consolation from the remembrance of that fact in his favour. As he got near the village he overtook a shepherd boy coming down from the hills, and learned his whereabouts from him. "Bampton," said the boy, with an accent that was almost Scotch, when he was asked the name of the place. When Vavasor further asked whether a gig were kept there, the boy simply stared at him, not knowing a gig by that name. At last, however, he was made to understand the nature of his companion's want, and expressed his belief that John Applethwaite, up at the Craigs yon, had got a mickle cart. But the Craigs was a farmhouse, which now came in view about a mile off, up across the valley; and Vavasor, hoping that he might still find a speedier conveyance than John Applethwaite's mickle cart, went on to the public house in the village. But But in truth, neither there, nor yet from John Applethwaite, to whom at last an application was sent, could he get any vehicle, and between 6 and 7 he started off again, through the rain, to make his weary way on foot to Shap. The distance was about 5 miles, and the little byways, lying between walls, were sticky and almost glutinous with light-coloured chalky mud. Before he started he took a glass of hot rum and water, but the effect of that soon passed away from him, and then he became colder and weaker than he had been before. Wearily and wretchedly he plodded on. A man may be very weary in such a walk as that, and yet be by no means wretched. Tired, hungry, cold, wet, and nearly penniless, I have sat me down and slept among those mountain tracks, have slept because nature refused to allow longer wakefulness. But my heart has been as light as my purse, and there has been something in the air of the hills that made me buoyant and happy in the midst of my weariness. But George Vavasor was wretched as well as weary, and every step that he took, plodding through the mud, was a new misfortune to him. What are 5 miles of a walk to a young man, even though the rain be falling and the ways be dirty? What, though they may come after some other 10 that he had already traversed on his feet? His sister Kate would have thought nothing of the distance. But George stopped on his way from time to time, leaning on the loose walls, and cursing the misfortune that had brought him to such a pass. He cursed his grandfather, his uncle, his sister, his cousin, and himself. He cursed the place in which his forefathers had lived, and he cursed the whole county. He cursed the rain and the wind, and his town-made boots, which would not keep out the wet slush. He cursed the light as it faded, and the darkness as it came. Over and over again he cursed the will that had robbed him, and the attorney that had made it. He cursed the mother that had borne him, and the father that had left him poor. He thought of Scrooby, and cursed him, thinking how that money would be again required of him by that stern agent. He cursed the House of Commons, which had cost him so much, and the greedy electors who would not send him there without his paying for it. He cursed John Grey as he thought of those £2,000 with double curses. He cursed this world and all worlds beyond, and thus, cursing everything, he made his way at last up to the inn at Shap. It was nearly 9 when he got there. He had wasted over an hour at Bampton in his endeavour to get John Applethwaite's cart to carry him on, and he had been 2 hours on his walk from Bampton to Shap, 2 hours amidst his cursing. He ordered supper and brandy and water, and, as we know, sent off a Mercury for his clothes. But the Mercuries of Westmoreland do not move on quick wings, and it was past midnight before he got his possessions. During all this time he had by no means ceased from cursing, but continued it over his broiled ham and while he swallowed his brandy and water. He swore aloud, so that the red-armed servant at the inn could not but hear him, that those thieves at the Hall intended to rob him of his clothes, that they would not send him his property. He could not restrain himself, though he knew that every word he uttered would injure his cause, as regarded the property in Westmoreland, if ever he could make a cause. He knew that he had been mad to strike his sister, and cursed himself for his madness. Yet he could not restrain himself. He told himself that the battle for him was over, and he thought of poison for himself. He thought of poison, and a pistol, of the pistols he had ever loaded at home, each with 6 shots, good for a life apiece. He thought of an express train, rushing along at its full career, and of the instant annihilation which it would produce. But if that was to be the end of him, he would not go alone. No, indeed. Why should he go alone, leaving those pistols ready loaded in his desk? Among them they had brought him to ruin and to death. Was he a man to pardon his enemies, when it was within his power to take them with him, down, down, down? What were the last words upon his impious lips, as with bloodshot eyes, half drunk, and driven by the fury, he took himself off to the bed prepared for him, cursing aloud the poor red-haired girl as he went, I may not utter here. End of Chapter 57. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Chapter 58 of Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 58. The Pallisers at Breakfast. Gentle reader, do you remember Lady Monk's party, and how it ended? how it ended, at least as regards those special guests with whom we are concerned? Mr. Palliser went away early. Mrs. Marsham followed him to his house in Park Lane, caught him at home, and told her tale. He returned to his wife, found her sitting with Burgo in the dining room, under the Argus eyes of the constant Bott, and bore her away home. Burgo disappeared utterly from the scene, and Mr. Bott, complaining inwardly that virtue was too frequently allowed to be its own reward, comforted himself with champagne, and then walked off to his lodgings. Lady Monk, when Mr. Palliser made his way into her room upstairs, seeking his wife's scarf, which little incident also the reader may perhaps remember, saw that the game was up, and thought with regret of the loss of her £200. Such was the ending of Lady Monk's party. Lady Glencora, on her journey home in the carriage with her husband, had openly suggested that Mrs. Marsham had gone to Park Lane to tell of her doings with Burgo, and had declared her resolution never again to see either that lady or Mr. Bott in her own house. This she said with more of defiance in her tone than Mr. Palliser had ever hitherto heard. He was by nature less ready than her, and knowing his own deficiency in that respect, abstained from all answer on the subject. Indeed, during that drive home very few further words were spoken between them. "I will breakfast with you to morrow," he said to her, as she prepared to go upstairs. "I have work still to do to night, and I will not disturb you by coming to your room." "You won't want me to be very early?" said his wife. "No," said he, with more of anger in his voice than he had yet shown. "What hour will suit you? I must say something of what has occurred to night before I leave you to morrow." "I don't know what you can have got to say about to night, but I'll be down by 11:30, if that will do." Mr. Palliser said that he would make it do, and then they parted. Lady Glencora had played her part very well before her husband. She had declined to be frightened by him, had been the first to mention Burgo's name, and had done so with no tremor in her voice, and had boldly declared her irreconcilable enmity to the male and female duennas who had dared to take her in charge. While she was in the carriage with her husband, she felt some triumph in her own strength, and as she wished him good night on the staircase, and slowly walked up to her room, without having once lowered her eyes before his, something of this consciousness of triumph still supported her. And even while her maid remained with her, she held herself up, as it were, inwardly, telling herself that she would not yield, that she would not be cowed either by her husband or by his spies. But when she was left alone, all her triumph departed from her. She bade her maid go while she was still sitting in her dressing gown, and when the girl was gone, she got close over the fire, sitting with her slippers on the fender, with her elbows on her knees and her face resting on her hands. In this position she remained for an hour, with her eyes fixed on the altering shapes of the hot coals. During this hour her spirit was by no means defiant, and her thoughts of herself anything but triumphant. Mr. Bott and Mrs. Marsham she had forgotten altogether. After all, they were but buzzing flies, who annoyed her by their presence. Should she choose to leave her husband, they could not prevent her leaving him. It was of her husband and of Burgo that she was thinking, weighing them one against the other, and connecting her own existence with theirs, not as expecting joy or the comfort of love from either of them, but with an assured conviction that on either side there must be misery for her. But of that shame before all the world which must be hers for ever, should she break her vows and consent to live with a man who was not her husband, she thought hardly at all. that which in the estimation of Alice was everything, to her, at this moment, was almost nothing. For herself, she had been sacrificed, and, as she told herself with bitter denunciations against herself, had been sacrificed through her own weakness. But that was done. Whatever way she might go, she was lost. They had married her to a man who cared nothing for a wife, nothing for any woman. So at least she declared to herself, but who had wanted a wife that he might have an heir. Had it been given to her to have a child, she thought that she might have been happy, sufficiently happy in sharing her husband's joy in that respect. But everything had gone against her. There was nothing in her home to give her comfort. "He looks at me every time he sees me as the cause of his misfortune," she said to herself. Of her husband's rank, of the future possession of his title and his estates, she thought much. But of her own wealth she thought nothing. It did not occur to her that she had given him enough in that respect to make his marriage with her a comfort to him. She took it for granted that that marriage was now one distasteful to him as it was to herself, and that he would eventually be the gainer if she should so conduct herself that her marriage might be dissolved. As to Burgo, I doubt whether she deceived herself much as to his character. She knew well enough that he was a man infinitely less worthy than her husband. She knew that he was a spendthrift, idle, given to bad courses, that he drank, that he gambled, that he lived the life of the loosest man about the town. She knew also that whatever chance she might have had to redeem him had she married him honestly before all the world, there could be no such chance if she went to him as his mistress, abandoning her husband and all her duties, and making herself vile in the eyes of all women. Burgo Fitzgerald would not be influenced for good by such a woman as she would then be. She knew much of the world and its ways, and told herself no lies about this. But, as I have said before, she did not count herself for much. What though she were ruined? What though Burgo were false, mean, and untrustworthy? She loved him, and he was the only man she ever had loved. Lower and lower she crouched before the fire, and then, when the coals were no longer red, and the shapes altered themselves no more, she crept into bed. As to what she should say to her husband on the following morning, she had not yet begun to think of that. Exactly at 11:30 she entered the little breakfast parlour, which looked out over the park. It was the prettiest room in the house, and now, at this springtide, when the town trees were putting out their earliest greens, and were fresh and bright almost as country trees, it might be hard to find a prettier chamber. Mr. Palliser was there already, sitting with the morning paper in his hand. He rose when she entered, and, coming up to her, just touched her with his lips. She put her cheek up to him, and then took her place at the breakfast table. "Have you any headache this morning?" he asked. "Oh, no," she said. Then he took his tea and his toast, spoke some word to her about the fineness of the weather, told her some scraps of news, and soon returned to the absorbing interest of a speech made by the leader of the opposition in the House of Lords. The speech was very interesting to Mr. Palliser, because in it the noble lord alluded to a break-up in the present Cabinet, as to which the rumours were, he said, so rife through the country as to have destroyed all that feeling of security in the existing government which the country so much valued and desired. Mr. Palliser had as yet heard no official tidings of such a rupture, but if such rupture were to take place, it must be in his favour. He felt himself at this moment to be full of politics, to be near the object of his ambition, to have affairs upon his hands which required all his attention. Was it absolutely incumbent on him to refer again to the incidents of last night? The doing so would be odious to him. The remembrance of the task now immediately before him destroyed all his political satisfaction. He did not believe that his wife was in any serious danger. Might it not yet be possible for him to escape from the annoyance, and to wash his mind clean of all suspicion? He was not jealous. He was indeed incapable of jealousy. He knew what it would be to be dishonoured, and he knew that under certain circumstances the world would expect him to exert himself in a certain way. But the thing that he had now to do was a great trouble to him. He would rather have to address the House of Commons with 10 columns of figures than utter a word of remonstrance to his wife. But she had defied him by saying that she would see his friends no more, and it was the remembrance of this, as he sat behind his newspaper, that made him ultimately feel that he could not pass in silence over what had been done. Nevertheless, he went on reading, or pretending to read, as long as the continuance of the breakfast made it certain that his wife would remain with him. Every now and then he said some word to her of what he was reading, endeavouring to use the tone of voice that was customary to him in his domestic teachings of politics. But through it all there was a certain hesitation. There were the sure signs of an attempt being made, of which he was himself conscious, and which she understood with the most perfect accuracy. He was deferring the evil moment, and vainly endeavouring to make himself believe that he was comfortably employed the while. She had no newspaper, and made no endeavour to deceive herself. She, therefore, was the first to begin the conversation. "Plantagenet," she said, "you told me last night, as I was going to bed, that you had something to say about Lady Monk's party." He put down the newspaper slowly, and turned towards her. "Yes, my dear. After what happened, I believe that I must say something." "If you think anything, pray say it," said Glencora. "It is not always easy for a man to show what he thinks by what he says," he replied. "My fear is that you should suppose me to think more than I do, and it was for that reason that I determined to sleep on it before I spoke to you."
"If anybody is angry with me, I'd much rather they should have it out with me while their anger is hot. I hate cold anger."
"But I am not angry."
"That's what husbands always say when they're going to scold."
"But I am not going to scold. I am only going to advise you."
"I'd sooner be scolded. Advice is to anger just what cold anger is to hot."
"But, my dear Glencora, surely if I find it necessary to speak—"
"I don't want to stop you, Plantagenet. Pray go on. Only it will be so nice to have it over."
He was now more than ever averse to the task before him. Husbands, when they give their wives a talking, should do it out of hand, uttering their words hard, sharp, and quick, and should then go. There are some works that won't bear a preface, and this work of marital fault-finding is one of them. Mr. Palliser was already beginning to find out the truth of this. "Glencora," he said, "I wish you to be serious with me."
"I am very serious,"
she replied, as she settled herself in her chair, with an air of mockery, while her eyes and mouth were bright and eloquent with a spirit which her husband did not love to see. Poor girl! there was seriousness enough in store for her before she would be able to leave the room. You ought to be serious. Do you know why Mrs. Marsham came here from Lady Monk's last night?
Of course I do. She came to tell you that I was waltzing with Burgo Fitzgerald. You might as well ask me whether I knew why Mr. Bott was standing at all the doors, glaring at me.
I don't know anything about Mr. Bott.
I know something about him, though,
she said, again moving herself in her chair. I am speaking now of Mrs. Marsham.
You should speak of them both together, as they hunt in couples.
Glencora, will you listen to me, or will you not? If you say that you will not, I shall know what to do.
I don't think you would, Plantagenet.
And she nodded her little head at him as she spoke.
I'm sure I don't know what you would do, but I will listen to you. Only, as I said before, it will be very nice when it's over.
Mrs. Marsham came here, not simply to tell me that you were waltzing with Mr. Fitzgerald, and I wish that when you mention his name you would call him Mr. Fitzgerald.
So I do.
You generally prefix his Christian name, which it would be much better that you should omit.
I will try, she said, very gently. But it's hard to drop an old habit. Before you married me, you knew that I had learned to call him Burgo.
Let me go on, said Mr. Palliser.
Oh, certainly.
It was not simply to tell me that you were waltzing that Mrs. Marsham came here.
And it was not simply to see me waltzing that Mr. Bott stood in the doorways, for he followed me about, and came down after me to the supper room.
Glencora, will you oblige me by not speaking of Mr. Bott?
I wish you would oblige me by not speaking of Mrs. Marsham.
Mr. Palliser rose quickly from his chair with a gesture of anger, stood upright for half a minute, and then sat down again.
I beg your pardon, Plantagenet, she said. I think I know what you want, and I'll hold my tongue till you bid me speak.
Mrs. Marsham came here because she saw that every one in the room was regarding you with wonder. Lady Glencora twisted herself about in her chair, but she said nothing. She saw that you were not only dancing with Mr. Fitzgerald, but that you were dancing with him, what shall I say?
Upon my word, I can't tell you.
Recklessly.
Oh, recklessly, was I? What was I reckless of?
Reckless of what people might say. Reckless of what I might feel about it. Reckless of your own position.
Am I to speak now?
Perhaps you had better let me go on. I think she was right to come to me.
That's of course. What's the good of having spies if they don't run and tell as soon as they see anything, especially anything reckless?
Glencora, you are determined to make me angry. I am angry now, very angry. I have employed no spies. When rumours have reached me, not from spies as you choose to call them, but through your dearest friends and mine.
What do you mean by rumours from my dearest friends?
Never mind, let me go on.
No, not when you say my dear friends have spread rumours about me. Tell me who they are. I have no dear friends. Do you mean Alice Vavasor?
It does not signify. But when I was warned that you had better not go to any house in which you could meet that man, I would not listen to it. I said that you were my wife, and that, as such, I could trust you anywhere, everywhere, with any person. Others might distrust you, but I would not do so. When I wished you to go to Monkshade, were there to be any spies there? When I left you last night at Lady Monk's, do you believe in your heart that I trusted to Mrs. Marsham's eyes rather than to your own truth? Do you think that I have lived in fear of Mr. Fitzgerald?"
"No, Plantagenet, I do not think so."
"Do you believe that I have commissioned Mr. Bott to watch your conduct? Answer me, Glencora." She paused a moment, thinking what actually was her true belief on that subject.
"He does watch me, certainly," she said.
"That does not answer my question. Do you believe that I have commissioned him to do so?"
"No, I do not."
"Then it is ignoble in you to talk to me of spies. I have employed no spies. If it were ever to come to that, that I thought spies necessary, it would be all over with me."
There was something of feeling in his voice as he said this, something that almost approached to passion which touched his wife's heart. Whether or not spies would be of any avail, she knew that she had, in truth, done that of which he had declared that he had never suspected her. She had listened to words of love from her former lover. She had received, and now carried about with her, a letter from this man, in which he asked her to elope with him. She had by no means resolved that she would not do this thing. She had been false to her husband, and as her husband spoke of his confidence in her, her own spirit rebelled against the deceit which she herself was practising. "I know that I have never made you happy," she said. "I know that I never can make you happy." He looked at her, struck by her altered tone, and saw that her whole manner and demeanour were changed.
"I do not understand what you mean," he said. "I have never complained. You have not made me unhappy."
He was one of those men to whom this was enough. If his wife caused him no uneasiness, what more was he to expect from her? No doubt she might have done much more for him. She might have given him an heir. But he was a just man, and knew that the blank he had drawn was his misfortune, and not her fault. But now her heart was loosed, and she spoke out. At first slowly, but after a while with all the quietness of strong passion. "No, Plantagenet, I shall never make you happy. You have never loved me, nor I you. We have never loved each other for a single moment. I have been wrong to talk to you about spies. I was wrong to go to Lady Monk's. I have been wrong in everything that I have done, but never so wrong as when I let them persuade me to be your wife."
"Glencora!"
"Let me speak now, Plantagenet. It is better that I should tell you everything, and I will. I will tell you everything, everything. I do love Burgo Fitzgerald. I do, I do, I do. How can I help loving him? Have I not loved him from the first, before I had seen you? Did you not know that it was so? I do love Burgo Fitzgerald, and when I went to Lady Monk's last night, I had almost made up my mind that I must tell him so, and that I must go away with him and hide myself. But when he came to speak to me—"
"He has asked you to go with him, then?" said the husband, in whose bosom the poison was beginning to take effect, thereby showing that he was neither above nor below humanity. Glencora was immediately reminded that though she might, if she pleased, tell her own secrets, she ought not, in accordance with her ideas of honour, tell those of her lover.
"What need is there of asking, do you think, when people have loved each other as we have done?"
"You wanted to go with him, then?"
"Would it not have been the best for you, Plantagenet? I do not love you, not as women love their husbands when they do love them. But, before God, My first wish is to free you from the misfortune that I have brought on you." As she made this attestation she started up from her chair, and coming close to him, took him by the coat. He was startled, and stepped back a pace, but did not speak, and then stood looking at her as she went on. "What matters it whether I drown myself, or throw myself away by going with such a one as him, so that you might marry again, and have a child? I'd die willingly. How I wish I could die! Plantagenet, I would kill myself if I dared." He was a tall man, and she was short of stature, so that he stood over her and looked upon her, and now she was looking up into his face with all her eyes. "I would," she said. "I would, I would. What is there left for me that I should wish to live?" Softly, slowly, very gradually, as though he were afraid of what he was doing, he put his arm round her waist. "You are wrong in one thing," he said. "I do love you." She shook her head, touching his breast with her hair as she did so. "I do love you," he repeated. "If you mean that I am not apt at telling you so, it is true, I know. My mind is running on other things." "Yes," she said, "your mind is running on other things." "But I do love you. If you cannot love me, it is a great misfortune to us both. But we need not therefore be disgraced. As for that other thing of which you spoke, of our having as yet no child," and in saying this he pressed her somewhat closer with his arm, "you allow yourself to think too much of it, much more of it than I do. I have made no complaints on that head, even within my own breast." "I know what your thoughts are, Plantagenet." "Believe me that you wrong my thoughts. Of course I have been anxious, and have perhaps shown my anxiety by the struggle I have made to hide it. I have never told you what is false, Glencora." "No, you are not false." "I would rather have you for my wife, childless, if you will try to love me, than any other woman, though another might give me an heir. Will you try to love me?" She was silent. At this moment, after the confession that she had made, she could not bring herself to say that she would even try. Had she said so, she would have seemed to have accepted his forgiveness too easily. "I think, dear," he said, still holding her by her waist, "that we had better leave England for a while. I will give up politics for this season. Should you like to go to Switzerland for the summer, or perhaps to some of the German baths, and then on to Italy when the weather is cold enough?" Still she was silent. "Perhaps your friend, Miss Vavasor, would go with us." He was killing her by his goodness. She could not speak to him yet; but now, as he mentioned Alice's name, she gently put up her hand and rested it on the back of his. At that moment there came a knock at the door, a sharp knock, which was quickly repeated. "Come in," said Mr. Palliser, dropping his arm from his wife's waist, and standing away from her a few yards. End of Chapter 58. Recording by Laura Koskinen.
Chapter 59 of Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 59. The Duke of St. Bungay in search of a minister. It was the butler who had knocked, showing that the knock was of more importance than it would have been had it been struck by the knuckles of the footman in livery. "If you please, sir, the Duke of St. Bungay is here." "The Duke of St. Bungay?" said Mr. Palliser, becoming rather red as he heard the announcement. "Yes, sir. His Grace is in the library. He bade me tell you that he particularly wanted to see you, so I told him that you are with my lady." "Quite right. Tell his Grace that I will be with him in 2 minutes." Then the butler retired, and Mr. Palliser was again alone with his wife. "I must go now, my dear," he said, "and perhaps I shall not see you again until the evening." "Don't let me put you out in any way," she answered. "Oh no, you won't put me out. You will be dressing, I suppose, about 9?" "I did not mean as to that," she answered. "You must not think more of Italy. He has come to tell you that you are wanted in the cabinet." Again he turned very red. "It may be so," he answered, "but though I am wanted, I need not go. But I must not keep the Duke waiting. Good-bye." And he turned to the door. She followed him and took hold of him as he went, so that he was forced to turn to her once again. She managed to get hold of both his hands and pressed them closely, looking up into his face with her eyes laden with tears. He smiled at her gently, returned the pressure of the hands, and then left her, without kissing her. It was not that he was minded not to kiss her. He would have kissed her willingly enough, had he thought that the occasion required it. "He says that he loves me," said Lady Glencora to herself, "but he does not know what love means." But she was quite aware that he had behaved to her with genuine, true nobility. As soon as she was alone and certain of her solitude, she took out that letter from her pocket, and tearing it into very small fragments, without reading it, threw the pieces on the fire. As she did so, her mind seemed to be fixed, at any rate, to one thing, that she would think no more of Burgo Fitzgerald as her future master. I think, however, that she had arrived at so much certainty as this, at that moment in which she had been parting with Burgo Fitzgerald in Lady Monk's dining-room. She had had courage enough, or shall we rather say sin enough, to think of going with him, to tell herself that she would do so, to put herself in the way of doing it. Nay, she had had enough of both to enable her to tell her husband that she had resolved that it would be good for her to do so. But she was neither bold enough nor wicked enough to do the thing. As she had said of her own idea of destroying herself, she did not dare take the plunge. Therefore, knowing now that it was so, she tore up the letter that she had carried so long, and burnt it in the fire. She had in truth told him everything, believing that in doing so she was delivering her own death warrant as regarded her future position in this house. She had done this, not hoping thereby for any escape, not with any purpose as regarded herself, but simply because deceit had been grievous to her, and had become unendurable as soon as his words and manner had in them any feeling of kindness. But her confession had no sooner been made than her fault had been forgiven. She had told him that she did not love him. She had told him even that she had thought of leaving him. She had justified by her own words any treatment of his, however harsh, which he might choose to practise. But the result had been, the immediate result, that he had been more tender to her than she had ever remembered him to be before. She knew that he had conquered her. However cold and heartless his home might be to her, it must be her home now. There could be no further thought of leaving him. She had gone out into the tilt-yard and had tilted with him, and he had been the victor. Mr. Palliser himself had not time for much thought before he found himself closeted with the Duke. But as he crossed the hall, and went up the stairs, a thought or two did pass quickly across his mind. She had confessed to him, and he had forgiven her. He did not feel quite sure that he had been right, but he did feel quite sure that the thing had been done. He recognized it for a fact that, as regarded the past, no more was to be said. There were to be no reproaches, and there must be some tacit abandoning of Mrs. Marsham's close attendance. As to Mr. Bott, he had begun to hate Mr. Bott, and had felt cruelly ungrateful when that gentleman endeavoured to whisper a word into his ear as he passed through the doorway into Lady Monk's dining-room. And he had offered to go abroad and leave his politics and his ambition and his coming honours. He had persisted in his offer, even after his wife had suggested to him that the Duke of St. Bungay was now in the house with the object of offering him that very thing for which he had so longed. As he thought of this, his heart became heavy within him. Such chances, so he told himself, do not come twice in a man's way. When returning from a 12-month's residence abroad, he would be nobody in politics. He would have lost everything for which he had been working all his life. But he was a man of his word, and as he opened the library door, he was resolute. He thought that he could be resolute in adhering to his promise. "Duke," he said, "I'm afraid I have kept you waiting." And the two political allies shook each other by the hand. The Duke was in a glow of delight. There had been no waiting. He was only too glad to find his friend at home. He had been prepared to wait, even if Mr. Palliser had been out. "And I suppose you guess why I've come?" said the Duke. "I would rather be told than have to guess," said Mr. Palliser, smiling for a moment, but the smile quickly passed off his face as he remembered his pledge to his wife. "He has resigned at last. What was said in the Lords last night made it necessary that he should do so, or that Lord Brock should declare himself able to support him through thick and thin. Of course I can tell you everything now. He must have gone, or I must have done so. You know that I don't like him in the Cabinet. I admire his character and his genius, but I think him the most dangerous man in England as a statesman. He has high principles, the very highest, but they are so high as to be out of sight to ordinary eyes. They are too exalted to be of any use for everyday purposes. He is honest as the sun, I'm sure, but it's just like the sun's honesty, of a kind which we men below can't quite understand or appreciate. He has no instinct in politics, but reaches his conclusions by philosophical deduction. Now, in politics, I would a deal sooner trust to instinct and to calculation. I think he may probably know how England ought to be governed 3 centuries hence better than any man living, but of the proper way to govern it now, I think he knows less. Brock half likes him and half fears him. He likes the support of his eloquence, and he likes the power of the man, but he fears his restless activity, and thoroughly dislikes his philosophy. At any rate, he has left us, and I am here to ask you to take his place." The Duke, as he concluded his speech, was quite contented and almost jovial. He was thoroughly satisfied with the new political arrangement which he was proposing. He regarded Mr. Palliser as a steady, practical man of business, luckily young, and therefore with a deal of work in him, belonging to the race from which English ministers ought, in his opinion, to be taken, and as being, in some respects, his own pupil. He had been the first to declare aloud that Plantagenet Palliser was the coming Chancellor of the Exchequer, and it had been long known, though no such declaration had been made aloud, that the Duke did not sit comfortably in the same cabinet with the gentleman who had now resigned. Everything had now gone as the Duke wished, and he was prepared to celebrate some little ovation with his young friend before he left the house in Park Lane. "And who goes out with him?" asked Mr. Palliser, putting off the evil moment of his own decision. But before the Duke could answer him, he had reminded himself that under his present circumstances he had no right to ask such a question. His own decision could not rest upon that point. "But it does not matter," he said. "I am afraid I must decline the offer you bring me." "Decline it?" said the Duke, who could not have been more surprised had his friend talked of declining heaven. "I fear I must." The Duke had now risen from his chair, and was standing with both his hands upon the table. All his contentment, all his joviality had vanished. His fine round face had become almost ludicrously long. His eyes and mouth were struggling to convey reproach, and the reproach was almost drowned in vexation. Ever since Parliament had met he had been whispering Mr. Palliser's name into the Prime Minister's ear, and now, but he could not and would not believe it. "Nonsense, Palliser," he said. "You must have got some false notion in your head. There can be no possible reason why you should not join us. Finespun himself will support us at any rate for a time." Mr. Finespun was the gentleman whose retirement from the ministry the Duke of St. Bungay had now announced. "It is nothing of that kind," said Mr. Palliser, who perhaps felt himself quite equal to the duties proposed to him, even though Mr. Finespun should not support him. "It is nothing of that kind. It is no fear of that sort that hinders me." "Then, for mercy's sake, what is it?" "My dear Palliser, I looked upon you as being as sure in this matter as myself, and I had a right to do so. You certainly intended to join us a month ago, if the opportunity offered. You certainly did." "It is true, Duke. I must ask you to listen to me now, and I must tell you what I would not willingly tell to any man." As Mr. Palliser said this, a look of agony came over his face. There are men who can talk easily of all their most inmost matters, but he was not such a man. It went sorely against the grain with him to speak of the sorrow of his home, even to such a friend as the Duke, but it was essentially necessary to him that he should justify himself. "Upon my word," said the Duke, "I can't understand that there should be any reason strong enough to make you throw your party over." "I have promised to take my wife abroad." "Is that it?" said the Duke, looking at him with surprise, but at the same time with something of returning joviality in his face. "Nobody thinks of going abroad at this time of the year. Of course you can get away for a time when Parliament breaks up." "But I have promised to go at once." "Then, considering your position, you have made a promise which it behoves you to break. I am sure Lady Glencora will see it in that light." "You do not quite understand me, and I am afraid I must trouble you to listen to matters which, under other circumstances, it would be impertinent in me to obtrude upon you." A certain stiffness of demeanour and measured propriety of voice, much at variance with his former manner, came upon him as he said this. "Of course, Palliser, I don't want to interfere for a moment." "If you will allow me, Duke. My wife has told me that, this morning, which makes me feel that absence from England is requisite for her present comfort. I was with her when you came, and had just promised her that she should go." "But, Palliser, think of it. If this were a small matter I would not press you, but a man in your position has public duties. He owes his services to his country. He has no right to go back, if it be possible that he should so do. When a man has given his word, it cannot be right that he should go back from that." "Of course not, but a man may be absolved from a promise. Lady Glencora, my wife, would of course absolve me. It is not that. Her happiness demands it, and it is partly my fault that it is so. I cannot explain to you more fully why it is that I must give up the great object for which I have striven with all my strength." "Oh, no," said the Duke. "If you are sure that it is imperative—" "It is imperative." "I could give you 24 hours, you know." Mr. Palliser did not answer at once, and the Duke thought that he saw some sign of hesitation. "I suppose it would not be possible that I should speak to Lady Glencora?" "It could be of no avail, Duke. She would only declare at the first word that she would remain in London, but it would not be the less my duty on that account to take her abroad." "Well, I can't say. Of course I can't say. Such an opportunity may not come twice in a man's life, and at your age too. You are throwing away from you the finest political position that the world can offer to the ambition of any man. No one at your time of life has had such a chance within my memory. That a man under 30 should be thought fit to be Chancellor of the Exchequer, and should refuse it, because he wants to take his wife abroad! Palliser, if she were dying, you should remain under such an emergency as this. She might go, but you should remain." Mr. Palliser remained silent for a moment or two in his chair. He then rose and walked towards the window as he spoke. "There are things worse than death," he said when his back was turned. His voice was very low, and there was a tear in his eye as he spoke them. The words were indeed whispered, but the Duke heard them, and felt that he could not press him any more on the subject of his wife. "And must this be final?" said the Duke. "I think it must. But your visit here has come so quickly on my resolution to go abroad, which in truth was only made 10 minutes before your name was brought to me, that I believe I ought to ask for a portion of those 24 hours which you have offered me. A small portion will be enough. Will you see me if I come to you this evening, say at 8? If the house is up in the Lords, I will go to you in St. James's Square. We shall be sitting after 8, I think. Then I will see you there. And, Duke, I must ask you to think of me in this matter as a friend should think, and not as though we were bound together only by party feeling. Oh, I will. I will. I have told you what I shall never whisper to any one else. I think you know that you are safe with me. I am sure of it. And, Duke, I can tell you that the sacrifice to me will be almost more than I can bear. This thing that you have offered me to-day is the only thing that I have ever coveted. I have thought of it, and worked for it, have hoped and despaired, have for moments been vain enough to think that it was within my strength, and have been wretched for weeks together, because I have told myself that it was utterly beyond me. And as to that, neither Brock nor I, nor any of us, have any doubt. Finespun himself says that you are the man. I am much obliged to them, but I say all this simply that you may understand how imperative is the duty which, as I think, requires me to refuse the offer. But you haven't refused as yet, said the Duke. I shall wait at the house for you, whether they are sitting or not, and endeavour to join us. Do the best you can. I will say nothing as to that duty of which you speak, but if it can be made compatible with your public service, pray, let it be done. Remember how much such a one as you owes to his country. Then the Duke went, and Mr. Palliser was alone. He had not been alone before since the revelation which had been made to him by his wife, and the words she had spoken were still sounding in his ears. I do love Burgo Fitzgerald. I do. They were not pleasant words for a young husband to hear. Men there are, no doubt, whose nature would make them more miserable under the infliction than it had made Plantagenet Palliser. He was calm, without strong passion, not prone to give to words a stronger significance than they should bear, and he was essentially unsuspicious. Never for a moment had he thought, even while those words were hissing in his ears, that his wife had betrayed his honour. Nevertheless, there was that at his heart, as he remembered those words, which made him feel that the world was almost too heavy for him. For the first quarter of an hour after the Duke's departure, he thought more of his wife and of Burgo Fitzgerald than he did of Lord Brock and Mr. Finespun. But of this he was aware, that he had forgiven his wife, that he had put his arm round her and embraced her after hearing her confession, and that she, mutely, with her eyes, had promised him that she would do her best for him. Then something of an idea of love came across his heart, and he acknowledged to himself that he had married without loving or without requiring love. Much of all this had been his own fault. Indeed, had not the whole of it come from his own wrong-doing? He acknowledged that it was so. But now he loved her. He felt that he could not bear to part with her, even if there were no question of public scandal or of disgrace. He had been torn inwardly by that assertion that she loved another man. She had got at his heartstrings at last. There are men who may love their wives, though they never can have been in love before their marriage. When the Duke had been gone about an hour, and when, under ordinary circumstances, it would have been his time to go down to the house, he took his hat and walked into the park. He made his way across Hyde Park and into Kensington Gardens, and there he remained for an hour, walking up and down beneath the elms. The quidnuncs of the town, who chanced to see him, and who had heard something of the political movements of the day, thought, no doubt, that he was meditating his future ministerial career. But he had not been there long before he had resolved that no ministerial career was at present open to him. "It has been my own fault," he said, as he returned to his house, "and with God's help I will mend it, if it be possible." But he was a slow man, and he did not go off instantly to the Duke. He had given himself to 8 o'clock, and he took the full time. He could not go down to the House of Commons, because men would make inquiries of him which he would find it difficult to answer. So he dined at home alone. He had told his wife that he would see her at 9, and before that hour he would not go to her. He sat alone till it was time for him to get into his brougham, and thought it all over. That seat in the Cabinet and Chancellorship of the Exchequer, which he had so infinitely desired, were already done with. There was no doubt about that. It might have been better for him not to have married, but now that he was married, and that things had brought him untowardly to this pass, he knew that his wife's safety was his first duty. "We will go through Switzerland," he said to himself, "to Baden, and then we will get on to Florence and to Rome. She has seen nothing of all these things yet, and the new life will make a change in her. She shall have her own friend with her." Then he went down to the House of Lords and saw the Duke. "Well, Palliser," said the Duke, when he had listened to him, "of course I cannot argue it with you any more. I can only say that I am very sorry, more sorry than perhaps you will believe. Indeed, it half breaks my heart." The Duke's voice was very sad, and it might almost have been thought that he was going to shed a tear. In truth, he disliked Mr. Finespun with the strongest political feeling of which he was capable, and had attached himself to Mr. Palliser almost as strongly. It was 1,000 pities. How hard had he not worked to bring about this arrangement, which was now to be upset because a woman had been foolish. "I never above half liked her," said the Duke to himself. thinking perhaps a little of the Duchess's complaints of her. "I must go to Brock at once," he said aloud, "and tell him. God knows what we must do now. Good-bye, good-bye. No, I'm not angry. There shall be no quarrel. But I am very sorry." In this way the two politicians parted. We may as well follow this political movement to its end. The Duke saw Lord Brock that night, and then those two ministers sent for another minister, another noble lord, a man of great experience in cabinets. These three discussed the matter together, and on the following day Lord Brock got up in the House and made a strong speech in defence of his colleague, Mr. Finespun. To the end of the session, at any rate, Mr. Finespun kept his position, and held the seals of the Exchequer, while all the quidnuncs of the nation, shaking their heads, spoke of the wonderful power of Mr. Finespun, and declared that Lord Brock did not dare to face the opposition without him. In the meantime Mr. Palliser had returned to his wife, and told her of his resolution with reference to their tour abroad. "We may as well make up our minds to start at once," said he. "At any rate, there is nothing on my side to hinder us." End of chapter 59.
Chapter 60 of Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 60. Alice Vavasor's name gets into the money market. Some 10 or 12 days after George Vavasor's return to London from Westmoreland, he appeared at Mr. Scruby's offices with 4 small slips of paper in his hand. Mr. Scruby, as usual, was pressing for money. The third election was coming on, and money was already being spent very freely among the men of the river bank. So at least Mr. Scruby declared. Mr. Grimes, of the Handsome Man, had shown signs of returning allegiance. But Mr. Grimes could not afford to be loyal without money. He had his little family to protect. Mr. Scruby, too, had his little family, and was not ashamed to use it on this occasion. "I'm a family man, Mr. Vavasor, and therefore I never run any risks. I never go a yard further than I can see my way back." This he had said in answer to a proposition that he should take George's note of hand for the expenses of the next election, payable in 3 months' time. "It is so very hard to realise," said George, "immediately upon a death, when all the property left is real property." "Very hard indeed," said Mr. Scruby, who had heard with accuracy all the particulars of the old squire's will. Vavasor understood the lawyer, cursed him inwardly, and suggested to himself that some day he might murder Mr. Scruby as well as John Grey, and perhaps also a few more of his enemies. 2 days after the interview in which his own note of hand had been refused, he again called in Great Marlborough Street. Upon this occasion he tendered to Mr. Scruby for his approval the 4 slips of paper which have been mentioned. Mr. Scruby regarded them with attention, looking first at one side horizontally and then at the other side perpendicularly. But before we learn the judgment pronounced by Mr. Scruby as to these 4 slips of paper, we must go back to their earlier history. As they were still in their infancy, we shall not have to go back far. One morning, at about 11 o'clock, the parlour-maid came up to Alice, as she sat alone in the drawing-room in Queen Anne Street, and told her there was a gentleman in the hall waiting to be seen by her. We all know the tone in which servants announce a gentleman when they know that the gentleman is not a gentleman. "A gentleman wanting to see me? What sort of a gentleman?" "Well, miss, I don't think he's just of our sort, but he's decent to look at." Alice Vavasor had no desire to deny herself to any person but one. She was well aware that the gentleman in the hall could not be her cousin George, and therefore she did not refuse to see him. "Let him come up," she said. But I think, Jane, you ought to ask him his name." Jane did ask him his name, and came back immediately, announcing Mr. Levy. This occurred immediately after the return of Mr. John Vavasor from Westmoreland. He had reached home late on the preceding evening, and at the moment of Mr. Levy's call was in his dressing-room. Alice got up to receive her visitor, and at once understood the tone of her maid's voice. Mr. Levy was certainly not a gentleman of the sort to which she had been most accustomed. He was a little dark man, with sharp eyes, set very near to each other in his head, with a beaked nose, thick at the bridge, and a black moustache, but no other beard. Alice did not at all like the look of Mr. Levy, but she stood up to receive him, made him a little bow, and asked him to sit down. "Is papa dressed yet?" Alice asked the servant. "Well, miss, I don't think he is, not to say dressed." Alice had thought it might be as well that Mr. Levy should know that there was a gentleman in the house with her. "I've called about a little bit of business, miss," said Mr. Levy when they were alone. "Nothing as you need disturb yourself about. You'll find it all square, I think." Then he took a case out of his breast pocket and produced a note, which he handed to her. Alice took the note, and saw immediately that it was addressed to her by her cousin George. "Yes, Mr. George Vavasor," said Mr. Levy. "I dare say you never saw me before, miss." "No, sir, I think not," said Alice. "I am your cousin's clerk." "Oh, you're Mr. Vavasor's clerk. I'll read his letter, if you please, sir." "If you please, miss." George Vavasor's letter to his cousin was as follows: "Dear Alice, after what passed between us when I last saw you, I thought that on my return from Westmoreland I should learn that you had paid in at my bankers the money that I require. But I find that this is not so, and of course I excuse you, because women so seldom know when or how to do that which business demands of them. You have, no doubt, heard the injustice which my grandfather has done me, and will probably feel as indignant as I do. I only mention this now, because the nature of his will makes it more than ever incumbent on you that you should be true to your pledge to me. Till there shall be some ground for a better understanding between us, and this I do not doubt will come, I think it wiser not to call, myself, at Queen Anne Street. I therefore send my confidential clerk with 4 bills, each of £500, drawn at 14 days' date, across which I will get you to write your name. Mr. Levy will show you the way in which this should be done. Your name must come under the word 'accepted,' and just above the name of Messrs. Drummond's, where the money must be lying ready, at any rate, not later than Monday fortnight. Indeed, the money must be there some time on the Saturday. They know you so well at Drummond's that you will not object to call on the Saturday afternoon and ask if it is all right. I have certainly been inconvenienced by not finding the money as I expected on my return to town. If these bills are not properly provided for, the result will be very disastrous to me. I feel, however, sure that this will be done, both for your own sake and for mine. Affectionately yours, George Vavasor. The unparalleled impudence of this letter had the effect which the writer had intended. It made Alice think immediately of her own remissness, if she had been remiss, rather than of the enormity of his claim upon her. The decision with which he asked her for her money, without any pretence at an excuse on his part, did for the time induce her to believe that she had no alternative but to give it to him, and that she had been wrong in delaying it. She had told him that he should have it, and she ought to have been as good as her word. She should not have forced upon him the necessity of demanding it. But the idea of signing 4 bills was terrible to her, and she felt sure that she ought not to put her name to orders for so large an amount, and then entrust them to such a man as Mr. Levy. Her father was in the house, and she might have asked him. The thought that she would do so of course occurred to her, but then it occurred to her also that were she to speak to her father as to this advancing of money to her cousin, to this giving of money, for she now well understood that it would be a gift, were she to consult her father in any way about it, he would hinder her, not only from signing the bills for Mr. Levy, but, as far as he could do so, from keeping the promise made to her cousin. She was resolved that George should have the money, and she knew that she could give it to him in spite of her father. But her father might probably be able to delay the gift, and thus rob it of its chief value. If she were to sign the bills, the money must be made to be forthcoming. So much she understood. Mr. Levy had taken out the 4 bills from the same case, and had placed them on the table before him. "Mr. Vavasor has explained, I believe, miss, what it is you have to do?" he said. "Yes, sir, my cousin has explained." "And there is nothing else to trouble you with, I believe. If you will just write your name across them here, I need not detain you by staying any longer." Mr. Levy was very anxious to make his visit as short as possible, since he had heard that Mr. John Vavasor was in the house. But Alice hesitated. £2000 is a very serious sum of money. She had heard much of sharpers, and thought that she ought to be cautious. What if this man, of whom she had never before heard, should steal the bills after she had signed them? She looked again at her cousin's letter, chiefly with the object of gaining time. "It's all right, miss," said Mr. Levy. "Could you not leave them with me, sir?" said Alice. "Well, not very well, miss. No doubt Mr. Vavasor has explained it all, but the fact is, he must have them this afternoon. He has got a heavy sum to put down on the nail about this here election, and if it ain't down to day, them on whom he has to depend will be all abroad." "But, sir, the money will not be payable to day. If I understand it, they are not cheques." "No, miss, no, they are not cheques. But your name, miss, at 14 days, is the same as ready money, just the same." She paused, and while she paused, he reached a pen for her from the writing table, and then she signed the 4 bills as he held them before her. She was quick enough at doing this when she had once commenced the work. Her object, then, was that the man should be gone from the house before her father could meet him. These were the 4 bits of paper which George Vavasor tendered to Mr. Scruby's notice on the occasion which we have now in hand. In doing so, he made use of them after the manner of a grand capitalist, who knows that he may assume certain airs as he allows the odours of the sweetness of his wealth to drop from him. "You insisted on ready money, with your damned suspicions," said he, "and there it is. You're not afraid of 14 days, I dare say." "14 days is neither here nor there," said Mr. Scruby. "We can let our payments stand over as long as that without doing any harm. I'll send one of my men down to Grimes and tell him I can't see him till, let me see," and he looked at one of the bills, "till the 15th." But this was not exactly what George Vavasor wanted. He was desirous that the bills should be immediately turned into money, so that the necessity of forcing payments from Alice, should due provision for the bills not be made, might fall into other hands than his. "We can wait till the 15th," said Scruby, as he handed the bits of paper back to his customer. "You will want 1,000, you say?" said George. "1,000 to begin with, certainly not less." "Then you had better keep 2 of them." "Well, no; I don't see the use of that. You had better collect them through your own banker, and let me have a cheque on the 15th or 16th. "How cursed suspicious you are, Scruby." "No, I ain't. I'm not a bit suspicious. I don't deal in such articles. That's all." "What doubt can there be about such bills as those? Everybody knows that my cousin has a considerable fortune, altogether at her own disposal." "The truth is, Mr. Vavasor, that bills with ladies' names on them, ladies who are no way connected with business, ain't just the paper that people like." "Nothing on earth can be surer." "You take them into the City for discount, and see if the bankers don't tell you the same. They may be done, of course, upon your name. I say nothing about that. I can explain to you the nature of the family arrangement, but I can't do that to a stranger. However, I don't mind." "Of course not. The time is so short that it does not signify. Have them collected through your own bankers, and then, if it don't suit you to call, send me a cheque for £1,000 when the time is up." Then Mr. Scruby turned to some papers on his right hand, as though the interview had been long enough. Vavasor looked at him angrily, opening his wound at him and cursing him inwardly. Mr. Scruby went on with his paper, by no means regarding either the wound or the unspoken curses. Thereupon Vavasor got up and went away without any word of farewell. As he walked along Great Marlborough Street, and through those unalluring streets which surround the Soho district, and so on to the Strand and his own lodgings, he still continued to think of some wide scheme of revenge, of some scheme in which Mr. Scruby might be included. There had appeared something latterly in Mr. Scruby's manner to him, something of mingled impatience and familiarity, which made him feel that he had fallen in the attorney's estimation. It was not that the lawyer thought him to be less honourable or less clever than he had before thought him, but that the man was like a rat, and knew a falling house by the instinct that was in him. So George Vavasor cursed Mr. Scruby, and calculated some method of murdering him without detection. The reader is not to suppose that the member for the Chelsea districts had in truth resolved to gratify his revenge by murdering any of those persons whom he hated so vigorously. He did not himself think it probable that he would become a murderer, but he received some secret satisfaction in allowing his mind to dwell upon the subject and in making those calculations. He reflected that it would not do to take off Scruby and John Grey at the same time, as it would be known that he was connected with both of them, unless indeed he was to take off a third person at the same time, a third person as to the expediency of ending whose career he made his calculations quite as often as he did in regard to any of those persons whom he cursed so often. It need hardly be explained to the reader that this third person was a sitting member for the Chelsea districts. As he was himself in want of instant ready money, Mr. Scruby's proposition that he should leave the 4 bills at his own banker's, to be collected when they came to maturity, did not suit him. He doubted much also whether at the end of the 14 days the money would be forthcoming. Alice would be driven to tell her father, in order that the money might be procured, and John Vavasor would probably succeed in putting impediments in the way of the payment. He must take the bills into the city, and do the best there that he could with them. He was too late for this to-day, and therefore he went to his lodgings, and then down to the House. In the House he sat all the night with his hat over his eyes, making those little calculations of which I have spoken. "You have heard the news, haven't you?" said Mr. Bott to him, whispering in his ear. "News? No, I haven't heard any news." "Finespun has resigned, and Palliser is at this moment with the Duke of St. Bungay in the Lord's library." "They may both be at the bottom of the Lord's fish pond, for what I care," said Vavasor. "That's nonsense, you know," said Bott. "Still, you know Palliser is Chancellor of the Exchequer at this moment. What a lucky fellow you are to have such a chance come to you directly you get in. As soon as he takes his seat down there, of course, we shall go up behind him." "We shall have another election in a month's time," said George. "I'm safe enough," said Bott. "It never hurts a man at elections to be closely connected with the Government." George Vavasor was in the City by times the next morning, but he found that the City did not look with favourable eyes on his 4 bills. The City took them up, first horizontally, and then with a twist of its hand, perpendicularly, and looked at them with distrustful eyes. The City repeated the name, Alice Vavasor, as though it were not esteemed a good name on 'Change. The City suggested that as the time was so short, the holder of the bills would be wise to hold them till he could collect the amount. It was very clear that the City suspected something wrong in the transaction. The City, by one of its mouths, asserted plainly that ladies' bills never meant business. George Vavasor cursed the City, and made his calculation about murdering it. Might not a river of strychnine be turned on round the Exchange about luncheon time? 3 of the bills he left at last with his own bankers for collection, and retained the 4th in his breast pocket, intending on the morrow to descend with it into those lower depths of the money market which he had not as yet visited. Again, on the next day, he went to work and succeeded to some extent. Among those lower depths he found a capitalist who was willing to advance him £200, keeping that 4th bill in his possession as security. The capitalist was to have £40 for the transaction, and George cursed him as he took his cheque. George Vavasor knew quite enough of the commercial world to enable him to understand that a man must be in a very bad condition when he consents to pay £40 for the use of 200 for 14 days. He cursed the City. He cursed the House of Commons. He cursed his cousin Alice and his sister Kate. He cursed the memory of his grandfather. And he cursed himself. Mr. Levy had hardly left the house in Queen Anne Street before Alice had told her father what she had done. "The money must be forthcoming," said Alice. To this her father made no immediate reply, but turning himself in his chair away from her with a sudden start, sat looking at the fire and shaking his head. "The money must be made to be forthcoming," said Alice. "Papa, will you see that it is done?" This was very hard upon poor John Vavasor, and so he felt it to be. "Papa, if you will not promise, I must go to Mr. Round about it myself, and must find out a broker to sell out for me. You would not wish that my name should be dishonoured." "You will be ruined," said he, "and for such a rascal as that." "Never mind whether he is a rascal or not, papa. You must acknowledge that he has been treated harshly by his grandfather." "I think that will was the wisest thing my father ever did. Had he left the estate to George, there wouldn't have been an acre of it left in the family in 6 months' time." "But the life interest, papa?" "He would have raised all he could upon that, and it would have done him no good." "At any rate, papa, he must have this £2000. You must promise me that." "And then he will want more." "No; I do not think he will ask for more. At any rate, I do not think that I am bound to give him all that I have." "I should think not. I should like to know how you can be bound to give him anything." "Because I promised it. I have signed the bills now, and it must be done." Still Mr. Vavasor made no promise. "Papa, if you will not say that you will do it, I must go down to Mr. Round at once." "I don't know that I can do it. I don't know that Mr. Round can do it. Your money is chiefly on mortgage." Then there was a pause for a moment in the conversation. "Upon my word, I never heard of such a thing in my life," said Mr. Vavasor. "I never did. £4000 given away to such a man as that in 3 months! £4000! And you say you do not intend to marry him?" "Certainly not. All that is over." "And does he know that it is over?" "I suppose he does." "You suppose so! Things of that sort are so often over with you." This was very cruel. Perhaps she had deserved the reproach, but still it was very cruel. The blow struck her with such force that she staggered under it. Tears came into her eyes, and she could hardly speak lest she should betray herself by sobbing. "I know that I have behaved badly," she said at last, "but I am punished, and you might spare me now." "I didn't want to punish you," he said, getting up from his chair and walking about the room. "I don't want to punish you, but I don't want to see you ruined." "I must go to Mr. Round, then, myself." Mr. Vavasor went on walking about the room, jingling the money in his trousers pockets, and pushing the chairs about as he chanced to meet them. At last he made a compromise with her. He would take a day to think whether he would assist her in getting the money, and communicate his decision to her on the following morning. End of Chapter 60. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Chapter 61 of Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 61. The Bills Are Made All Right. Mr. Vavasor was at his wits' end about his daughter. She had put her name to 4 bills for £500 each, and had demanded from him, almost without an apology, his aid in obtaining money to meet them. And she might put her name to any other number of bills and for any amount. There was no knowing how a man ought to behave to such a daughter. "I don't want her money," the father said to himself, "and if she had got none of her own, I would make her as comfortable as I could with my own income. But to see her throw her money away in such a fashion as this is enough to break a man's heart." Mr. Vavasor went to his office in Chancery Lane, but he did not go to the chambers of Mr. Round, the lawyer. Instead of calling on Mr. Round, he sent a note by a messenger to Suffolk Street, and the answer to the note came in the person of Mr. Grey. John Grey was living in town in these days, and was in the habit of seeing Mr. Vavasor frequently. Indeed, he had not left London since the memorable occasion on which he had pitched his rival down the tailor's stairs at his lodgings. He had made himself pretty well conversant with George Vavasor's career, and had often shuddered as he thought what might be the fate of any girl who might trust herself to marry such a man as that. He had been at home when Mr. Vavasor's note had reached his lodgings, and had instantly walked off towards Chancery Lane. He knew his way to Mr. Vavasor's signing office very accurately, for he had acquired a habit of calling there, and of talking to the father about his daughter. He was a patient, persevering man, confident in himself, and apt to trust that he would accomplish those things which he attempted, though he was hardly himself aware of any such aptitude. He had never despaired as to Alice, and though he had openly acknowledged to himself that she had been very foolish, or rather that her judgment had failed her, he had never in truth been angry with her. He had looked upon her rejection of himself and her subsequent promise to her cousin as the effects of a mental hallucination, very much to be lamented, to be wept for, perhaps, through a whole life, as a source of terrible sorrow to himself and to her. But he regarded it all as a disease of which the cure was yet possible, as a disease which, though it might never leave the patient as strong as she was before, might still leave her altogether. And as he would still have clung to his love had she been attacked by any of those illnesses for which doctors have well-known names, so would he cling to her now that she was attacked by a malady for which no name was known. He had already heard from Mr. Vavasor that Alice had discovered how impossible it was that she should marry her cousin, and, in his quiet, patient, enduring way, was beginning to feel confident that he would at last carry his mistress off with him to Nethercoats. It was certainly a melancholy place, that signing office in which Mr. John Vavasor was doomed to spend 12 hours a week during every term time of his existence. Whether any man could really pass an existence of work in such a workshop, and not have gone mad, could have endured to work there for 7 hours a day, every weekday of his life, I am not prepared to say. I doubt much whether any victims are so doomed. I have so often wandered through those gloomy passages without finding a sign of humanity there, without hearing any slightest tick of the hammer of labour, that I am disposed to think that Lord Chancellors have been anxious to save their subordinates from suicide, and have mercifully decreed that the whole staff of labourers, down to the very message boys of the office, should be sent away to green fields or palatial clubs during, at any rate, a moiety of their existence. The dismal set of chambers, in which the most dismal room had been assigned to Mr. Vavasor, was not actually in Chancery Lane. Opening off from Chancery Lane are various other small lanes, quiet, dingy nooks, some of them in the guise of streets going nowhither, some being thoroughfares to other dingy streets beyond, in which sponging houses abound, and others existing as the entrances to so-called Inns of Court, inns of which all knowledge has for years been lost to the outer world of the laity, and, as I believe, lost almost equally to the inner world of the legal profession. Who was ever heard of Symonds' Inn? But an ancestral Symonds, celebrated no doubt in his time, did found an inn, and there it is to this day. Of Staples' Inn, who knows the purposes or use? Who are its members, and what do they do as such? And Staples' Inn is an inn with pretensions, having a chapel of its own, or at any rate, a building which, in its external dimensions, is ecclesiastical, having a garden and architectural proportions, and a façade towards Holborn, somewhat dingy but respectable, with an old gateway, and with a decided character of its own. The building in which Mr. John Vavasor had a room and a desk was located in one of these side streets, and had, in its infantine days, been regarded with complacency by its founder. It was stone-faced and strong, and, though very ugly, had about it that air of importance which justifies a building in assuming a special name of itself. This building was called the Accountant General's Record Office, and very probably, in the gloom of its dark cellars, may lie to this day the records of the expenditure of many a fair property which has gotten itself into Chancery, and has never gotten itself out again. It was entered by a dark hall, the door of which was never closed, and which, having another door at its further end leading into another lane, had become itself a thoroughfare. But the passers through it were few in number. Now and then a boy might be seen there, carrying on his head or shoulders a huge mass of papers which you would presume to be accounts, or some clerk employed in the purlieus of Chancery Lane, who would know the shortest possible way from the chambers of some one attorney to those of some other. But this hall, though open at both ends, was as dark as Erebus, and any who lingered in it would soon find themselves to be growing damp, and would smell mildew, and would become naturally affected by the exhalations arising from those Chancery records beneath their feet. Up the stone stairs from this hall John Grey passed to Mr. Vavasor's signing room. The stairs were broad and almost of noble proportions, but the darkness and gloom which hung about the hall hung also about them, a melancholy set of stairs, up and down which no man can walk with cheerful feet. Here he came upon a long, broad passage in which no sound was, at first, to be heard. There was no busy noise of doors slamming, no rapid sound of shoes, no passing to and fro of men intent on their daily bread. Pausing for a moment, that he might look around him and realize the death-like stillness of the whole, John Grey could just distinguish the heavy breathing of a man, thereby learning that there was a captive in, at any rate, one of those prisons on each side of him. As he drew near to the door of Mr. Vavasor's chamber, he knew that the breathing came from thence. On the door there were words inscribed, which were just legible in the gloom. Signing room, Mr. Vavasor. How John Vavasor did hate those words! It seemed to him that they had been placed there with the express object of declaring his degradation aloud to the world. Since his grandfather's will had been read to him he had almost made up his mind to go down those melancholy stairs for the last time, to shake the dust off his feet as he left the Accountant General's Record Office for ever, and content himself with half his official income. But how could he give up so many hundreds a year while his daughter was persisting in throwing away thousands as fast as, or faster than, she could lay her hands on them? John Grey entered the room and found Mr. Vavasor sitting all alone in an arm-chair over the fire. I rather think that breathing had been the breathing of a man asleep. He was resting himself amidst the labours of his signing. It was a large, dull room, which could not have been painted, I should think, within the memory of man, looking out backwards into some court. The black wall of another building seemed to stand up close to the window, so close that no direct ray of the sun ever interrupted the signing clerk at his work. In the middle of the room there was a large mahogany table, on which lay a pile of huge papers. Across the top of them there was placed a bit of blotting paper, with a quill pen, the two only tools which were necessary to the performance of the signing clerk's work. On the table there stood a row of official books, placed lengthwise on their edges: the Post Office Directory, the Court Circular, a Directory to the Inns of Court, a dusty volume of Acts of Parliament, which had reference to Chancery accounts, a volume which Mr. Vavasor never opened, and there were some others, but there was no book there in which any Christian man or woman could take delight, either for amusement or for recreation. There were 3 or 4 chairs round the wall, and there was the one arm-chair which the occupant of the chamber had dragged away from its sacred place to the hearth-rug. There was also an old Turkey carpet on the floor. Other furniture there was none. Can it be a matter of surprise to any one that Mr. Vavasor preferred his club to his place of business? He was not left quite alone in this death-like dungeon. Attached to his own large room there was a small closet, in which sat the signing clerk's clerk, a lad of perhaps 17 years of age, who spent the greatest part of his time playing tit-tat-toe by himself upon official blotting paper. Had I been Mr. Vavasor, I should have sworn a bosom friendship with that lad, have told him all my secrets, and joined his youthful games. "Come in," Mr. Vavasor had cried when John Grey disturbed his slumber by knocking at the door. "I'm glad to see you, very. Sit down, won't you? Did you ever see such a wretched fire? The coals they give you in this place are the worst in all London. Did you ever see such coals?" And he gave a wicked poke at the fire. It was now the 1st of May, and Grey, who had walked from Suffolk Street, was quite warm. "One hardly wants a fire at all, such weather as this," he said. "Oh, don't you?" said the signing clerk. "If you had to sit here all day, you'd see if you didn't want a fire. It's the coldest building I ever put my foot in. Sometimes in winter I have to sit here the whole day in a great coat. I only wish I could shut old Sugden up here for a week or 2 after Christmas." The great lawyer whom he had named was the man whom he supposed to have inflicted on him the terrible injury of his life, and he was continually invoking small misfortunes on the head of that tyrant. "How is Alice?" said Grey, desiring to turn the subject from the 10 times told tale of his friend's wrongs. Mr. Vavasor sighed. "She is well enough, I believe," he said. "Is anything the matter in Queen Anne Street?" "You'll hardly believe it when I tell you, and indeed I hardly know whether I ought to tell you or not. As you and I have gone so far together, I think that you ought to tell me anything that concerns her nearly." "That's just it. It's about her money. Do you know, Grey, I'm beginning to think that I've been wrong in allowing you to advance what you have done on her account." "Why wrong?" "Because I foresee there will be a difficulty about it. How are we to manage about the repayment?" "If she becomes my wife there will be no management wanted." "But how if she never becomes your wife? I'm beginning to think she'll never do anything like any other woman." "I'm not quite sure that you understand her," said Grey, "though of course you ought to do so better than any one else." "Nobody can understand her," said the angry father. "She told me the other day, as you know, that she was going to have nothing more to do with her cousin." "Has she become friends with him again?" said Grey. As he asked the question there came a red spot on each cheek, showing the strong mental anxiety which had prompted it. "No, I believe not. That is, certainly not in the way you mean. I think that she is beginning to know that he is a rascal." "It is a great blessing that she has learned the truth before it was too late." "But would you believe it? She has given him her name to bills for £2,000, payable at 2 weeks' sight. He sent to her only this morning a fellow that he called his clerk, and she has been fool enough to accept them. £2,000! That comes of leaving money at a young woman's own disposal." "But we expected that, you know," said Grey, who seemed to take the news with much composure. "Expected it?" "Of course we did. You yourself did not suppose that what he had before would have been the last." "But after she had quarrelled with him?" "That would make no difference with her. She had promised him her money, and as it seems that he will be content with that, let her keep her promise." "And give him everything?" "Not if I can help it. I'll expose him. I will indeed. Such a pitiful rascal as he is." "You will do nothing, Mr. Vavasor, that will injure your daughter. I'm very sure of that." "But, by heavens, such sheer robbery as that! £2,000 more in 14 days!" The shortness of the date at which the bills were drawn seemed to afflict Mr. Vavasor almost as keenly as the amount. Then he described the whole transaction as accurately as he could do so, and also told how Alice had declared her purpose of going to Mr. Round the lawyer, if her father would not undertake to procure the money for her by the time the bills should become due. "Mr. Round, you know, has heard nothing about it," he continued. "He doesn't dream of any such thing. If she would take my advice, she would leave the bills and let them be dishonoured. As it is, I think I shall call at Drummond's and explain the whole transaction." "You must not do that," said Grey. "I will call at Drummond's instead, and see that the money is all right for the bills. As far as they go, let him have his plunder." "And if she won't take you at last, Grey? Upon my word, I don't think she ever will. My belief is she'll never get married. She'll never do anything like any other woman." "The money won't be missed by me if I never get married," said Grey with a smile. "If she does marry me, of course I shall make her pay me." "No, by George, that won't do," said Vavasor. "If she were your daughter, you'd know that she could not take a man's money in that way." "And I know it now, though she is not my daughter. I was only joking. As soon as I am certain, finally certain, that she can never become my wife, I will take back my money. You need not be afraid. The nature of the arrangement we have made shall then be explained to her." In this way it was settled, and on the following morning the father informed the daughter that he had done her bidding, and that the money would be placed to her credit at the banker's before the bills came due. On that Saturday, the day which her cousin had named in his letter, she trudged down to Drummond's, and was informed by a very courteous senior clerk in that establishment that due preparation for the bills had been made. So far, I think we may say that Mr. George Vavasor was not unfortunate. End of Chapter 61. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Chapter 62 of Can You Forgive Her? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 62. Going Abroad. One morning, early in May, a full week before Alice's visit to the bankers at Charing Cross, a servant in grand livery, 6 feet high, got out of a cab at the door in Queen Anne Street, and sent up a note for Miss Vavasor, declaring that he would wait in the cab for her answer. He had come from Lady Glencora, and had been specially ordered to go in a cab, and come back in a cab, and make himself as like a Mercury, with wings to his feet, as may be possible to a London footman. Mr. Palliser had arranged his plans with his wife that morning, or I should more correctly say,
had given her his orders, and she, in consequence, had sent away her Mercury in hot pressing haste to Queen Anne Street. "Do come, instantly if you can," the note said. "I have so much to tell you, and so much to ask of you. If you can't come, when shall I find you, and where?" Alice sent back a note saying that she would be in Park Lane as soon as she could put on her bonnet and walk down. And then the Mercury went home in his cab. Alice found her friend in the small breakfast room upstairs, sitting close by the window. They had not as yet met since the evening of Lady Monk's party, nor had Lady Glencora seen Alice in the mourning which she now wore for her grandfather. "Oh dear, what a change it makes in you!" she said. "I never thought of your being in black." "I don't know what it is you want, but shan't I do in mourning as well as I would in colours?" "You'll do in anything, dear. But I have so much to tell you, and I don't know how to begin. And I've so much to ask of you, and I'm so afraid you won't do it." "You generally find me very complaisant." "No, I don't, dear. It is very seldom you will do anything for me. But I must tell you everything first. Do take your bonnet off, for I shall be hours in doing it." "Hours in telling me?" "Yes, and in getting your consent to what I want you to do. But I think I'll tell you that first. I'm to be taken abroad, immediately." "Who is to take you?" "Ah, you may well ask that. If you could know what questions I have asked myself on that head! I sometimes say things to myself as though they were the most proper and reasonable things in the world, and then within an hour or two I hate myself for having thought of them." "But why don't you answer me? Who is going abroad with you?" "Well, you are to be one of the party." "I?" "Yes, you. When I have named so very respectable a chaperon for my youth, of course you will understand that my husband is to take us." "But Mr. Palliser can't leave London at this time of the year." "That's just it. He is to leave London at this time of the year. Don't look in that way, for it's all settled. Whether you go with me or not, I've got to go. To day is Tuesday. We are to be off next Tuesday night, if you can make yourself ready. We shall breakfast in Paris on Wednesday morning, and then it will be to us all just as if we were in a new world. Mr. Palliser will walk up and down the new court of the Louvre, and you will be on his left arm, and I shall be on his right, just like English people. And it will be the most proper thing that ever was seen in life. Then we shall go on to Basle." Alice shuddered as Basle was mentioned, thinking of the balcony over the river. "And so to Lucerne. But no, that was the first plan, and Mr. Palliser altered it. He spent a whole day up here with maps, and Bradshaw's, and Murray's guidebooks, and he scolded me so because I didn't care whether we went first to Baden or to some other place. How could I care? I told him I would go anywhere he chose to take me. Then he told me I was heartless, and I acknowledged that I was heartless. 'I am heartless,' I said. 'Tell me something I don't know.' Oh, Cora, why did you say that?" "I didn't choose to contradict my husband. Besides, it's true. Then he threw the Bradshaw away, and all the maps flew about. So I picked them up again and said we'd go to Switzerland first. I knew that would settle it, and of course he decided on stopping at Baden. If he had said Jericho, it would have been the same thing to me. Wouldn't you like to go to Jericho?" "I should have no special objection to Jericho." "But you are to go to Baden instead." "I've said nothing about that yet. But you have not told me half your story. Why is Mr. Palliser going abroad in the middle of Parliament in this way?" "Ah, now I must go back to the beginning. And indeed, Alice, I hardly know how to tell you. Not that I mind you knowing it, only there are some things that won't get themselves told.
You can hardly guess what it is that he is giving up. You must swear that you won't repeat what I'm going to tell you now." "I'm not a person apt to tell secrets, but I shan't swear anything." "What a woman you are for discretion! It is you that ought to be Chancellor of the Exchequer. You are so wise. Only you haven't brought your own pigs to the best market after all." "Never mind my own pigs now, Cora." "I do mind them, very much. But the secret is this. They have asked Mr. Palliser to be Chancellor of the Exchequer, and he has refused. Think of that!" "But why?" "Because of me and my folly and wickedness and abominations. Because he has been fool enough to plague himself with a wife, he who of all men ought to have kept himself free from such troubles. Oh, he has been so good! It is almost impossible to make any one understand it. If you could know how he has longed for this office, how he has worked for it day and night, wearing his eyes out with figures when everybody else has been asleep, shutting himself up with such creatures as Mr. Bott when other men have been shooting and hunting and flirting and spending their money. He has been a slave to it for years, all his life, I believe, in order that he might sit in the Cabinet and be a minister and a Chancellor of the Exchequer. He has hoped and feared, and has been, I believe, sometimes half mad with expectation. This has been his excitement, what racing and gambling are to other men. At last the place was there, ready for him, and they offered it to him. They begged him to take it, almost on their knees. The Duke of St. Bungay was here all one morning about it, but Mr. Palliser sent him away, and refused the place. It's all over now, and the other man, whom they all hate so much, is to remain in." "But why did he refuse it?" "I keep on telling you, because of me. He found that I wanted looking after, and that Mrs. Marsham and Mr. Bott between them couldn't do it." "Oh, Cora, how can you talk in that way?" "If you knew all, you might well ask how I could. You remember about Lady Monk's ball, that you would not go to, as you ought to have done? If you had gone, Mr. Palliser would have been Chancellor of the Exchequer at this minute. He would indeed. Only think of that. But though you did not go, other people did who ought to have remained at home. I went for one, and you know who was there for another." "What difference could that make to you?" said Alice, angrily. "It might have made a great deal of difference, and for the matter of that, so it did. Mr. Palliser was there too, but of course he went away immediately. I can't tell you all the trouble there had been about Mrs. Marsham, whether I was to take her with me or not. However, I wouldn't take her, and didn't take her. The carriage went for her first, and there she was when we got there. And Mr. Bott was there too. I wonder whether I shall ever make you understand it all." "There are some things I don't want to understand." "There they both were, watching me, looking at me the whole evening, and of course I resolved that I would not be put down by them. I think if I had been you, I would not have allowed their presence to make any difference to me." "That is very easily said, my dear, but by no means so easily done. You can't make yourself unconscious of eyes that are always looking at you. I dared them, at any rate, to do their worst, for I stood up to dance with Burgo Fitzgerald." "Oh, Cora!" "Why shouldn't I? At any rate I did, and I waltzed with him for half an hour. Alice, I never will waltz again, never. I have done with dancing now. I don't think, even in my maddest days, I ever kept it up so long as I did then. And I knew that everybody was looking at me. It was not only Mrs. Marsham and Mr. Bott, but everybody there. I felt myself to be desperate, mad, like a wild woman. There I was going round and round and round with the only man for whom I ever cared two straws. It seemed as though everything had been a dream since the old days. Ah, how well I remember the first time I danced with him, at his aunt's house in Cavendish Square. They had only just brought me out in London then, and I thought that he was a god. Cora, I cannot bear to hear you talk like that. I know well enough that he is no god now. Some people say that he is a devil, but he was like Apollo to me then. Did you ever see anyone so beautiful as he is? I never saw him at all. I wish you could have seen him, but you will some day. I don't know whether you care for men being handsome. Alice thought of John Grey, who was the handsomest man that she knew, but she made no answer. I do, or rather I used to do, continued Lady Glencora. I don't think I care much about anything now, but I don't see why handsome men should not be run after as much as handsome women. But you wouldn't have a girl run after any man, would you, whether handsome or ugly? But they do, you know. When I saw him the other night, he was just as handsome as ever. The same look, half wild and half tame, like an animal you cannot catch, but which you think would love you so if you could catch him. In a little while it was just like the old time, and I had made up my mind to care nothing for the people looking at me. And you think that was right? No, I don't. Yes, I do. That is, it wasn't right to care about dancing with him, but it was right to disregard all the people gaping round. What was it to them? Why should they care who I danced with? That is nonsense, dear, and you must know that it is so. If you were to see a woman misbehaving herself in public, would not you look on and make your comments? Could you help doing so if you were to try? You are very severe, Alice, misbehaving in public. Yes, Cora, I am only taking your own story. According to that, you were misbehaving in public. Lady Glencora got up from her chair near the window, on which she had been crouching close to Alice's knees, and walked away towards the fireplace. What am I to say to you, or how am I to talk to you? Said Alice. You would not have me tell you a lie. Of all things in the world, I hate a prude the most, said Lady Glencora. Cora, look here. If you consider it prudery on my part to disapprove of your waltzing with Mr. Fitzgerald in the manner you have described, or indeed in any other manner, you and I must differ so totally about the meaning of words and the nature of things that we had better part. Alice, you are the unkindest creature that ever lived. You are as cold as stone. I sometimes think that you can have no heart. I don't mind your saying that. Whether I have a heart or not, I will leave you to find out for yourself, but I won't be called a prude by you. You know you were wrong to dance with that man. What has come of it? What have you told me yourself this morning? In order to preserve you from misery and destruction, Mr. Palliser has given up all his dearest hopes. He has had to sacrifice himself that he might save you. That, I take it, is about the truth of it. And yet you tell me that you have done no wrong. I never said so. Now she had come back to her chair by the window, and was again sitting in that crouching form. I never said that I was not wrong. Of course I was wrong. I have been so wrong throughout that I have never been right yet. Let me tell it on to the end, and then you can go away if you like, and tell me that I am too wicked for your friendship. Have I ever said anything like that, Cora? But you will, I dare say, when I have done. Well, what do you think my senior duenna did, the female one, I mean? She took my own carriage, and posted off after Mr. Palliser as hard as ever she could, leaving the male duenna on the watch. I was dancing as hard as I could, but I knew what was going on all the time, as well as though I had heard them talking. Of course, Mr. Palliser came after me. I don't know what else he could do, unless, indeed, he had left me to my fate. He came there, and behaved so well, so much like a perfect gentleman. Of course I went home, and I was prepared to tell him everything if he spoke a word to me, that I intended to leave him, and that cart ropes should not hold me. To leave him, Cora? Yes, and go with that other man whose name you won't let me mention. I had a letter from him in my pocket, asking me to go. He asked me a dozen times that night. I cannot think how it was that I did not consent. That you did not consent to your own ruin and disgrace? That I did not consent to go off with him, anywhere. Of course it would have been my own destruction. I'm not such a fool as not to know that. Do you suppose I have never thought of it? What it would be to be a man's mistress instead of his wife? If I had not, I should be a thing to be hated and despised. When once I had done it, I should hate and despise myself. I should feel myself to be loathsome, and, as it were, a beast among women. But why did they not let me marry him, instead of driving me to this? And though I might have destroyed myself, I should have saved the man who is still my husband. Do you know, I told him all that, told him that if I had gone away with Burgo Fitzgerald, he would have another wife, and would have children, and would— You told your husband that you had thought of leaving him? Yes, I told him everything. I told him that I dearly loved that poor fellow, for whom, as I believe, nobody else on earth cares a single straw. And what did he say? I cannot tell you what he said, only that we are all to go to Baden together, and then to Italy. But he did not seem a bit angry. He very seldom is angry, unless at some trumpery thing, as when he threw the book away. And when I told him that he might have another wife and a child, he put his arm round me, and whispered to me that he did not care so much about it as I had imagined. I felt more like loving him at that moment than I had ever done before. He must be fit to be an angel. He's fit to be a cabinet minister, which, I'm quite sure, he'd like much better. And now you know everything. But no, there is one thing you don't know yet. When I tell you that, you'll want to make him an archangel or a prime minister. We'll go abroad, he said, and remember this was his own proposition, made long before I was able to speak a word. We'll go abroad, and you shall get your cousin Alice to go with us. That touched me more than anything. Only think if he had proposed Mrs. Marsham. But yet he does not like me. You're wrong there, Alice. There has been no question of liking or of disliking. He thought you would be a kind of Mrs. Marsham, and when you were not, but went out flirting among the ruins with Geoffrey Palliser instead. I never went out flirting with Geoffrey Palliser. He did with you, which is all the same thing. And when Plantagenet knew of that, for, of course, Mr. Bott told him— Mr. Bott can't see everything. Those men do. The worst is, they see more than everything. But at any rate, Mr. Palliser has got over all that now. Come, Alice, the fact of the offer having come from himself should disarm you of any such objection as that. As he has held out his hand to you, you have no alternative but to take it. I will take his hand willingly." "And for my sake you will go with us? He understands himself that I am not fit to be his companion, and to have no companion but him. Now there is a spirit of wisdom about you that will do for him, and a spirit of folly that will suit me. I can manage to put myself on a par with a girl who has played such a wild game with her lovers as you have done." Alice would give no promise then. Her first objection was that she had undertaken to go down to Westmoreland and comfort Kate in the affliction of her broken arm. "And I must go," said Alice, remembering how necessary it was that she should plead her own cause with George Vavasor's sister. But she acknowledged that she had not intended to stay long in Westmoreland, probably not more than a week, and it was at last decided that the Pallisers should postpone their journey for 4 or 5 days, and that Alice should go with them immediately upon her return from Vavasor Hall. "I have no objection," said her father, speaking with that voice of resignation which men use when they are resolved to consider themselves injured, whatever may be done. "I can get along in lodgings. I suppose we had better leave the house, as you have given away so much of your own fortune." Alice did not think it worth her while to point out to him, in answer to this, that her contribution to their joint housekeeping should still remain the same as ever. Such, however, she knew would be the fact, and she knew also that she would find her father in the old house when she returned from her travels. To her, in her own great troubles, the absence from London would be as serviceable as it could be to Lady Glencora. Indeed, she had already begun to feel the impossibility of staying quietly at home. She could lecture her cousin, whose faults were open, easy to be defined, and almost loud in their nature. But she was not on that account the less aware of her own. She knew that she too had cause to be ashamed of herself. She was half afraid to show her face among her friends, and wept grievously over her own follies. Those cruel words of her father rang in her ears constantly. "Things of that sort are so often over with you." The reproach, though cruel, was true, and what reproach more galling could be uttered to an unmarried girl such as was Alice Vavasor? She had felt from the first moment in which the proposition was made to her that it would be well that she should, for a while, leave her home, and especially that drawing room in Queen Anne Street, which told her so many tales that she would fain forget, if it were possible. Mr. Palliser would not allow his wife to remain in London for the 10 or 12 days which must yet elapse before they started, nor could he send her into the country alone. He took her down to Matching Priory, having obtained leave to be absent from the house for the remainder of the session, and remained with her there till within 2 days of their departure. That week down at Matching, as she afterwards told Alice, was very terrible. He never spoke a word to rebuke her. He never hinted that there had been aught in her conduct of which he had cause to complain. He treated her with a respect that was perfect, and indeed with more outward signs of affection than had ever been customary with him. But, as Lady Glencora afterwards expressed it, "he was always looking after me. I believe he thought that Burgo Fitzgerald had hidden himself among the ruins," she said once to Alice. "He never suspected me, I am sure of that, but he thought that he ought to look after me." And Lady Glencora in this had very nearly hit the truth. Mr. Palliser had resolved, from that hour in which he walked out among the elms in Kensington Gardens, that he would neither suspect his wife, nor treat her as though he suspected her.
The blame had been his, perhaps, more than it had been hers. So much he had acknowledged to himself, thinking of the confession she had made to him before their marriage. But it was manifestly his imperative duty, his duty of duties, to save her from that pitfall into which, as she herself had told him, she had been so ready to fall. For her sake, and for his, this must be done. It was a duty so imperative that in its performance he had found himself forced to abandon his ambition. To have his wife taken from him would be terrible, but the having it said all over the world that such a misfortune had come upon him would be almost more terrible even than that. So he went with his wife hither and thither down at Matching, allowing himself to be driven about behind Dandy and Flirt. He himself proposed these little excursions. They were tedious to him, but doubly tedious to his wife, who now found it more difficult than ever to talk to him. She struggled to talk, and he struggled to talk, but the very struggles themselves made the thing impossible. He sat with her in the mornings, and he sat with her in the evenings. He breakfasted with her, lunched with her, and dined with her. He went to bed early, having no figures which now claimed his attention. And so the week at last wore itself away. "I saw him yawning sometimes," Lady Glencora said afterwards, "as though he would fall in pieces." End of Chapter 62. Recording by Laura Koskinen.